we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask her about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tinted. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Yeah, what we doing tonight, chat? Y'all lock, chat? What we doing tonight? What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all lock? I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all lock, man. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. Y'all know what time it is, man.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Yeah, that sound about.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They saying Netanyahu returns. Fake press conference may implicate everyone. Trump questions about war tactics, man. We got an action-packed episode, chat. Double tap the screen on your way in. You know we are chasing 100 likes. We did great on the like goal last night. Let's smash through the like goal tonight, man. Everybody double tap the screen to go to the top of the 3 dots and hit the like button, man. You said that song was hard. That song was hard, Rick, man. Appreciate Appreciate Rose Gold Rick. The intro tonight, man, that ran up a ticket, that's Rose Gold Rick. Y'all go tap in with him. Ricky, in the comments, man. Appreciate you for giving me that exclusive, Rose Gold, man. That song was hard. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. What we doing tonight, chat? We got an action-packed episode. I'm gonna give y'all the rundown. Y'all see that man that everybody was claiming was Jeffrey Epstein the other week? Well, they ran into him, man, and they found out that his name is Palm Beach Pete. They're calling him Epstein's doppelganger. Also, we got Trump holding a meeting with the Japan's prime minister. We know that Japan has a female prime minister. She is very far right, and her and Trump had, you know, some crazy shit. I'm not gonna lie, I seen Trump say that everybody knows who knows more about surprises than Japan? You know, Pearl Harbor. I was like, whoa, I can't believe Trump said it. You should have seen the lady face. She was like, anyways, chat, we got a couple more miscellaneous clips. We got some Sean Ryan clips. Also, Bassett. We had Bassett come out saying that Iran, they were gonna unsanction the Russian oil and unsanction the Iranian oil that was already in the ocean, so we could kind of stabilize oil prices. And I'm sitting here scratching my head like, what the hell is going on? What do you mean? What do you mean? Moving on, we got more of Netanyahu not being alive. We'll go through that press conference. A lot of people are scrutinizing that press conference, saying that his sleeve under his suit jacket was moving around. They also took note of how he walked into the press conference, then they switched the camera angles and never showed him actually talking to the press. Also, the press that was there was supposedly all of their media. It was no media from America, no media from, you know, other countries. It was all their own media. So we'll get into both of those press conferences, and we got a couple more miscellaneous clips. Oh, and that guy, it was a guy in Lebanon, man. He said he was out there reporting Israeli targeting of bridges in Lebanon, and they tried to hit him with a damn strike. He said that the airstrike was deliberately targeted at him, and it was all on film. We'll get into that as well. We got Walmart trying to introduce dynamic pricing. DoorDash is telling people that they can wash dishes and get paid. We got gas coming up at $4 today, $3.90. I think gas pushed up to $3.90 today. It's really getting crazy, chat. Y'all double tap the screen, shut a live out. We are chasing 100 likes. What does it say? 17% of the world natural gas supply is offline for the next 5 years after that Israeli attack on the natural gas, man. You said 7 top IDF generals have been unalived. Wow, that's crazy. What's up, Purple Groovy? What's up, Too Strong? Everybody, say what's up to me and I'll say what's up back. Let's smash through the like goal. If everybody hits the like button right now, we'll smash through the like goal. This is Palm Beach Pete, man. This guy's saying he is not Epstein. Y'all see the picture at the top? Everybody was saying, whoa, that's Epstein or whatever, man. I'm not gonna lie. I never thought it was Epstein. I thought it was just, you know, a random ass video. I really didn't even think too much of it like actually being a person, but come to find out, this is Palm Beach Pete, and he looks and dresses exactly like Epstein, chat. I want to know how y'all feel about it.
Hey everybody, this is Palm Beach Pete.
Bro, that dude looks like Epstein, bro. Like, what? Chat, it's no way this man is running around with Epstein's face like that, chat. It's no way this man is running around with Epstein's face, bro. The glasses, the hat, the polo, he knows what he's doing, bro. He knows what he's doing, bro.
Hey everybody, this is Palm Beach Pete, and my video went viral because some dude randomly filmed me while I was driving on I-95, unbeknownst to me. And the next thing I know, I'm a viral sensation. I had my phone down for about 4 hours.
So, chat, do y'all think this is Epstein? Yes or no, chat? I see a lot of y'all saying that that's him, that's him. Press, put yes in the chat if you think this is the actual Epstein. Put no in the chat if you don't think this is Epstein, man. I don't think it's him.
Down for about 4 hours, and I didn't know my phone was blowing up with all these comments from that video. So I got a lot of traction. It's pretty crazy. Thanks.
So you're not Jeffrey Epstein?
What's up with it, Tony? Don't hate, don't wait. Tony Toast, VP 2028, man. Straight up, man. Plug for president. What's up, Tony?
I'm not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm Palm Beach Pete.
That a boy, yeah.
Okay. Peace out. Hey everybody, this is Palm Beach Pete, and my
Palm Beach Pete is a crazy nickname, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. Palm Beach Pete is a crazy nickname, man. I don't know, Chad. I don't think that's Epstein. I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger, Chad, because there's a couple people out here that look more like me than my own damn brother. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. I have a brother, man. I got a brother, Chad, and that nigga don't look like me, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I see random I'll walk across people in real life, or I see them on the internet, and I'm like, damn, he looks more like me than my own damn brother. So maybe this is Epstein's doppelganger, chat. Maybe this is Epstein's doppelganger, man. Do y'all have a doppelganger, chat, that's not in your family? Do you have somebody that you seen that resembles you, but they're not a family member? You said it's Epstein cologne. You mean clone?
My video went viral because some dude randomly filmed me while I was driving on I-95, unbeknownst to me. And the next thing I know, I'm a viral sensation. I had my phone down for about 4 hours.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. He damn near could take bookings, chat. I know he's Palm Beach Pete. He's probably already rich riding around in a drop top polo shirt, but he could take some damn bookings. What's up, Stein? Stizzle the Great. What's up with it, Stein? Stein, where the hell is your Maya wrench at? Why does Stein not have a Maya wrench? Stein, you must have been saying some crazy shit in the chat. All right, chat, we're gonna move on from that. I just wanted to bring y'all that Palm Beach Pete has spoken. He says he is not Epstein, so quit calling him that. I'm gonna pull up another miscellaneous clip since we are talking about this economy. Hold on, where the hell is it? Chat, double tap the screen for me, shut the live out, man. Where the hell is it? Oh, here it goes, right here. So people are turning their attics into separate bedrooms, chat. How do y'all feel about converting your attic, chat? Is that a W or an L, man? The attic conversion, W or an L? We know that a lot of Americans are gonna be
many Americans
strapped for cash, strapped for resources, strapped for everything, man. It's going to shit. I don't know how to say it any other way, Chad. It feels like a controlled demolition. It feels like it's going to shit. So instead of just sitting around looking around like, what the hell can we do? We're going to talk about some solutions, man. You can move in with your family. You could consolidate, downsize on things. And this is a video about how to convert your attic into a living space. And I want to know, Chad, are y'all with it or against it, man?
American families refuse to turn their attic into a separate room, even though it can cost as little as $100. First, joists are added one by one and locked into place.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, he said it can cost as little as $100. This is not a $100 bill, man. It looked like y'all already spent the $100, man, just on the damn joints and the plywood, man. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a $100 conversion, man. It's just not a $100 conversion.
The floor stiffens, it no longer flexes, and the squeaking disappears. Then the panels go down. Each sheet is aligned and screwed tightly into the joists. The floor is fully locked in, it looks clean, and underfoot it already feels like a real room. But that's not the end of the renovation. Next, short walls are framed along the slope of the roof. Studs go up one by one. OSB panels are screwed on, and an entire wall is formed in a single step, flat enough to paint immediately. White paint goes on, light starts bouncing around, and the attic that once felt low and cramped suddenly becomes bright and clean. At this point, if you look again, the space feels completely different. It has a floor, it has walls, it looks exactly like a finished room. And that's where the problem starts. In the US, looking like a room doesn't mean it can be treated as one. Compared to comfort, Americans care far more about whether it meets the code. So, if it were you, would you go this far just to gain one more room?
It does have to meet the code. Your ass can get in trouble. You might not be able to sell the house if it's not up to code. So I get why he's saying Americans care more about if it's up to code. But right now, homes aren't selling anyway. Homes aren't selling. That's not to say that they won't pick back up in the future, but it's like, hey, sometimes people got to do what the hell they need to do, man. If you need to convert the attic to move your brother or uncle in and shit, and y'all can go half on the mortgage or something, hey, it might be a thought, chat. It might be a thought. This video right here is Bassett talking about how they were going to unsanction the Iranian oil, unsanction the Russian oil to provide 10 to 14 more days of supply throughout the world. And I'm sitting here like, that's the plan, nigga? That's the plan? What happens when the 14 days is over? Are you just gonna, renege again? Are you just gonna take away the sanctions again every time as need fit? What are we doing here, Bessie? What are we doing here, Trump? What are we talking about? Sanction Russian and Iranian oil being lifted, the sanctions being lifted. Like, I don't know, Chad. I don't even think they know what the fuck is going on right now. Honestly, I don't think that they have a grasp or a grip as to what the fuck that they want to do.
Break the glass plan across the administration and at Treasury. We unsanctioned Russian oil. We knew that there were about 130 million barrels on the water, and we created supply that is beyond the Straits of Hormuz. So we anticipated this. We knew that there could be a temporary.
It's saying Russia's making an extra $150 million a day through the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and then we're talking about unsanctioning some Russian oil. Hell, it don't look like it matters, man. We're gonna unsanction this Russian oil. Russia's already making an extra $150 million a day with this shit, man. What are we talking about here?
And I want to emphasize temporary choke point there. And there was 130 million barrels of floating storage. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count it, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply.
So they're saying that the Iranians are trying to push oil prices up to $200 to $250. So their counter to it was to lift the sanctions on the Russian oil tankers that were in the water, lift the sanctions on the Iranian oil tankers that was on the water, but the solution was only for 10 to 14 days. So what happens when the 10 to 14 days is up? Is Trump gonna end the war? Are we gonna go home? What happens after that? We just seen Israel escalated by knocking off the natural gas. It's looking like they're in this shit for the long haul, man. What are we talking about? 10 to 14 days.
That the Iranians had been pushing out, that would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign.
10 to 14 days as we continue this campaign. Call it what the fuck it is, Bassett, a war, man. Call it what it is, man. Like they get so shy and I don't know, they tiptoe around the fucking language so much, man. We know what it is. We see what it is, man. We talking about, man. Shit is crazy, man. What's the next clip? Where's the other clip? We're gonna get into we'll get into that Trump sit down and that Netanyahu sit down in a second, press conference. I got a couple more clips, chat. Be sure to hit the like button, chat. We are chasing 100 likes. We have to get to the next like goal, chat. We got to get through these like goals in here, man. Double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the 3 dots, hit the like button. We have to get through the like goal.
Of National Counterterrorism Center, and on his way out saying that,
oh shit, this lady broke down the whole history of Kash Patel. I did not watch the first, I did not watch it all. I got like maybe a minute into the video, chat, but she got the breaking. I didn't know Kash Patel come up was like this. I did not know that. I thought Kash Patel pretty much was a podcaster and kind of, slipped into the damn role, but it is what it is, man. She's going to show how Kash Patel kissed ass all the way to the top, man. I'm talking about two-handed twister, man. Kash Patel was going crazy to get in the position he was. I'm talking about double hand twist off, bruh.
That he went to look and investigate into Charlie Kirk's assassination and the foreign influence involvement in that.
What's up,
Kash Patel shut that shit down. I was like, oh, just said the quiet part out loud, pumpkin. Also dismantled the counterintelligence unit just a few days before we attacked Iran that handled Iranian assets. Those relationships take years and decades to form, and he dismantled it down to, I think, like 2 people. Why would you do that, Kash? Why would you do that? So for this, I want to paint the picture of just who our FBI director is and how he got to where he is and the weird things that I found. I spent my career at the CIA and NSA and also advised other intelligence agencies. I now have my own corporate intelligence firm. All of these opinions are my own. This analysis is my own for entertainment purposes only. You can find my deep dive investigation source.
Damn, she got some qualifications, don't she, Chad? What did she say she was, man? Damn, who was this lady?
To where he is and the weird things that I found. I spent my career at the CIA and NSA.
I spent my career at the CIA and NSA.
And also advised other intelligence agencies.
And advise other intelligence agencies, man. This lady might be a little qualified, man. She might know what the fuck she's talking about, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know she had all these qualifications, man. She worked at the CIA, NSA, and advised other intelligence agencies, man. Who are you, lady?
Agencies. I now have my own corporate intelligence firm. All of these opinions are my own. This analysis is my own for entertainment purposes only. You can find my deep dive investigation, sources, proof, everything on my Substack. I can only do so much in 3 to 5 minutes. I'm also launching my podcast there this month. Kash Patel was a public defender in Florida, and how he got his rise to fame was he worked on an intel committee down there as a public defender, and when the Trump-Russia investigations were going on, he...
After I seen those Jordan 1s, those Punisher Jordan 1s with the 9 on it and the damn Punisher logo, the yellow and black Jordan 1 lows and shit, man, I definitely believe Kash Patel was a public defender, man. Like, that's some shit a public defender will wear to court when they know you want to cop out. They know you don't want to go to the prison, man. He just gonna show up in some fucking Jordan 1 lows and just sign the deal, man. Like, you have no shot, cop out, you going to the penitentiary, man. It's crazy.
He wrote a letter saying how great Trump was. He was so innocent. MAGA, Trump, they all loved it so much. Trump then gave him a position on the National Security Council, and then he became chief of staff at the Pentagon. January 6th happens. Kash Patel was going back and forth on text with Pentagon and everyone that was involved. And then his phone was wiped clean. So when Congress went to get the records, all the texts were gone. And Pentagon says, that's standard protocol, bro. I will tell you, it is not necessarily standard protocol. Kash Patel then is like, oh, I've got to start my side hustles. And he sells anti-COVID vaccine pills.
So, chat, put yes in the chat if you knew that Kash Patel sold anti-pandemic medicine. Anti-pandemic vaccine medicine, allegedly. If you knew that Kash Patel was selling that, put yes in the chat. If you did not know he was selling that, put no. I had no idea, man. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Picture me coming out, chat. Like, how would they do me if I came out and tried to sell y'all some anti-C19 vax shit? And like, come on, Chad, man. It's like, man, like, is he a scamming? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, man, come on, Kash Patel. You did, like, I'm not trying to stereotype you now, Kash Patel, but come on now, man. Like, let's be real here. Listen to what she was saying, man. Are you one of those people that I answer to when I pick up the phone, man?
All the texts were gone, and Pentagon says, that's standard protocol, bro. I will tell you, it is not necessarily standard protocol. Kash Patel then is like, oh, I've got to start my side hustles, and he sells anti-COVID vaccine pills, saying these are going to take away your COVID vaccine for $75 a bottle online. They were actually zinc and pineapple extract. I need to know if any of you bought them. Then he goes on to write children's books about King Donald Trump. I think he wrote 4 to 6
children's books.
And there was a wizard, that was Kash Patel, and he saved Trump. Like, you can't make this shit up, guys. This is our director of the FBI. He also starts a nonprofit, and it raises $1.3 million, and it is going to law services to help anyone that speaks and defends MAGA, January 6th.
Prophet, we're going to get into Netanyahu in a minute. You said, is Netanyahu confirmed alive? They did a press conference. I said that if Netanyahu did a live press conference and shit, that's what would prove it to me. But I'm going to be honest, chat, like, I'm not trying to, just move the goalpost, but it's like, it wasn't the style I wanted. Like, they never showed the interviewers and Netanyahu in the same frame. They showed them walking into a building, which could be today, it could be some old film. Then the camera cuts to directly in front of him like this. And when the reporters are asking a question, the camera flips directly to the reporters. Like, so you never see them all in the same thing. It just cuts. It cuts to Netanyahu, then it cuts to the reporter, it cuts to Netanyahu. You never see them all in the same frame. So I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Veterans, everybody. But 10% of those funds went.
You said that proved that's enough. How you gonna tell me what the hell is enough? How you gonna tell me when my cup is full, man? Like, you ain't even looking over here, man. The hell you gonna tell me that proved enough?
To the actual people they were supposed to help. The rest of those funds went to merchandise, fundraising, and then $275,000 to $280,000 went to his friend who owns an LLC as a vendor. He didn't report that in his first 990. He had to go back and report it and correct it. He then has a consulting firm. All right, he starts Trishul. I think that's how you say it. His clients are the Chinese parent company to Shein, in which he has $5 million of stock, yet he refuses to give that up. He refuses to get rid of the $5 million of stock. So our FBI director still has $5 million of stock in a Chinese company, yet we had to get rid of TikTok because they were spying on us. At this point, I would rather China have my data than my own government. He also did work for the Qatar government. We're going to come back to that one. This one's big. He did work for a Czech arms dealer that has ties to Russia and a filmmaker that has ties to the Kremlin. So
Loki, you getting on my damn nerves already, man. You talking about Fox interviewed him, read above, ask current questions. Listen, I'm going to run my show how the fuck I want it, man. All right? You can either sit there, enjoy the show, or not. Loki, how about that?
FBI directors' foreign influence ties are not only really, really shady, but they still exist. Because although he said he would give up his Qatar government relationship, within 5 weeks of getting confirmed, he signed an ethics waiver that said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm good. I'm trustworthy. I can maintain this relationship. And then by
Well, listen, Loki, you said podcasters need to stop watching have videos. Well, get your ass out the bleachers then, man. How you balling from the bleachers, Loki? Fire you up a motherfucking channel, man. Press live, record, do something, shit. You balling from the bleachers, nigga. I feel like Kevin Durant on the court, man, with a crazed fan yelling at him, nigga. Press live since you know it better. Hell.
December, he was in Doha signing security agreements for the Qatar government that has ties and meets with Mossad and Hamas all the time. Congress needs to do a better job at due diligence on these people. Like, call me, because this is ridiculous. We as Americans deserve better. In addition, he got up at the Congressional Oversight hearing yesterday, the 18th of March, and said that they buy data and locations of Americans. They spy on Americans. They don't have to have a warrant. That vote is April 20th. Right now, they don't have to have a warrant to do it. And he uses that data, and it's not for political purposes or to catch bad guys or anyone in the e-files. No. It's to go after journalists and protesters like you, me, people that speak out against what's currently happening, that bring light to what's currently going on. Joe Kent.
What's up,
he's now
Joker?
threatening to go after him. Get the fuck out of here. You are so unqualified for this position. Congress needs to look.
She's talking about Kash Patel. Basically said Kash Patel got some Qatari ties. Shoulders come up about how he was a public defender, was kissing Trump's ass, got into a position, wrote some children's books about how he saved Trump. Then, has all these connections and shit, man. Said he has $5 million investments in China. Basically saying that Kash Patel, it's not qualified, man. All right, chat, let's get into this video of this reporter, man, almost getting blown up. Then we'll get into this Netanyahu interview. Matter of fact, I want to watch the Trump sit down before the Netanyahu one. Watch the Trump sit down with before the Netanyahu. All right, chat, this is the video.
What we would.
So he's out there trying to show how he's in Lebanon right now, trying to show how the Israeli military, I guess they're launching strikes, knocking out bridges, so that they've displaced allegedly 1 million people. Allegedly 1 million people have been displaced. So he's out there reporting it, and he almost gets hit with the damn airstrike. I'm not gonna lie, chat. He almost gets hit with an airstrike in real time.
I guess so. Yeah, well, you've probably all seen the footage of the airstrike that took place.
I'll show the footage of the airstrike after this, but I want to hear him talk about it.
It's in Sur district, as we were reporting on the destruction of a bridge. We've been treated in hospital for our injuries. I had a shrapnel wound in my arm, deeply embedded in the muscle here. That's been taken out, and here it is in this pot here. But what I do want to say is that this was a deliberate, targeted attack on journalists. There's no mistake about it. This was an Israeli precision strike from a fighter jet. What we were doing was we were reporting on the attacks on bridges, which is effectively severing South Lebanon from the rest of the country. 1 million people now internally displaced. This is the real story. It's not about us coming under attack as journalists. What we're seeing now and what we were reporting on is this plan for Israel to ethnically cleanse the south of Lebanon. This is without doubt an attack. This is on the scale or bigger than the scale of the Nakba. This is the forced displacement of 1 million people, which remains a war crime. And also we have to say that attacking journalists is...
So he said the full displacement of around 1 million people, which constitutes a war crime. We know that none of these people involved in this conflict care about the ICC. Let's be all the way honest, man. Putin has ICC warrants. Netanyahu has ICC warrants. There's rumbling of Trump's getting ICC warrants. Who cares about the ICC warrant in 2026? Nobody, man. It's crazy. They tried to airstrike this journalist, according to him, chat. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, chat. We're 33 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let's smash through the like goal. I'm here tonight. We gonna hang out for a few hours, man. I probably got 5-6 hours in me tonight. What we doing?
A war crime attacking civilian infrastructure.
Matter of fact, if y'all want a long stream tonight, put longer stream. If you want a longer stream tonight, put longer stream, man. If y'all want to, kind of wrap it up a little early tonight, we can wrap it up early.
Structure is a war crime, but if they think that
all right, let me pull it back to what he was talking about.
Us coming under attack as journalists, what we're seeing now and what we were reporting on is this plan for Israel to ethnically cleanse the south of Lebanon. This is without doubt an attack. This is on the scale or bigger than the scale of the Nakba. This is the forced displacement of 1 million people, which remains a war crime. And also we have to say that attacking journalists is a war crime. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a war crime. But if they think that they're going to silence us, if they think that we're going to stay out of the field, they're very, very much mistaken.
All right, that was his response. This is him actually almost getting blown to smithereens, chat. This is him actually almost getting blown to smithereens.
The Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted...
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Chad. What? Man, listen, Chad, that man has balls of steel as a journalist, Chad. I'm on my way to the fucking house, man. I almost got hit with an airstrike on some Call of Duty kill streak shit. Man, I'm on the way to the house, Chad. Listen, Chad, I'm going home, nigga. What? It's over, man. It's over, man. It's a wrap, man. How much do y'all think he's getting paid for this shit, chat? Like, it's over with, man. It's time to, hey, man, pack up the damn camera, pack up the car. We left at the hotel, man. Let's carry our black ass home, man. They just called in an airstrike, bro. Like they just went on a damn kill streak.
Strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted...
Here it goes. See, I don't agree with these podcasters. You don't agree with them and they try to shut you out. How have I shut you out? I didn't block you. I didn't ban you. I'm just fucking ignoring you. If you want me to respond, shit, put a super chat up, get a membership, some green shit, because I'm done engaging in the convo with you and I'm carrying on with my show. You mad. You throwing rocks from the comments. I don't know what to tell you, Loki. It's nothing personal, nigga. I'm just carrying on with the show. I don't care if you agree with me or not. Disagree with me, shit. It is what it is. Motherfuckers been hating me since I was a little boy.
Rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted... Fucking hell. Along the border, including the Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba, and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted... admitted.
I'm trying to figure out what moment did he notice that, Chad? What? Look at him right there. He noticed it right then. He looking up. He must have seen the plane, because he said in the last video he said it was a plane. A plane did an airstrike on him, so he must have heard the plane coming.
Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Bruh. I don't see anything else they could have been trying to hit, Chad. I don't see anything else they could have been trying to hit, bruh. I don't see anything else around. Like he's kind of out there by his damn self, bruh. They really was trying to take him out. Like, I was thinking maybe he was exaggerating a little bit and there was some shit going on and he was just there. Like, it's nothing going on, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. It's nothing going on, bruh. He got a press badge, bulletproof on and everything, man. Oh, shit. Was he live streaming this, Chad? Was this on live or was this a video? Because if he would have got hit with an airstrike on live as a reporter, that would have escalated some shit, bruh. Like right now he's still alive, but if he would have got unalived on live as a reporter, is he American? Where is he from? He sounds American. Damn.
Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Oh yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. That shit ain't cheap either. They've spent a little money to try to get him out of here, Chad. I don't think that damn airstrike's not cheap, man. That's not like, you know, man, that shit probably cost a little chicken to try to get him up out of here.
Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba and
Say he's Russian. What's up, AR Stoner? The news channel he works for is Russian. British. He's from Britain, but working from the Russians. Damn.
along the border, including the Al-Marj outpost opposite.
What do you mean that when they escalated shit? Hell yeah, it would have, man. All them folks would have been in the streets and it would have been a media thing, man. If the journalists would have got blew up on live stream, man, or blew up like this and the video remained, man, everybody would have been talking about this shit, man. Everybody, bro.
Including the Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
It's time
along the border.
It's time to go home at that point, chat. Let's get into that Trump interview right quick. Let's see what the Trump interview is talking about. Yeah, it would have been time to go home right then, chat. I'm not gonna lie, man. It would have been time to go, bro. It's over with, chat. Chat, would you leave or stay? If something like that happened to you, you know, during your line of work, man, you were a journalist.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
Would you leave or stay? Shit. Would you leave or stay, chat? Would you tough it out to get the world that story, man? Or would you be on your way to the motherfucking house, man? If you almost got hit with an airstrike out there trying to be a journalist, would you leave or stay?
Great to have you, and we have a very special person. Just won a tremendous election and a...
Let me get back to the chat. Y'all loud? Yeah, I'm getting on, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I'm getting on, bro.
Record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. And I was very proud.
Because at that point, I'm going to feel like I got a second chance at life, and I don't want to play with it, man. You almost get hit with an airstrike, Chad. That's not like being close to a shootout or, you know what I'm saying? That's not like, you know, people have life-changing experiences, right? Almost getting hit with an airstrike is definitely one of those, man. I would have been feeling like I'm living on borrowed time at that point, bro.
Proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I felt she was really good. I thought she did a fantastic job.
Yeah, you think the Japanese Prime Minister is a man? I don't think that's a man. Chad, do y'all think the Japanese Prime Minister is a man? Yes or no, man? I don't think so.
I respect her a lot, so I gave her an endorsement. And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan, won by the most ever. So we have a very popular, powerful woman, and she's a great woman. We have a very fine relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
皆様ありがとうございます。本日は非常に特別な方にいらしていただいております。歴史的な選挙の圧勝ということで、私と共通するものがあると思います。私たち素晴らしい絆を持っておりまして、だからこそ私の方から。
Who the hell is she talking to? Are they talking to their news media, chat? Double tap the screen, shut the live out, chat. We still haven't hit 100 likes, man. We coming up on the 1 hour mark, man. We got to get to 100 likes right quick, chat. Real talk. If everybody hits the like button right now, we'll smash through 100 likes. We're at the first like goal already, man. We need 24 more likes for the next like goal. Double tap the screen or go to the top, man. We're also 30 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man.
も応援のメッセージを出させていただきました。素晴らしい人であり、私も心から尊敬している方です。日本の歴史上最も素晴らしい選挙で圧勝したということで人気の高い女性であり、すごい方だと私も思っております。本日に関しては貿易、
I don't know what she's saying. She kind of look like a Pokemon though.
その課題について多く話をする予定です。
Thank you for inviting me to the White House today.
Thank you.
My visit is timely. So, given the current situation, so.
Oh, please, yes,
okay.
absolutely. You have a very good interpreter.
Yeah.
Who I've known
Your friend.
Who I've known
Your
for a
friend.
long time.
I know,
With Shinzo,
your
right?
friend. 今中東情勢
Yeah, that Pearl Harbor shit was crazy because when Trump dropped that Pearl Harbor, like the Japanese know about surprises Pearl Harbor, we know what came of Pearl Harbor, right? We know what came from that Pearl Harbor shit. So that was Trump, you know, kind of saying like, yeah, we know about surprises for Pearl Harbor, but what about the surprise, y'all? You know, it was kind of one of those. That's why our shit went up like that. Like Trump really pulled the move right there. I'm not gonna lie, he pulled the move.
も含めて、それから世界中の安全保障環境が非常に厳しい状況にあります。
Right now, situations in the Middle East and also the entire world, we are actually experiencing a very severe security environment.
そして世界経済もかなり厳しい影響を受けつつあります。
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
でも私は世界の繁栄とそして平和に貢献できる世界中に平和と繁栄をもたらせるのはドナルドだけだと思っています。
But even against that backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace across the world.
そのために私は
See, that's the thing, man. When you say they want to achieve peace across the world, they got me thinking like, you know, Antichrist and shit. Like, why are they even talking like that in this time?
外国に働きかけてしっかりと応援をしたいと思っています。
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together.
今日私はそれを伝えに来ました。
So today I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you.
そしてイランに関してはもう核兵器の開発、これは許されてはならないことですから、日本も働きかけをしてきました。
And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's development of nuclear weapons must never be allowed. And that is why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to other partners in the world.
そして我が国は周辺国に対する攻撃、ホルムズ海峡の実質的な閉鎖についてもこれは非難をし、そして茂木外務大臣からもイランの外務大臣に対してそれをやめるように申し入れをしてきました。
In addition, Japan condemns Iran's actions such as attacking the...
All right, so yeah, that's in Japan. Also, I believe that Trump got Germany, Japan, a few other countries to commit protection to the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the UAE announced that its gas production is now zero and operations at major natural gas facilities have been suspended. So I believe 3 of 14 were hit, 2 or 3 of 14 were hit. And they're saying if all 14 goes down, like 30% of the world, man, like 30% of the people are going to face starvation, death.
The neighboring region, and also the de facto or effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a matter of fact, my fellow minister, Minister Motegi, Foreign Minister Motegi, also had the direct exchange with the Iranian foreign minister and urged Iran to stop.
See, that's why Japan came over here first, because Japan does get 75% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So Japan has to come get this shit together first. They're on shit like, we got 7-8 months left for supply. We got to get this shit together. They're going to have to figure out whether they're going to commit to this shit or whether they're not going to commit to this shit rather quickly, chat. Other countries may have the luxury of sitting back and seeing how things go. Reports have came out today that China also offered Taiwan security. You know, they offered Taiwan security. So we'll see how that unfolds as well.
Such activities.
Condemn. Yeah, you'll let me know. You'll let me know.
それでとにかく今中東だけじゃなくてインド
Yes, gas is at $3.90 today. The Dow Jones is like at 45,000. Remember Pam Bondi kept saying, why worry about the Epstein files? The Dow Jones is at 50,000. Well, guess what, Pam Bondi? The Dow Jones isn't at 50,000 no more, man. It's looking a little stiff out here, man. Arnold, Stiffington, it's crazy, man. What are we doing?
太平洋の安全保障環境も大変厳しい中にあります。そんな中でドナルドが日本に深い信頼を寄せてくれて、で揺るぎない同盟にコミットメントしてくれていることに感謝をいたしております。
And also the security environment in the Indo-Pacific region is also becoming increasingly severe. Donald, you have shown deep trust in Japan and also the unwavering commitment to the Japan-US alliance. Once again, thank you very much for that.
今日は日本とアメリカが共に強く豊かになっていくための話し合いをしたいと思っています。
And today, I look forward to having a discussion on...
What's crazy is I seen a clip earlier of basically Trump administration, all of them, Pam Bondi, I think it was Christy Noem, J.D. Vance. They were all calling Kamala, you know, a Dick Cheney supporter. Kamala's just like Dick Cheney, and if she gets in, we're going to war. Trump will end all the wars. Trump will not start any new wars. Don't vote for the warmonger and her comrades in Kamala Harris. And I'm sitting here like, damn, they really put their fucking foot in their mouth, didn't they? Like, wow.
On how we can cooperate to make our two nations, both Japan and the United States, stronger and more prosperous.
それから世界のエネルギーマーケットを落ち着かせるための提案も持ってまいりました。
And I also brought specific proposals to calm down the global energy market.
でこの後主に、経済安全保障、重要鉱物ですとかエネルギーに関する協力、そしてお互いに強い経済を作るための、成長のための話し合い、経済成長のための話し合いをしたいと思っています。Thank you, Donald.
So today, I really look forward to having our discussion, particularly focusing on our collaboration in economic security in the important areas such as energy.
So another thing that's important to know about this is, remember a couple months ago we covered Japan has new submarines. They have new I guess they're like drone submarines. They're supposed to be, world class. So maybe we know that we had, what was that, a F? Was that it wasn't a B2. Our planes have been getting shot down over there. Our stealth planes have been getting shot down. 20 years of development, $2 trillion. Now they're getting shot the fuck down. It's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy, but I do remember Japan is supposedly rolling out a new stealth submarine type thing.
Energy and rare earth minerals, and also I look forward to discussing with you how we can make our two economies stronger moving forward. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and you're doing a great job. Again, congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan. That's not bad. That's a pretty long history. That's a large nation with a great reputation, but it's a tremendous victory. Congratulations to everybody. Very proud of you. Very proud of you. We become friends, and I'm very proud of.
Yes, Trump endorsed her. So we know that Trump's been known to endorse candidates for foreign elections. Trump has came out and he endorsed Malay, promised some money to Argentina for Malay. We seen him endorse her as well. So how do y'all feel about that, chat? Is that fair game, or is that, doing too much, chat? Fair game in the chat if you think it's fair, or doing too much, man. How do you feel about Trump endorsing candidates for other countries? Double tap the screen too, chat. We're on the next like goal. We got to get the 200 likes right quick, chat. If everybody hits the like button, we'll smash through the next like goal. Double tap your screen or hit the like button at the top, man. Let's get the 200 likes right quick.
The job you've done. It's not easy. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Well, we're going to be speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から、平井邸などの支援に関して、その点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか?
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything, and I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes. 非常に日本政府から素晴らしい支援を受けていると思います。おとといのコメントから、日本からはそれに対して非常に力強いメッセージを得ていると私は。
I know just hearing them speak Japanese pisses Trump off, man. Like, I know them being in the White House speaking Japanese, it probably just boils Trump's blood, bro.
Unlike NATO.
NATO とは全く違いますね。
Please.
Mr. President, do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as low. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen.
Another example of Trump not being able to read the room, Chad. Trump might be a little, I don't want to put like an actual diagnosis on him, but Trump can't read the room. If y'all know what diagnosis goes without being able to read the room, you kind of know what I'm talking about, man. Like, we're talking about the Dow Jones at 50,000 where we're in the middle of a fucking war with Iran. We're talking about gas prices is already at $4 in less than 3 weeks. We're talking about the Dow Jones just had its worst month in 30 years. And you're talking about the Dow just hit 50K a couple weeks ago, man. Nobody gives a fuck, man. Nobody took profits. All of that shit's gone, man. What are you saying? They should have took some profits? Oh my God, bro.
Happened in my term. It's such a outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000. And we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50. And we did that in 1 year. So it was all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gas.
Hey, you know you in a bad position when you're saying everything was going great. Everything was going great. Gas prices were all, and then what? And then what? What do they say, chat? You're only as good as your last swing. You're only as good as your last shot. Man, and then what happened? And then what happened? Dow Jones at 50,000. Epstein files were supposed to be rolling out. And, you know, we got gas at all time low. And then what? And then what? What happened?
Gasoline was dropping to, I mean, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make.
We had $1.99 everything. Dow Jones at 50K. Everything was fine. And then I seen what was happening in Iran and said, we have to go.
Make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much.
I thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. This is not Max Payne, chat. I'm just gonna. When I hear shit like that, it's telling me to brace for Max Payne. We're not there yet. We're nowhere near Max Payne yet. I thought they would go up more than they did.
Much safer world, and the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does, just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, you know, if I do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse. Much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated their Navy. We've obliterated their just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone.
Chad. I have so much to say right now. I have so much to say right now. Like, this shit is crazy.
Gone. Their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want, Pete. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, I mean, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. They pick new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. And we've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But we are, I would say, we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that.
No, Matt, I'm looking at the bigger picture, man. They're about to fuck us over, man. If they want to bring in the digital ID, they want to put us onto the CBDC. They want this own nothing and be happy shit. We've always heard that they got to burn this shit to the ground. We're fucked. We're fucked. No jobs created in the private sector. They just said that they went all in on AI and it created nothing to the GDP. They're building fucking the infrastructure for some shit that will put us to shame. We won't be able to do shit, man. We're sold the fuck out, and this is the controlled demolition, man. It's not accident that oil prices are going high and pipelines won't be able to be built for 5 years. This shit is a controlled demolition, man. They are going to fuck us. At the same time that there's 600,000 more people trying to sell their house than home buyers, you got builders, new builders, they've came down $119,000 on the new build. We're fucked. We're fucked.
No other president had the courage to do, and everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one of the things we'll be talking. They want to buy a lot of the military equipment. So it's just an honor to have the Prime Minister. We've had a tremendous relationship. Okay.
Mr. President,
I think she's going to have to go first before you. Is that okay? Do you understand? Just very good. I tell you, she's I mean, it's so nice that we don't have to sit. No, it's very good. I haven't picked up your language, so the next.
See, this is what you're saying. Listen to how delusional these people are. You're so right. Joe Biden was awesome. Right, not. This is the shit that we're dealing with, Chad.
Next time you come, I'll have your language mastered. All right, go ahead.
The world is going to shit. We got gas prices reaching an all-time high. The Dow just crashed the most it has in 20, 30 years. We have instability throughout the fucking world. We're isolated. Jobs are net zero, and this motherfucker's talking about Joe Biden? What? This nigga Joe Biden got cancer. He's stunning shaded the fuck out eating ice cream. What are you talking about?
if the war is almost over, why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but we are being very judicious. But we want to do. Don't forget, Biden gave away. I rebuilt the military in my first term. Biden gave away.
Crazy. Yeah, my nerves bad, Southern. My nerves bad. I ain't gonna lie. That just ran me hot. Like, we're talking about Joe Biden here, man. Like, what? What?
So stupidly to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But it was a very small amount. It was a lot, but it was very small relative to what I purchased and what I built. We want to have vast amounts of ammunition, which we have right now. We have a lot of ammunition, but it was taken down by giving so much to Ukraine. They gave so much. You know, Biden gave $350 billion worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you'd call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it, but we're building. Our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never done before. Pete's in charge of it with all of us, really. But Pete's been very, very strong on it. The general and Pete, myself, the whole group. And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast, because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent 50.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. I'm not even here for the Kamala Trump shit, bro. I'm just gonna be honest. This guy's fucking winging it, bro. Bulletproof Trump is winging it, bro. I'm just gonna be honest. Whether you like it, whether you love it, whether you hate it, man. In my honest opinion, I think this is some go with the flow shit. Wake up and just decide, bro. This guy's winging it, bro.
$1 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it, and he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't even want to have a military. Now you see how important it is. But we have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location, and out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of 114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment. All our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is.
See, that's the thing, Jay. When it comes to America and the United States, I'm well traveled throughout the states, man. I've been to D.C. I've seen the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument. I've seen all of that shit. Been to the Civil Rights Museum. Like, that's what we did as a family. That's just what we did as a family. So yes, I've been to D.C. I've been all through there, man. It's shit's crazy, bro. I know where they got the damn long ass water thing where you flip the coins in and shit and make a wish, the little wish, the long ass shit in front of the Washington Monument. Yeah, I've been all over there, man.
So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy top.
Mr. President, you said... Mr. President, the Treasury Secretary this morning said there were defections among Iranian leadership. Are you aware of that? And is there...
I'm from the deep south, Drives. I'm from the deep south.
Anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward?
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
Yeah, so Ed, we are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, but we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they've wired their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
Mr. President, seeing defections.
Look at J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance ain't said a motherfucking thing about the war. He ain't said a motherfucking thing. Well, what did they have J.D. Vance up there talking about the other day? Fraud czar. Man, we're in the middle of a damn war in the Middle East, and we got the VP talking about fraud czar. Like, fucking cool nicknames and shit, man. What's going on?
Is Israel...
There's a lot of military defections also. You have a lot of military defections in Iran. I don't blame them.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you talked to Prime Minister NETANYAHU about attacking the oil and gas fields?
Yeah, I did. I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. We do. We're independent, but get along great. It's cool.
We're independent, but get along great. I told him don't do it. Didn't he blow the shit up anyway? Who's in the driver's seat here, man? Like, I understand that we're two separate countries and shit like this, but if we got in this shit together, I need to know who the fuck's in the driver's seat, man. I'm just gonna be all the way honest, man. Let me drive the boat, that type shit, man. Who's in the driver's seat? If we're in this together, like if y'all got in the car with me, one of us is gonna have to drive.
Coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And the last one, if I could, the Fed chairman told me yesterday that he plans to stay until a new Fed chairman is confirmed. And he also plans to stay on the board until the investigation of the Federal Reserve is done.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost. The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. Something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly you should be lowering interest rates, all right? Certainly, who would not lower them? But he's stubborn and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. But a lot of people have that, you know, it's not a curable disease. But he's also building, he should be lowering rates immediately. But he won't do that because he's a stubborn, incompetent person. And that's a bad thing. You know, when you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person. But he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. $25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House, fixing it up. And I mean, the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right. So there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know.
Now, didn't we just see that it was something that came out today that one of these contractors got awarded a $600 and something million contract right after Trump Jr. invested in it? Now it's at a $2 billion valuation, 900% increase. Like, what are we talking about, man? This shit's been going on, Trump. Like, god dang, let's be honest, man. Fuck, man. If y'all want to be on this chat, I'm going to keep it all the way. I'm going to lay it all the way out there. I don't give a fuck if they do a little fraud up there in D.C., man. It is what it is. Shit's been going on, man. Just get the shit to fucking together. Get us out of the war in the Middle East, man. Get these kids some free fucking lunch, man. I don't give a damn if you buy you upgrade your pool or something, man. The shit's been going on, bruh. Just get the shit together.
Know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived, but that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make, I mean, he could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most.
Look, Reed's Resties talking about don't care about fraud. What the hell? It's going on anyway. See, I'm going to be honest and tell y'all, man, if we can get the country together, I don't give a fuck about that little fraud they upgrading their pools. Y'all want to be selective. See, you want to be mad at the Somalis and you want to be mad at the niggas that was doing PPP and shit. But when it comes to that municipal fraud, you don't give a fuck. You hit a pothole every day in your town, man. You go to the water company, they ain't upgraded shit, everything. It's so much municipal fraud going. Trump just pardoned like $7 billion in municipal fraud. Healthcare fraud, all kind of shit. Nobody said a fucking peep. But when Plug comes out and say, hey man, if the country's better, I don't give a fuck if they buy them a new pool or something, it's a problem. It's a problem. Do you want a fixed country or do you want to just go on witch hunts and shit, man? Because one thing for sure, two things for certain, everybody in that fucking White House is doing fraud, man.
Most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is an incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building can be $3 to $4 billion.
Mr. President, on the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people right here.
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Good. Is he a good reporter?
See, this is the thing. You see how G-Dog comes in and G-Dog wanted to run to the comments and type. He didn't even question the poll. He just automatically assumed that everybody in here voted for Trump, right? So let's see. It says, see your poll. Notice your poll. Majority of the country supports the president. You are the minority, right? And it says, do you regret your vote? 602 people. 71% said no. How do you know the motherfuckers didn't vote for Kamala? Or somebody else? You're assuming everybody that answered the poll voted for Trump. Now watch you double down on it because you will not humble yourself to say you did not know. You just read it too fast or something. But you're going to double down and say, no, everybody voted. Everybody said they don't regret their Trump vote. No, a lot of motherfuckers don't regret that they voted for Kamala right now.
Yes, you know.
So.
Not all right, looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, you know, we have that kind of relationship, and we step up for Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan, and we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else, but I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that...
This is the thing that I would get to talking about, man. People talking about this guy doesn't pay anything in taxes because he doesn't care about fraud. See, you selectively care about fraud because you don't care about none of the fraud that's going on in the administration right now. You don't care about $200 million going to fucking fraudulent ad campaigns of corporations that are buddy-buddy with such and such. You don't care about a golf company that just starts making drones out of nowhere and is awarded a damn huge military contract. You don't give a fuck about that. You know why? Because them people look like you. Shit is crazy. Shit is fucking crazy.
Need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war is. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it by about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished. Maybe.
Yes, sir. Our missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone. And all.
Oh, Oh, chat, everybody hit the like button, man. We coming up on an hour and a half. We got to get the 200 likes before the next hour. So if everybody hits the like button right now, we'll get the 200 likes right quick. Everybody double tap the screen and hit the like button at the top, man. Support the channel for free.
All of the leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. Okay, how about one more question for the Prime Minister? Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, sure. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful.
Oh, okay.
He's sounding shy.
We're Japanese people. Of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
Look at her face, chat. Oh my gosh, bro. Like, I gotta zoom this in, bro. Trump is on timing, bro. Like, what is Trump on, bro? Trump, that's what I'm saying, bro. Trump winging this shit, bro.
When we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, no, you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And
you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. So everybody's thinking like, oh, he's saying that to try to cover it up. No, he's talking about what happened after that, the retaliation, man. Trump is on timing, bro. He's on demon time up there, bro. That's a hint at this shit can go nuclear, man. That's a hint at this shit can go nuclear.
We had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
Are you good for the Prime Minister?
Yes,
Go ahead. For the
Let's think about it. He's saying that we were surprised that the shit happened in Pearl Harbor, and they were surprised that we took it to a whole nother level with some damn nukes. First time and only time they've been used, man. Trump is on timing, bro.
Thank you very much. Japan's DJ Press.
Hell yeah, she ready to go. Look, she looking at her watch right now. Look, she about to sweat bullets, man. That little bob cut is about to be swooped to the side, man. She's sweating bullets right now, man. Her pearls got sweat dripping off of them, man. Trump on some bullshit.
Wow. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they're giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So will you plan to bring up relationship between Japan and China while you're there?
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to China.
I don't think it was funny in the sense of what happened. What I think is funny is that Trump just doesn't know how to read the room. Like, that's what I'm saying. He don't know how to read the room, man. Trump don't give a fuck, man, at times. And then other times it's just, I don't know. Sometimes you know how in your life chat that you will talk and you'll be like, damn, I just said too fucking much. I think Trump does that a lot because he's always on camera. He's always in front of the microphone. And I think Trump has a lot of moments where he's just like, damn, I said too much. And he just keeps talking.
Very quickly. But I think I'd really like to have the Prime Minister talk about China because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands, how you're doing with China. So, please.
Like the other day when they were talking about the guy that had ended up getting sick or whatever, he was like, it was terminally ill. He would be dead by June. Like, damn, Trump, that's what I'm saying. It's like, where is the, like it's a term for that. I'm not trying to put a diagnosis on him, but it's just when you can't read the room, it's just, there's a term for that.
日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。でとにかく米中関係も含めてですね、これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、これに貢献するものであることを願っています。
See, y'all are saying it's called being a man until somebody's talking about your mother or father, or somebody's talking about your son or daughter, or your aunt or uncle, somebody that was close and raised you. What if it was you? What if it was you, somebody you knew, one of your coworkers? What if one of your coworkers was at work and you would, disclose to him, and y'all was just in a conversation, and your coworker was like, yeah, his mom is fucking terminally ill. She'll be dead by June. You would be pissed the fuck off. You would be ready to lose your job. You would be ready to throw everything away. You're like, oh, I told you that in confidence. I thought you were my friend. You just went and told the whole fucking job. See, it's easy for you to be like, oh, it's man time, but if it was your mama that was laying on the fucking bed about to croak over and they put a time limit on how long your mama gonna be alive, you would be upset. You would be up fucking set, ready to lose your job, fight, throw everything you've earned away.
日本は常にオープンです。
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also, speaking of the US-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional.
Exactly. So why are y'all giving Trump a pass for disclosing that the guy was about to die? I'm not talking about this press conference. I'm talking about a couple of days ago where him and Marco Rubio was sitting there, or I think it was him and JD Vance or Rubio, and they were talking about somebody, and Trump was like, yeah, he's, Rubio was like, yeah, he's sick, some things are going on. Trump was like, terminally ill. He be dead by June. Like, y'all are excused. Like, that's man time. That's just being that. But if it was personal to you, it would be a respect thing. It's crazy.
Security and also.
Oh yeah, it was Mike Johnson. It was Mike Johnson. It was Mike Johnson. It was Trump and Mike Johnson sitting there, and Mike Johnson was like, "Oh, I don't know if that was public yet," and Trump just kind of looked.
Again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today, and I think mostly about trade, because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk.
See, that's the thing. You want to answer this, what they gonna do about it. See, let's get on some man time right now. If y'all want to be on man time, let's get on man time, man. If you want to be disrespectful and do all of that shit, you got to take what comes with it. But then you're in a situation where you got all this extra security, you got all of these laws and shit in your face, and then you talk tough or you disclose some shit. It's kind of like, what are they going to do about it? Fucking nothing. He's the president. Of course, he's protected. He has security. He has all kind of laws to where you can't do anything. But if it was your ass, somebody would get on your ass, though. Get all the way on it. I'm talking about like some fucking back pockets.
After the press corps leaves.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's watch NETANYAHU, man.
Now the Prime Minister will be speaking in English.
Welcome to the Foreign Press. First of all, I just want to say I'm alive, and you're all witnesses. And now that I dispatched this piece of fake news, I want to give you an update on Operation Roaring Lion. Under President Trump's visionary leadership, America and Israel are acting together in Iran with great determination and unprecedented strength. Operation Rising Lion is designed to remove the existential threats posed by the Ayatollah regime, the regime that has waged war against America and Israel and the people of Iran for 47 years. It chants death to America, death to Israel, and it delivers death to its own people. Our goals are three. One, removing the nuclear threat. Second, removing the ballistic missile threat, and removing both of these threats before they're buried deep underground and become immune from aerial attack. And third, this means creating the conditions for the Iranian people to grasp their freedom, to control their destiny. Today, the Ayatollah regime is not only attacking America, not only attacking Israel, not only attacking the Iranian people, it is attacking the entire Middle East and beyond. They've attacked civilians and American assets in Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE.
All right, chat, we 20 likes away from the next like goal. Everybody smash the like button right now. Is this AI? Yes or no? If this is AI, put yes in the chat. If it's not AI, put no in the chat. If it's AI, put yes. If it's not, put no. Let's see what the chat thinks, man. I think his face does look a little glossy. I seen a video where his sleeve kind of popped out, but I don't know, man. It could be real and it just not be NETANYAHU. I don't know, chat. I'm not trying to move the goalpost, so I'm going to watch the rest of this. You said, Najee said, do I think it's AI? I think that it is... How can I put it, man? I don't think it's NETANYAHU. I'm going to just keep it all the way honest. I don't know if it's high quality VR to where somebody could actually be standing up there and they have the screen to show, you know, differently, but it may be NETANYAHU. Right now, I'm kind of in between. I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
Oman, and they've even attacked through their proxies Cyprus in Europe. We've warned for decades that their ballistic missile program would be used to attack these targets far and wide, and if they're not stopped, that's just the beginning. The death cult in Iran is trying to blackmail the world by closing a key international maritime route, the Straits of Hormuz.
So when you put this video through AI, a lot of the AIs are saying that this is AI. They saying that they're using some kind of background stabilizer to keep the background the way it is. They're saying that it's the way the gloss is over the video. They noted the sleeve moving. So when you put this through certain AIs, it says that it's an AI video. But I'm trying to keep an open mind and keep an open mind and not prejudge it. I'm trying to watch it through and give my honest opinion.
It won't work. Israel is helping in its own way, and intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz, rather. But I want to ask you to imagine how the Ayatollah regime would be able to blackmail the entire world if they had ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles, international range ballistic missiles, and nuclear-tipped warheads. Just imagine what a great threat that would be. So today, Israel and the United States are protecting America, Israel, the entire Middle East, but I venture to say the entire world. Despite the fake news that is unfortunately being spread since the start of the war 20 days ago, we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal is being massively degraded and will be destroyed. Hundreds of their launchers have been destroyed, their stockpiles of missiles are being hit hard, and so are the industries that produce them. That's important. In Rising Line, we destroyed missiles and we destroyed a lot of the nuclear infrastructure. But what we're destroying now.
What up, plug
are
Top
the,
Cat? Oh damn! What up, Top
factories
Cat?
that produce the components to make these missiles and to make the nuclear weapons that they're trying to produce. We're wiping out their industrial base in a way that we didn't do before. Iran's air defenses have been rendered useless. Their navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Today we hit the other part of their navy in the Caspian Sea. Their air force is nearly destroyed. Iran's command and control structure is in utter chaos. And I can tell you that there's still more work to do, and we're going to do it. And I want to close these opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone...
Okay, chat, did Israel drag the U.S. into a conflict with Iran? I mean, Rubio kind of laid the outline for us. It's not like people were saying that Israel was going to drag us in this war, but when Rubio said we knew the threat was imminent because Israel was going to attack and Iran was going to retaliate, I mean, that kind of sounds like you dragged us into a war. I'm just saying, that's the secretary, you know what I'm saying? Like that, hey, man.
Really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good for America, and may I add, I think what is also good for future generations. In this case, those interests are absolutely clear, and so is the clarity of our achievements. Together in close coordination with President Trump, the close coordination between America and Israel, our militaries, our intelligence services, we're achieving goals in light.
But then another thing too, Chad, when he says, does anybody think can anybody tell President Trump what to do? We got to listen to what he's saying and evaluate it. Does anybody think President Trump can tell Netanyahu what to do? I don't think so. And let's tell you why. Because we know that this war, we're trying to get out of this war. Trump said it would be over. He put a kind of timeline on it, right? He told them not to attack the natural gas. Netanyahu attacked the natural gas anyway. Trump did a late night tweet last night, you know what I'm saying, going off about the natural gas and all of that. And that's going to prolong the war. That's going to prolong this shit. It just escalated it now. Now we have millions of people in these different countries that are at threat of dying, not having what they need. So can either party tell either party what to do in this point? If we're saying that the U.S. and Israel is in this war together and neither side can tell either one to do, that's what I was saying yesterday, Chad. We can be in the same car but going different places. We can be in the same car, but we're going different places. But one thing's for sure, somebody has to be the driver. Now, we can switch driver seats, but somebody's got to drive this motherfucker.
Lightning speed. But I want to say another word. It's been said that for 40 years, I've been saying that Iran is a danger to Israel and a danger to the world. That is true. You know who else said that? President Trump. 47 years ago, when the Iranian thugs took over the American embassy, he said how dangerous this regime is. In his first term in office, he didn't need any convincing. He said the Iranian nuclear deal was the worst deal that he'd ever seen, and he walked out of it. Right before his second term, before he was reelected, I went to see him in Mar-a-Lago. The first thing he said to me was, "Bibi, we've got to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons." He said that to me. I didn't say it to him. He didn't need any convincing.
So now Netanyahu is saying that Trump lied about no new wars then, right? So is that what I'm hearing, chat? Am I hearing Netanyahu lay out the reasons that Trump lied to us about no new wars? Is this true, chat? Yes or no? I'm just saying, chat, if BB's telling the truth, that means Trump lied to us about no new wars.
There either. Now, why did he say that? because for more than 4 decades, this regime, as I said in the beginning of my remarks,
He said that I went to Mar-a-Lago before Trump got elected his last time, and the one thing he said to me was, BB, Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Well, how the fuck else are they? How else are we gonna stop them from getting it? We see how that's played out. It's gonna be some conflict. So that means that BB saying Trump was ready for conflict with Iran prior to coming into office, his second term. So that means he bamboozled. How many votes did he get? How many millions of votes did he get? That means he bamboozled all of those votes. It's crazy.
is chanting, death to Israel, death to America. But they say Israel is only the small Satan standing in their way. The great Satan is the United States of America. And these ideological fanatics, these lunatics, define their raison d'etre, their reason for being, is wiping out Western civilization and America that leads it. They have claimed the lives, they've maimed.
Oh yeah, also to America being a Christian country that we've seen that's been going around and said, BB came at Jesus today too, man. BB said that Jesus, man, basically he said Genghis Khan beat Jesus. Some evil, good does not outbeat evil. BB said that Jesus, Genghis is no better than Genghis Khan, man. He kind of talked crazy about Jesus today, man. I'm not gonna lie, Netanyahu, I ain't really fucking with that, bro. It's kind of crazy, bro. It's kind of crazy that man, I don't know. Because it's like, they're saying that they're trying to bring their Messiah back. Christianity, Jesus doesn't come back until the Antichrist is already here. So, and it's just crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. Man, BB took a shot at Jesus in here, man.
And wounded thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate the American president, Donald Trump, not once, but twice.
I think it's the reason he said that too. Maybe he's trying to, you know, separate the interests. Like, hey, look, yeah, we started off saying that this was a holy war, religious war, and this is the reason that the Christians and the Jews should be together in this, and they seen the response throughout the media and the waves, and it wasn't going over well. Now BB's taking shots at Jesus. It's kind of crazy.
Now they blackmail for oil. Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city and every European city and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for Israel. It's certainly a danger for America. We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand.
Yeah, it don't matter if they believe in Jesus or not. What I'm saying is, Top Cat, he talked crazy about Jesus, but what they're trying to bring back is their Messiah. After, you know, they already got the red heifer ashes. You know, the red heifer ashes is because you can't enter the temple unless you're pure, unless you're ritualistically pure. The only way you can be ritualistically pure is to have these red heifer ashes. It's only been done, this is the third time it's been done. It's supposed to be what, hibiscus, the red heifer ashes and something else. They say that they sprinkle it on it. A clean person has to sprinkle it on you, and then now they're not clean until evening, and now you're clean, and all of that has to be going on before they move into the temple. What I'm saying is that's what they have going on. This group of people that we're watching pursue this war. When we talk about bringing the evangelicals into it, they believe that the Antichrist has to come before Jesus can come back, right? So it kind of plays hand in hand. It's like, okay, if we're going to say that what these people are trying to bring back is the Antichrist. Well, then right after they do what they do, Jesus is going to come save the world. So that's why we're seeing it play out the way it is.
That we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I speak to dozens of world leaders.
See, not only are we fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight.
Eye to eye on that. Thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate the American president, Donald Trump, not once, but twice. Now they blackmail for oil. Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city and every European city and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for Israel. It's certainly a danger for America. We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand that we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I speak to dozens of world leaders. Dozens. They all know that. And privately, they all say that. They say that privately, but I say it publicly. The world owes a debt of deep indebtedness.
See, everybody hit the like button. Jay, I see you say Son of God's been here. He only helps the truth warriors. Listen, I'm not here to debate what you believe, your ideologies, religions. I'm saying that this is what I see playing out for these people. When I've done my research into what both sides believe in, and I'm watching this play out, I'm going back to the red heifer sacrifice last year. They're not talking about it anymore. They're on to building the third temple. Yeah, man.
Deep indebtedness to President Trump for leading this effort to safeguard our future.
Thank
Questions?
you. We'll now take a few questions. The first question is from Zach Anders from Newsmax.
Mr. Prime Minister, Zach Anders, Newsmax.
Why they cut the voice out?
For such a change.
Like
I think
they
it's too
even
early
cut
to
the reporter's voice out on this one. Like, look at the different scenery. It's like they're supposed to be looking right at him, and they're in a room with some COVID mask on, and
another. You don't want to replace Hitler with Himmler. So I think the question is, will the conditions be created for such a change? I think it's too early to say. And I think in the final account, as I said, it's up to the Iranian people to show that, to choose the moment and to rise to the moment. We can create the conditions, but they have to, they have to exploit those conditions at a certain point. It is often said that you can't do revolutions from the air. That is true. You can't do it only from the air. You can do a lot of things from the air, and we're doing, but there has.
So no, I think what is going on, chat, just honestly, Netanyahu may be alive, but I don't think so. I don't think that I don't know if he's alive or not, but I don't think that this is Netanyahu. I'm just going to be honest. I think that what they're doing is they're using very, very good VR, and they're taking thousands of hours of footage and video and voice, and they're getting a scene, and what they're doing is they're uploading a prompt. They're uploading the prompts to make the mouth match what he's saying. I think that they're getting really specific with the prompts, and we're helping them. Every single AI video that they've put out of Netanyahu, of proof of life video, has gotten a little bit better, and it's because we're helping them. We're pointing out the flaws. We're telling them what's fucking wrong with it, and they're trying to make it better. And them cutting the scenes back and forth, like, and then we see the reporters having COVID masks on and shit. I just don't know, Chad. I don't know if they're trying to make us not know what to believe. I don't know, bro.
Has to be a ground component as well. There are many possibilities for this ground component, and I take the liberty of not sharing with you all those possibilities.
Would you recognize Pahlavi if the people keep chanting for him in the streets?
Well, I'm not going to say who specifically is going to be there, but I think he's been a force for good. He's been trying to get the people to unite for a transitional government, a democratic transitional government, or a moderate transitional government. I hope that it comes to being. I think it's too early to say.
Next question from Richard Engel from NBC News.
Good to see you again.
Why do they keep cutting the voices out? Man, you know what the fuck I meant when I said VR to AI shit. You know what the hell I mean.
And that we wanted, as I said, decimate the ballistic missile program, which we're doing, decimate the nuclear program, which we're doing. I think that those are goals that are achievable, but I'm not going to put a schedule or a stopwatch on it. I think we have goals that have to be achieved, and we're not counting the days. But I will say this canard that we dragged the United States into it is not just a canard, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I think President Trump said it best, and I said it as well many times. There's always a danger in acting. But in conditions of existential threats, there's a much greater danger in not acting. What do you think would have happened if America did not act now? Just imagine what would have happened. In a few months' time, no more than a year, Khamenei, still alive, would have ordered the beginnings of the new nuclear program and the reconstructed ballistic missile program to move underground. Now, it'll take them a little time, maybe a few years, but you can't reach those programs. And they develop intercontinental ballistic missiles, okay? That means missiles that can hit Chicago and New York and Florida and Texas and California. Oh, but they don't have it yet. That's what people said. Right, let's wait. No, just let them do it, you know? Just wait and let them do it. You won't be able to do it. It's the last moment. No, it takes a little time. I mean, you had a few months.
Bro, we've been letting them, it's been this way since how long, bro? You've been getting on here since you had the black hair sitting back in the fucking chair talking about Iran was 2 months away or a year away or 6 months away and shit. And so I'm going to answer the question for you, BB. I don't think they would have done a damn thing if not provoked. If not you trying to have your way over there, I don't think they would have done a damn thing. I'm just going to be honest.
To prevent them from doing it and to just decimate these industries and perhaps achieve this transitional government in Iran. So you'd sit back and you say, well, it's not going to happen in the next Thursday, so let's not act. I tell you that there's enormous risk in not acting, much greater risk than acting. And if you think that the
this where he finna start taking shots at Jesus, y'all.
Oil markets are in trouble today. Think of Iran with nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. And then think of the blackmail that you would endure.
I didn't exactly ask, however.
Okay, we're going to go to the next question.
No, I think it's only fair. This is a serious subject.
What is this?
What the fuck does blackmail mean? I mean, I know what it means, but in this situation, think of the blackmail. Like, blackmail for what? We talking about extortion? Is BB confusing extortion with blackmail? That may be it. Because blackmail for what? Like, now, when I think of blackmail and I'm looking at BB, I don't think about nothing but the Epstein files. Like, let's be honest. Blackmail for what, man? China's talking about they've unredacted the Epstein files as well, Chad. China, somebody from China, I forgot who he was, he came out and said that they believe that they have unredacted all of the Epstein files.
Yeah,
one question for,
go ahead.
We don't have a lot of time. This is the war.
Go ahead, ask.
Of course, but you have there are oil fields around the world that are burning. Gas prices are going up. The war is popular here in Israel, is not popular with many Americans. So my question was, how do you see this ending? Not why, not even when. What do you imagine the day after?
So this is what Yo Wide Tech says, do this for a living for very big companies. Went, pulled a video, ran it through some software. He is not AI. However, he is not in the same room. He is elsewhere. Maybe he's hiding. And that leads me to believe that that's probably a body double. That's probably a body double, or with the damn little sleeve on. You know how they just had Jim Carrey. Remember they say they put the shit in your face before it happened. The guy that put the sleeve on and went to the award show like Jim Carrey. Everybody was like, what happened to Jim Carrey? He looks a little funny. He looks a little fucked up. Then he came out a couple of days later and was like, no, that wasn't Jim Carrey. That was me. It was all a psyop.
Well, we have achievable goals, and I'm not going to speak about the full battle plans that we have with the United States. We're well coordinated with them. I will say this, that once we achieve our goals, then I have argued, I think, and Americans understand this very well because we're real partners. I think that what has to be done is to have alternative routes instead of going through the choke points of the.
I don't think he's in the USA. If he is alive, I think he's probably in Germany. Because remember the timeline of events, right? We got to remember the timeline of events that happened around Netanyahu. Where is it at? So the timeline of events that happened around Netanyahu and him not being, seen for a while, it was March 11th at 5:45 a.m. USA FC-17 departed from Tel Naf. They're calling it the flying hospital. It went to Germany. The timing matches an emergency evacuation after a bombing that the radar couldn't fully hide. The C-17 landed in Ramstein at 10:15 a.m. Landstuhl Hospital activated VIP protocols, closed the maternity ward, and cleared entire floors. So that's all what happened around Netanyahu. Remember, we seen the screen of how the plane went. The attack happened where they said it could have been him and some of his family, close people hit or family hit. We seen that plane, which has the flying hospital, leave the airspace, fly around over the ocean, water or whatever, for like 4 hours. Then it passed all of those countries, flew straight into Germany, and that hospital activated VIP protocol, allegedly.
Of the Hormuz Straits and the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, in order to have the flow of oil, just have oil pipelines, gas pipelines, going west through the Arabian Peninsula, right up to Israel, right up to our Mediterranean ports, and you've just done away with the choke points for forever. That is definitely possible. So I see that as a real change that will follow this this war. But I also see this war ending.
Yeah, I don't think Netanyahu cares about the ICC warrants for his arrest. I think that's why he flew over all of those places like Italy and shit. I think that's why he went into Germany.
A lot faster than people think. I think you have to, in war, you have to grit your teeth. Churchill said that democracies suffer from the slumber of democracies, as he called it. And they only wake up, he said, they may wake up only when they hear the gong, the jarring gong of danger, is the way he put it. Well, you're hearing the jarring gong of danger. The jarring gong of danger is Iran gets nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. That's not a jarring gong. That is an apocalypse. Don't let it happen. And the function of leaders is to stand and tell people the truth, even when things are uncomfortable. That's what you have to do. And you don't always see the danger in time. But leaders are tasked with the task of seeing danger in time and acting on it. And I hope that in time, people will see the wisdom and the courage of President Trump's decision and his leadership, and the fact that we're working together. America is not fighting for Israel. America is fighting with Israel for a common goal, to protect our future, to protect civilization against these barbarians.
Next question, one question, Guy Azriel from I-24 News.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Gary Azriel, I-24 News. President Trump said today he did not like the Israeli strike on the Iranian gas fields. My question to you, was the President aware of Israel striking that gas field? Did you approve it? And please, if you may, do you see any signs that the Iranian regime is collapsing? And what assurances do you give the Israeli public that if it does stand on its feet, we will not see another wave of a war with Iran in maybe 5 or 10 years?
Well, I'll say two things. Fact number one, Israel acted alone against the Slawiya gas compound. Fact number two, President Trump asked us to hold off on future attacks, and we're holding out. What do we see? What happens if are there any signs that the Iranian regime is cracking? A lot of signs. A lot of signs. I wish I could divulge all of them, but I see that. But will I tell you, will I commit right now that it's going to collapse? I can tell you that we're working to create the conditions for it to collapse, but it may survive, it may not. If it survives, it'll be a lot weaker. There's no comparison. It'll be at its weakest point, shorn of industries that it built over decades, death industries, shorn of many other capabilities that they have, and equipped with the experience, with the knowledge that if they try it again, they'll be hit again even harder. I cannot tell you of the technological developments that we are engaged in to anticipate this and other possibilities, but Israel has shown that it can do wondrous things, and in partnership with our American allies, we can do amazing things, amazing things. As Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said, these are the two most amazing air forces in the world. It's the two most amazing intelligence services in the world. It has the capabilities to confront these barbarians and to outstrip them, both in innovation and, when necessary, in lethality. It's directed, it's targeted lethality. It's going against the killers and as much as possible to avoid civilian casualties. We have those capacities. We're building them for the future. That is what safeguards the future. You know, if people want to be naive, that they don't see the kind of world we're living in. In this world, it's not enough to be moral. It's not enough to be just. It's not enough to be right. You know? One of the greatest writers of the 20th century, someone that I admire a lot, was the historian Will Durant. Now, he wrote many volumes. I read most of them. He also wrote The Lessons of History, very brief, 100-page book, in which he said, well, history proves that, unfortunately and unhappily, Jesus Christ has no advantage over Genghis Khan. Because if you are strong enough, ruthless enough, powerful enough, evil will overcome good. Aggression will overcome moderation. So you have no choice. If you look at the world as it is today, you have to be blind not to see that the democracies led by the United States have to reassert their will to defend themselves and to oppose their enemies in time while there's still time, before the jarring gong of danger wakes them up and wakes them up too late. This is where we are now. The fact that people don't see that, the fact that a lot of the news media are harking on a lot of fake news, but also a lot of short-sightedness, and do not see the historic period and the historic struggle that we are engaged in now, doesn't obviate these truths. We have to be strong. We have to be armed. We have to be more powerful than the barbarians, or they will not be merely at the gate. They'll crash our gates and destroy our societies. That's what Israel is doing now with the United States. And I'm very proud of the fact that the Israeli people are standing strong, that the Israeli army is standing strong. We rose from October 7th. Our people, our soldiers rose like lions. But in protecting ourselves and in joining with our great American friends, we're also protecting the entire world.
Thank you. Next question, Tom Burridge from ABC News.
Sure. Hi, Tom Sufi Burridge, ABC News. Prime Minister, given
Yeah, I don't know what Netanyahu on chat. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. We are 5 subscribers away from 44,200. Can we get a quick 5 subscribers to hit 44,200? We're also 20 likes away from the next like goal. If everybody double taps their screen or hits the like button, we'll smash through it, man. How do y'all feel about what Netanyahu said, man? Do y'all rock with what Netanyahu said, man? Yes or no?
Given the escalation of attacks on US allies across the Gulf, given the spiraling energy costs, the high costs in general, the US service personnel killed in this war, many Americans are asking that question, whether you misled their government into starting this war, and for how long should Americans keep paying the price?
Well, I misled no one, and I didn't have to convince President Trump about the need to prevent Iran from developing its nuclear program, putting it underground, and being able to launch nuclear-tipped missiles at the United States. He understood that. He explained it to me. I didn't explain it to him. And I think that our partnership is the only way to avoid this catastrophic development. The loss of servicemen is painful. Early on in my military service, a fellow soldier died in my arms. I lost a brother who fought terrorists, led the historic Entebbe rescue. The cost to bereaved families is enormous, and I sympathize and send the condolences of the people of Israel to these families and to the American people. Freedom is precious. It has its costs. But if you're not prepared to defend it, if you're not prepared to resist the tyrannies that are trying to arm themselves with the weapons of mass death, you will have no future. And therefore, we're doing what we can. As far as oil prices rising, spikes, you know what a spike is? You know what a spike is? It goes up and goes down. The Americans are working very hard, and we're trying to help them in every way that we can, to open the straits of Hormuz. And if they succeed, which I think they will, then oil prices will come down. But if you say, all right, I'm suffering right now, and people are, then I shouldn't do anything. I should just succumb to the blackmail, let Iran get on with it, let them develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them to New York and Los Angeles. You're going to be blackmailed in ways that you can't even imagine. I think what this war has done is unmask what Iran is. You know, we've said for years, look at these people. They're doing things that normal regimes do not do. I don't hear even adversaries of the United States chanting death to America, death to the great Satan, massacring tens of thousands of their own people at will like that in 2 days. You have that sometimes. But the combination of fanaticism, deep ideological lunacy, there's no other way to call it, the total and utter ruthlessness of this regime makes it uniquely dangerous. Uniquely dangerous not only to Israel and to the United States, but to everything in between and far beyond. And the fact that this is not recognized, you ask me, okay, what do people think? What did they think in the 30s? What did they think in the 30s when you had a terrible, ruthless, killer regime led by a lunatic that took one country after the other, did it very sequentially? What did they say? They said what? They said, let's stay out of this. It's not our war. It's not our problem. Maybe it's only the Jews. Have we learned nothing, absolutely nothing in these 80 years? We cannot see the danger that lurks. It doesn't lurk. It's risen from the mud. It's right in our face. It's splattering blood right at us. I can't believe that we're clueless. We're not clueless. I talk to many American friends. They're not clueless. They understand this. Some don't. Some are adamantly opposed, but many are adopting a wait-and-see attitude. But I can tell you that I've spoken, as I said a minute ago, I've spoken to many, many leaders. We're talking about dozens and dozens of leaders. And they all say the same thing. I understand it. Some of them come out and say it. They're bold. And some of them say, I don't know. I wish I understand it, but some of my people don't, or my news media are against me and so on. I was glad to see in the United States that an enormous enormous percentage of President Trump's supporters, traditional supporters, understand it. And I hope that my friends and colleagues of many years on the other side of the aisle, those who understand and agree with what I just said, and there are quite a few of them, have the courage to come out and say it. Because at the end,
y'all want to do a panel later on, chat? We might do a panel later on, probably. Y'all want to do a panel later on? Yes or no, chat? Y'all let me know. We can get into Discord later on if y'all want to.
And what is the task of leaders if you're a leader? The most important thing is to assure the security of your people. And that means identifying danger in time and acting against it. That is a prerequisite for the survival of any biological organism. You have to identify danger in time and act in time against it. You either fight or flight. These are the two options you have. Where can you flee? Nowhere, because Iran can reach any part of the world. So you have to, at a certain point, fight. And this is the juncture where we've reached in time. Not too late, but in time. I just will encourage all those who agree with what President Trump is saying, with what I'm saying too, act. I didn't have to convince President Trump of anything.
Act how?
He didn't need any convincing. He acted as a great leader does to protect his country and to protect the future.
Thank you. Next question. Alex Trayman from JNS. JNS, right behind you, yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do?
JNS, right behind you, yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah has opened up another front against Israel, launching rockets against Israeli civilians. Now ground troops are inside Lebanon. Is there any hesitancy toward launching a full ground operation to eradicate Hezbollah? And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel-Lebanon relations and the greater Middle East?
Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what...
I know that's right, yo, mama. I'm about to fire my damn self, but we almost done with this Netanyahu interview. We're gonna watch I believe who was over there on Pierce channel yesterday. We didn't get to watch it, man. Pierce had a good channel. I forgot dude's name from the Young Turks. What's the dude? Glenn Beck, and then the guy from the Young Turks got into it over there on Pierce Morgan yesterday.
Hezbollah had been, I said in my opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence underground, ready to invade. And we knocked them back. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, a security zone that is there that prevents this kind of invasion, and we have plans.
Hey, that's crazy, chat. We just had 44,200 subscribers, and then 3 people unsubscribed immediately. Like soon as we hit 42,300, 3 people unsubscribed. What the hell is going on? Are y'all playing with my sub counter over here? Like, is that what's going on? Y'all playing with the sub counter?
For the future. Obviously, our number one effort is geared towards Iran. If the regime goes, you know that Hezbollah goes. But in any case, we're devising our plans in such a way that we could remove this threat as well.
Thank you. Final question from Jeremy Diamond at CNN.
Mr. Prime Minister, Jeremy Diamond, CNN. Nice to see you. You've assassinated Iran's supreme leader and dozens of other senior Iranian officials. The result of that so far has been the appointment of a new supreme leader considered to be even more hardline than his father. The Iran
You said you can't click the links for the Discord. I'm going to put it on my community tab wall. So if you go to the post on my community tab wall, I'm about to put it right there right now. So everybody can get join the Discord, because we do have discussions, and that's how you get on the panel to discuss. Is the Discord. I just put it on my community tab wall. If you go to the post on the channel, and that link will be clickable.
Iranian regime is not showing any signs of collapse as of now. So I wonder, what do you say to those who say that killing those individuals is in fact empowering the hardliners in Iran? And are you confident that your strategy will still lead to regime change? And then secondly, if I may, you've also indicated today that you made a commitment to President Trump not to strike these oil and gas facilities in the future. Should President Trump come to you one day and say, oil prices are too high, it's time to end this war, will you listen to him? And do you need the United States?
No, BB won't listen to him, and no, I don't think BB is telling the truth when he says he won't strike any more of those damn things, man. When he says he won't strike any more of the gas or oil refineries, I think that's a motherfucking lie. I'm just going to keep it honest with you.
In order to continue this campaign alone.
Was that a single question? Jeremy, you really hogged it, but I'll answer your questions. I'm not sure who's running Iran right now. Mujtaba, the replacement Ayatollah, has not shown his face. Have you seen him? We haven't. And we can't vouch exactly what is happening there. There is a cloud here that's not clear. What we see is that there's a lot of tensions inside the people who are edging.
I'm going to be honest, we haven't seen them. We haven't seen them. BB, we haven't seen you either, man. We don't know if that's you actually there, man, or the face filter, man. I'm just going to be honest with you. You got to let us see the reporters in the room, man, without some COVID mask, man. We don't need to see everybody in this bitch with a COVID mask on.
For the top. It's not a uniform position.
Might well put Pooh Shiesties on them, man. If you want your security detail to remain private, man, just put Pooh Shiesties on them here.
You see that sometimes with the contradictory orders that are given. You know, they do one thing and then they withdraw it and so on. I think it's important that they know that if they think they're going to target the world, target the President of the United States and so on, they themselves are being targeted. That creates a lot of uncertainty. We've found that can have an effect. The removal of Nasrallah has never been really been replaced, because some people are not replaceable. I think
it's just crazy that we say that this country has the best technology in the world. We get a lot of our tech from there, and we think it's a little crazy to think this video may be some other shit. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm on apps. I'm on a few different platforms, you know, doing my thing. You know, Plugsation, it's a brand. We on a few platforms, right? So some of these platforms, you know, these creators, they use the face changer. Like, they'll be looking like Michael Jackson, or they'll look like Drake, or they'll look like a woman. And the shit looks all right. Like, it looks like not terribly fake. Like, you could tell, like, ah, man, you know it's fake, but it doesn't look terribly fake. So if this country that we're saying has the best technology, I'm pretty sure they can make that shit look a little better, man.
the authority and the hold that Khamenei has had is not going to be translated to anyone, not to Mujtaba if he's there, and not to anyone else. But I think this is part of the effort to crack the regime. It's not going to happen in one day. We're 20 days into this war. Yes, we're seeing cracks. We're seeing cracks, and we're trying to propagate them as fast as we can. Not only in the top command, we're seeing cracks in the field. You know, it's sort of like a hollowed out, rotten piece of wood that's holding on the outside, but there's a lot of rot inside. We're seeing some defections. We're seeing fear and trepidation in the IRGC units that are manning the the ballistic missiles. You know why? Because they're afraid to die. They're not all suicidal. In fact, most of them are not. So we're seeing cracks, but we're going to hit them again and again. The minimum thing we want to do is, again, erase the industrial capacity that they had to produce these weapons. They'll have to build it from a start, and that's very hard. It's very hard to do underground, too.
Chad, we got to get the likes up, man. We got to get 250 likes right quick, Chad. I'm not going to lie. We coming up on 3 hours, man. We got to hit 250 likes right quick because we need to push to 300 before we get to the 3rd hour, man. So everybody hit the like button right now. If you already hit it, hit again. Double tap the screen, Chad.
They're not going to be able to just take the pieces and move them below the earth. It's going to be a lot harder for them. But ideally, if it cracks enough, and with some other things that I won't get into, yes, the regime could change. Is it guaranteed? No. And is it up to the Iranian people in the final accounting to make use of the conditions that we're doing in weakening this regime? We'll see. I cannot tell you. They're very brave, by the way. I don't come and criticize them in any way. I think they're very brave. I think they've suffered enormously. And the question is, will we have a meeting ground between the weakening of the regime and the rising of the people in many ways that could develop? We'll see. On the oil and gas questions, I can only tell you this. Look, I don't think any two leaders have been as coordinated as President Trump and I. He's the leader. I'm, his ally. America is the leader. Israel.
Okay, so BB, is coming out and conforming publicly. Now, whether we believe that's the truth or that's actually what's going on, that's another debate. But publicly, BB is yielding to Trump. Publicly, BB is yielding to Trump.
Is, as the National Security Memorandum described us, I think a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I think, something like that, they called Israel the model ally. That's how they call it, the model ally. It's not a superpower, but America is seeking around the world, and you hear it from the speeches of President Trump and others in the administration. They say, where are you? We've helped you all these years. Where are you when we're doing something that is as important, at least as important for you as it is important for us? And yet one country is there. And against all the vilifications that are leveled at Israel, Israel is sponging off America and all that. No, it's not. It's not. Israel is a brave country, a resolute country with an incredible army, incredible soldiers, incredible courage, and we're fighting alongside the United States when the chips are down. We're fighting with the United States. We're fighting for a common goal. So I can tell you that that's the most important coordination. But in practice, President Trump and I speak regularly. We discuss things. Our staffs discuss things. Our militaries are in close coordination as never before. But ultimately, President Trump makes his own decisions. And do I respect them? Yes, I do.
The question is whether you would or could continue the war without...
Just one question, Jeremy. Thank you.
Could you without the United States? Without the refueling capabilities, for example?
We're going to close. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
You
Thank
exhausted
you,
your
everyone,
questions.
for your questions today.
I was echoing. All right, Jamal said I was echoing earlier. Thank you, Jamal. I had to get y'all the hell out of my face. I was too zoomed in. But Jamal said the video was echoing, so I had muted the mic. I don't know why I was echoing. But I appreciate that super chat, Jamal. Y'all get Jamal some likes on that super chat. We're about to watch this Piers Morgan right here. We're gonna check this Piers Morgan episode, and then we'll get into Discord and have some discourse, man. We'll talk about what's going on in the Discord. Everybody hit the like button for me. Let's get some more people in here. Let me pull up this Piers Morgan. But yeah, I had muted the mic because I was echoing.
The United States and Israel thought we could win a quick and decisive victory. We're now in a long war, a war of attrition. And that's a war that the Iranians are in an excellent position to prevail in. They have the ability to tank the international economy.
I really look forward to seeing their doomsday prophecies shatter at the face of reality. We want them to stop dreaming about wiping Israel off the map by the year 2040, which was an official Iranian goal and policy.
Israel are guilty of the supreme international crime of aggression under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Now let's turn to Mr. Carnicus.
Conricus, the N is before the R.
Is it echoing now, chat? Like, dang, I tried to turn the mic down some. Let me turn it down some more.
Whatever your name is.
I don't understand why there's one rule for Israel and another rule for everybody.
All right, chat, is it echoing? Let me know. Press 1 if it's echoing.
Everybody else has got them. Israel's begun a ground operation in Lebanon as it continues to escalate a major second front in its war on Iran and Iran's proxies. The risks, obviously, are enormous, but for Israel, so too are the potential rewards. Israel would be a much safer place without constant attacks from a country that vowed repeatedly to wipe it from the map. Israel would be a lone rock of stability in a neighborhood of countries hobbled by a power vacuum. Israel would benefit immediately from trade ties with the rich Gulf states who've long cited Iran's menacing as a reason for not taking sides. Israel would cement its place as the region's only nuclear-armed nation with the most advanced military and the deepest intelligence network. It would, in effect, be a superpower with no break on whatever ambitions it has. Now, putting aside in many ways this war could go horribly wrong, and it's no surprise that Netanyahu says he's dreamed of it for 40 years. It's no surprise that Israel has pressed successive US presidents to join the war, often, as Antony Blinken revealed, by threatening to strike first if necessary. It's no surprise that Israelis support the war overwhelmingly. But what is missing in all of this is a clear and consistent case for why any of these benefits are of equal interest to Israel's partner in this war, the United States. President Trump has reneged on his pro-peace pledges and taught some of his closest supporters to launch an unpopular and expensive war on the eve of elections which could condemn him to lame duck irrelevance. And his most prominent cheerleaders, Ben Shapiro and Ted Cruz to Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham, are the most avowedly pro-Israel commentators who have all called themselves never-Trumpers in the past. It's not necessarily conspiratorial to make this war all about Israel. The war's supporters have made it literally all about Israel. And this week, Mark Levin said its critics are just as evil as Nazis.
Is giving aid and comfort, propaganda to the enemy, as are individuals who I call the woke right neo-fascists, who are stirring the anti-Semitism pot, who are stirring the trash Christian pot. They are no different than the same voices we heard in the 1930s, and just as disgusting, evil, and reprehensible.
Pretty ridiculous to compare the right-wing commentators right now to Nazis. Joe Kent, who resigned as Trump's counter-terrorism chief over a war he said was at the behest of the Israeli lobby, has been condemned as a neo-Nazi, Jew-hating Israel basher. Well, I've personally been accused of attacking or hating Israel or Israelis for pointing out that this very right-wing administration currently running Israel has itself said that Israel is the reason the US is at war. So before we debate all of this, here's a definitive guide to why everyone is talking about Israel.
I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel, and give us a shot if that was possible.
That if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets.
Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded.
Israel faced an existential risk, and they were prepared to strike Iran alone. If that happened, Iran was very likely to target our troops.
We did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there.
Well, Jonathan Conricus and Norman Finkelstein will be joining us in a few minutes for a fascinating debate. But we begin today's coverage with Professor John Mearsheimer, a regular visitor to Uncensored, who's written and spoken about all of this for decades. Professor Mearsheimer, welcome back to Uncensored.
I'm glad to be here, Piers, and I'm glad to see that you've recovered from your fall.
Thank you. Nearly there, nearly there. Back in the studio, down to one crutch, and life goes on, thankfully.
See, I didn't know Pierce fell. I just knew he had a hip replacement. I didn't know Pierce had took a tumble.
Let me just ask you straight off the top. A lot of people on the sort of vehemently pro-Israeli side tend to say, why do you keep making this about Israel? Why do you keep talking about Israel? When they themselves constantly talk about Israel, and from my perspective, often try and silence legitimate debate about...
Yeah, Logic, I got my vices, man. I got my vices.
Netanyahu's government and what they're up to by branding people who criticize it in any way anti-Semitic and so on. You can't escape the Israeli influence, not least in this war in Iran, right?
I think that Israeli influence and the Israel lobby's influence in leading the United States into this war is quite obvious. There's just an abundance of evidence that Israel pushed us into this war and that the lobby helped. And of course, whenever that happens and somebody points it out, that person is accused of being an anti-Semite or a self-hating Jew. But this is ridiculous. The question is whether the evidence supports the claim.
Oh shit, chat. I done pulled up the wrong fucking video. Man, I knew it was some shit going on. I done pulled up the wrong damn video. I'm sitting here looking like, hold on. Where the fuck is everybody else trying to see?
How this works out, I don't know. Could be fabulous, could be World War III.
When the Americans asked Britain to help, we've got to say yes. That is part of the special relationship.
Your account of British policy, I'm afraid, is a travesty.
No, hang on.
The Strait of Hormuz. The idea that Donald Trump didn't think of it, that is one of the biggest narrative lies I've seen in a long time.
Just to correct you on one thing, Trump literally said,
you said smoking
yesterday.
That is not a vice. Oh, I'm smoking tobacco right now. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm smoking tobacco. I'm smoking a cigar.
Nobody expected that about the Strait of Hormuz.
Every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a bitch comes in and starts talking over me.
America first, right there. American flag, bro. Right there.
Yeah, my ass.
Yeah. Cenk, for 15 minutes, he managed...
Okay, Chad, can you be America first with the America and the Israel flag? So, like, if you ride by somebody's house and they got the America flag and the Israel flag or the pin, do you consider that America first, Chad? Yes or no?
You managed to stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now. They spent billions on day one of the war.
Now you're cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking about.
Making up
tiny amounts of money?
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental? $337 million!
Joe Kent is a Gold Star husband, a retired Green Beret, and a veteran of 11 combat tours across 20 years' service in the U.S. Army. He blamed the October 7th terror attack on America's failure to curtail Iran's threat. And amid a flurry of media criticism about reported links to far-right groups, he publicly disavowed the likes of Nick Fuentes. All of this earned him the endorsement of American conservative commentators as he sought political office. President Trump then appointed him as the top counterterrorism official in the US, a position from which he dramatically resigned yesterday. His statement said, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. It's clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel Some old friends and some new faces. It should be a lively debate here. Let me start with you, Ben Hodges. You're a retired American Army officer. You're a commanding general. From a purely military perspective, what is your assessment of how this war has gone so far?
Well, of course, I have to tip my hat to the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Air Force, and the Israeli Air Forces, and our intelligence professionals who have helped them accomplish what's been done so far. I mean, there's no denying from a military standpoint, enormous damage done to Iran's military capabilities.
Right. Could two things be true at once? That is all true, and that the combined firepower of the American and Israeli military has been overwhelmingly successful purely at targeting Iranian military assets and so on, but that at the same time, the Iranians have been fighting a slightly tangential war, which has been throttling the Strait of Hormuz and attacking the neighboring Gulf states in a way that is clearly deterring people from visiting them and clearly making a lot of people get on planes and get out of there. And that their strategy appears to be meeting military might with economic tactics, which are proving to be unexpectedly effective.
Well, you've put your finger on the key issue. What our military is doing is exactly what they were told to do, but that's not going to get us to where we need to be strategically. There are, in fact, two wars going on in parallel. The Iranians are fighting a completely different war, partly because they knew that they would never be able to stand up to U.S. and Israeli firepower, and I think they've been preparing for this possibility for decades. And so even after so many of the leaders were lost in the opening hours, they still launched huge numbers of counterstrikes against other countries, escalating the conflict horizontally to make it much more difficult for the U.S. to accomplish whatever it is we wanted to accomplish. Now, and I have to say this, it's not entirely clear exactly what the desired end state is. There's been, for the U.S., there's been a lot of talk about we don't want the Iranians to have nuclear weapons. True. We don't want them to be able to launch ballistic missiles. True. Then there was talk about regime change, then backed away. We want to protect the protesters. You don't hear anything about that anymore. And then today, the admiral in charge of Central Command, who's doing a hell of a good job, he said, you know, we've got to make sure that we deter the Iranians from ever disrupting oil flow through the strait. That's a great objective, but that was not even mentioned 19 days ago. So this is the problem when there's not a clearly defined end state. This is how you get mission creep, and that's what really worries me the most.
Right, it's Richard Dahl, welcome to Uncensored. I mean, just from a diplomatic point of view, the Trump administration appears to be saying that we had no idea the Iranians might attack the neighboring Gulf states, which I find extremely hard to believe. I mean, the two things that I would have thought would be entirely predictable if the Americans and Israelis launched up such a massive attack on Iran would be that they would try and close down the Strait of Hormuz, and they would probably attack American bases along the Gulf states, because that would be the leverage they could then get themselves. Why would anyone be surprised by this?
There was no reason to be surprised.
All right, chat. I'm in the Discord right now. If anybody wants to join up and have a conversation, man, I'm in the voice chat of the Discord. It's on my community tab wall. You can join up and we'll have a conversation, man.
This kind of a war has been war-gamed on many occasions in Washington, and the end result was always conflict over the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, be sure to hit the like button, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next sub goal. I need everybody to double tap the screen or go to the top and hit the like button. We're also 13 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. I am in the Discord, man. Y'all join up if y'all want to get involved.
And if the U.S. Navy got in close, losses of large United States naval ships. I think of a factor that hasn't been brought to play in public discussion yet, and I think it's worth asking for comment from the United States side of this discussion on it, which is when I was involved in the early part of this century and subsequently in track 3, track 2 endeavors, the assumption analysis of the situation.
The uprising on the street, whatsoever, partly because I suspect so many of protesters got killed in January, but also because of the constant risk, obviously, of bombs flying through the air. But none of those early
victory is making sure they are not a threat. That is the victory that I care about the most. Now, there's a second PR victory. If you have the people show up and rise up and the Ayatollah falls and the regime falls, the way that the president and many would love, that is the victory that you get for TV and it gives you a bump. And that would be amazing for the people. But to be clear, I don't think the president is nervous.
Dr. Dave Smith, I don't know what you mean by personal convo. You can reach out to me in the Discord. I'm in the Discord right now. If you're trying to have a convo offline, then you will probably have to reach out through email. You'll probably have to reach out through email.
The way you're describing it at all. His objective.
Or you can join the Discord. You know, we could probably have a private call in the Discord or something. I don't know. But right now we live. And what's up, Shell? What's up, Jared?
Hi, bro.
Not much, not much. All right, here we go.
Objective was to make sure they were not a threat to the
The Discord is on my post. I could drop it right here, but it's on my post. If I put it in the chat, it's not gonna be clickable. But it's on my wall. If you go to the post on this channel, you will see it's the last post that was up there is the Discord.
The U.S. and to the world. That is the same objective. I think it's clear for Israel, except instead of the U.S. are saying to Israel directly.
Oh, y'all can't hear the video in the Discord, y'all said? Shell, you here? Hold on, let me join back. I couldn't hear Shell.
Oh.
All right, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was letting you know is that we can't hear the video, so I was having to click back and forth.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know why y'all can't hear the video. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I could do it like this. Let's see. All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear the video now. Chat, press 1 if you can hear the video.
They're still doing that right now. The second part about the Strait of Hormuz, the idea that Donald Trump didn't think of it, that is one of the biggest narrative lies I've seen in a long time by many on the left and the media. Donald Trump, and this is easy to find, you can chat GBT it, you can Google it, in 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, talked about the Strait of Hormuz being shut down and the threat that Iran can have to it. The idea that they were sitting in a room and Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth weren't talking about this is total nonsense. They have...
All right, chat. All right, how do y'all feel about this situation that's going on? I don't know where Top Cat went. I thought he would be joining in. But how do you feel about what's going on? Cheryl?
I first of all, I was totally yelling with you earlier. I was typing in all caps. This whole situation is infuriating, and the fact that they were just like, oh, we didn't think that the Strait was going to be that. What are you talking about? They have their military objectives the same way we would have our military objectives. And why wouldn't you think that our bases would be, you think that they, like, why wouldn't they be? Like, those are where our troops are. And first of all, I don't know, who is this idiot up here talking about we're going to, we're only going to honor part of our military, but not the whole thing. Like, our troops from the bases that were being attacked were also assisting in the attacks, and our soldiers that passed away were from said bases. So we need to honor all of them. Many of them were from like the army, they were from other branches, and this guy was just like, we're just not even going to mention them. Oh gosh, I want to smack these people in the face. It's so irritating. You know, you can't fix stupid on some of these people. They just want to honor the bits and pieces that fit their mold, and I don't like it. You know, we just sent home our troops to their family, and they're not coming home alive. And I lived that. I lived that for years, where I thought that might happen to me. And so now this is a reality for those families, and for anybody to negate the soldiers over there and their families, and just like, we're just not going to mention the military. We're not going to mention the Marines. We're not going to mention those people because it's inconvenient to my narrative. Don't do that.
Okay, Jerry, how do
Anyway.
you feel about it so far, man? How do you feel about the Netanyahu video?
Oh.
I don't know. It looks kind of capped to me. It looks fake. They even added like a little cough, maybe to kind of hide something there. I don't know if you noticed that, but to me, it looked. I don't know. It looked booty.
Okay, your mic a little messed up. What about you, Shell?
Oh, BB. BB be a mess. Okay. He was all over the place. Normally, when he speaks and he does a press conference, he's a little bit more put together. And ever since this controversy, and I don't know, and to be honest with myself, maybe it's because I'm paying attention now because it's, you know, we're paying attention to how he's speaking and we're paying attention to the videos. But normally he's a little bit more put together when he speaks. Does that make sense? So I've been listening to him speak for probably, I mean, since I was a teenager, which is why I know there's certain things he says in repetition, which he is doing now in these videos. But like his voice is more hoarse. He also, I did notice that he had, I mean, he had a little bit of a cough, so I don't know, it could be a cold. However, his voice sounded different aside from the hoarseness within his voice and certain mannerisms within this. So I know some people thought, well, maybe it's a mask thing. Maybe it's someone that's filling in for him. Very plausible, but something isn't right. Ever since you played that video, especially that showed the looping, also, we haven't heard from his son. We haven't heard from BB's son, who used to
They
post
said he
like
did
in
post. They said he did post.
with a video.
No, not a video. I think he's got back active. I think it was exactly 7 days that he wasn't active on X and then got back active.
Yeah.
Dr. Smith, if you want to join this call, you have to join the Discord. That link that's on my wall, if you go to my page, the actual page, and go to post, and like where I post my pictures or whatever articles, there's a link there. You click that link, you join the Discord, right? Now, once you're in Discord, there's channels. We're in the voice chat. You'll see voice chat, and you'll see people in there, and it'll bring you right in here. All right.
Yeah, I think that if so, you said it was after 7 days he started posting again, so there was a hiatus of nothing for 7 days.
Yes, and they say
That's
that that's the
definitely after the mourning period.
Yeah, they say that that's pretty much the mourning period, but I looked into the mourning period, and the mourning period is not supposed to start until burial. So they would have had to bury him pretty quickly if that's what was going on. They would have had to bury him pretty. It's not from when somebody passes; it's from burial.
Oh, see, that's a good fact to know.
Right. See, so, but then again, with the circumstances, if they were trying to hide something, then they may have actually done that. They may have actually been like, we have to hide this, like we can't just keep him, you know, we can't just keep his remains just laying around here. Maybe they did. I don't know. But all I do know is there's something obviously going on. There's something
It could
obviously
have been like they
somebody.
did with the Queen. You remember they had reported that the Queen had passed like almost a year or so before they announced it. A lot of people were
Mm.
saying that the Queen was already gone like a year or two before they announced it, and then they
Yeah, I
announced
heard
it.
those rumors too. I heard those rumors.
Mm-hmm. So I think,
But
I
we
mean,
got to think about celebrities too. A lot of celebrities, and they don't have. I'm just gonna keep it all the way real. Like it's kind of like a white folks thing where they wait on the funeral, they wait a long time, and then celebrities do it as well, where they wait a long time. Like black people, it's kind of like shit. Your ass die Monday, they probably gonna have you in the ground by Saturday.
hmm well, I mean, I guess that's pretty much our timeline here. I had a friend pass Sunday, and we have him this coming Saturday. So I mean, we generally don't
But you
wait
know,
too
like I
long. But
seen rich people, like celebrities, they'll wait, a year or something before the
what?
funeral, and then like sometimes 6 months or whatever. Like they still haven't had somebody's funeral. We were just talking about it the other day. They haven't had somebody's funeral that's been dead for a while. Also, I've seen in my personal life, like just like I said, the white community where they'll like give family time to come in or just do whatever, and sometimes it'll be like 2 months. It'd be like 2 months before they had a service.
Mm, man, I don't know. I guess it just depends on
Now maybe
the
y'all, but you got to think too. Nah, people do that. Mama's good news. People do for the actual ceremony. Now maybe they got them put up somewhere or whatever, but for the actual funeral, yeah, people do wait a while.
yeah. I will put it to you this way: there are classes of white
You said,
people.
bro, they
Okay.
just shut my whole phone down. Ain't no way they shut your phone down joining my Discord. Oh, you said this is not a white thing. What are you talking about?
No, I
Your
said
mama.
there are
No, your
classes.
mama. Good news. She like she's new here. When I say it's a white thing, what I'm saying is like it was
Oh,
more towards black people. Don't waste no time putting you in the ground. Like white
yeah.
people will give family time to fly in or do other things. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, I've seen it. Black
Well,
people, man, they gonna get your ass in the ground pretty quick.
Well, here, let me put it to you this way. You know how you educate me on things that I need to learn about my black brothers and sisters? I'm gonna let you know a little bit about the less melanin folk, okay? There are classes over here too, okay? I am not of the upper echelon, less melanin folk, okay? So I don't know about that. You got to fly all your folk in and you got to wait all that time, okay? We're more like y'all over in these parts, okay? Somebody passed on on a Sunday, your funeral's on a Saturday, okay? That's literally what just happened to my friend. Like, so there are classes to it. If you are in the upper echelon of the less melanin folk, okay, then you get to wait and fly in your family from the British Isles or something wonderful with your 5 homes.
I've even
We are
seen
not
two
those folk.
funerals. I've even seen two
That's great.
funerals.
That's great
Like
for
no,
them,
no,
but
no. I'm
we
not
are not
saying
those.
I'm not saying just regular people or something, but I'm saying in
Yeah.
my life, speaking of funerals, I've seen people have two separate funerals, like in totally different
Yeah.
states.
Good on them. I don't know. I know that I personally have never experienced that, but that's because there are levels and I'm at the lower level. I'm at the baseline
Sorry,
brand
Dr.
of less
Smith. I don't
melanin.
know. That's probably your phone because people join my Discord and it's never been that somebody's phone shut down. So I don't know what's going on with your shit, Dr. Smith. I'm sorry, man. I hope you I don't know. Maybe you got too much shit on it, or you need to update it. Um,
I'm in the Discord right now and I'm good. And I've made a lot of comments about the country that shall not be named.
you said we have a reception. What I'm saying is this, your mama's goose. I have seen people have two separate funerals. I'm just saying that like when it comes to burying people, like there are some differences in it. You know what I'm saying? Like not every single thing is different. Like she'll say, well, shit, the way we do it is kind of like y'all. I'm like, okay, well, shit, I believe you. But I have seen some different type of funerals. Like I said, people having two funerals, different state in each funeral. I've seen people wait to fly family in from overseas for funerals. It's been some crazy shit.
Mhm. Well, even here, I mean, we even have, even just in the different, I mean, we don't have a ton of funeral homes here, but even in just the types of funeral homes that we have here, you can tell there are different levels of them here because there's one that used to be the old Jehovah's Witness place converted into a funeral home, and that's where kind of we go because that's what we can afford. Then there's the other one on the other side of town that is for the fancy folk. So, and that's just how it goes. And I think that's what it is that there are different levels within within every class and person, every race, every ethnicity, every religion. I've never seen anyone have two funerals. I wouldn't want to go through that thing twice. I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
I wouldn't
But
even
yeah, I'm
want
looking it up. They say, yeah, they call it delayed funerals. They say that sometimes even a year has passed. A lot of times it's between 3 and 6 months. Some of the reasons for it is for family to come in, or if somebody's going to the what's the cemetery in Arlington? The Arlington National
Yes,
Cemetery. They said that you can have to wait up to 6 months if you're going there. So yeah, there
that is
are
good.
several different things.
And that one would actually be one where you could have two, where you have the funeral there at Arlington, and then some people can't get there for the funeral there. So many times, people will have one back home for the family and friends back home. So I guess I should have thought about that and considered that, because if I decided, oh, I want to be buried in Arlington, away from my family, then I could choose to do that, and then my family could choose to have a family back here, I'm sorry, a funeral back here for them, for all of like the people that can't travel there. And then my very close family could travel to Arlington for that. So that could be a one where you could have two. That's an example.
Okay, how do y'all feel about Trump and his meeting with Japan's prime minister?
Stupid.
Chat, hit the like button for me. Let's get to 230 likes right quick. How do you feel about that?
I didn't know if you just wanted a one word response, but stupid. I don't know how many stages of stupid a man could go through in one meeting with a country, but he hit all stages.
So I believe that Japan has a real big energy crisis on their hands. So it didn't surprise me to see her coming over there to kind of
Mhm.
stand up for her country. And I think Trump knew that she was over there trying to fight for her country, so he tried to kind of kick her a little bit. Like, yeah, when they asked the question, like, why, if you're going to ask for help from the Allies, why didn't you let us know that it was going on? And he's hits her with the Pearl Harbor. And then and after he hits her with the Pearl Harbor, he's like, but yeah, they know more about surprises than we do. It's like,
It would be different if she asked that. She didn't ask that. It was a
reporter.
journalist who asked that.
Right. So the way I interpreted it was Trump was talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The way that
Well,
a lot of people interpreted it was, oh, he's just talking about Pearl Harbor. So yeah, Japan would know more about Pearl Harbor. I'm thinking when he says, yeah, because he said they know more about it more so than we do about surprises. I'm like, yeah, Trump tripping.
I think he meant it in both ways. Two things can be meaningful at the same time. He answered the question regarding Pearl Harbor while also letting him know, what we can do and what it was it was two things at once. And the thing is that, yeah, Japan's in an energy crisis, but because of what Israel did, this is what I did send you a video within the Discord of what was done, with the gas pipeline refinery thing that was hit just within the last like 48 hours. That is going to cause catastrophic energy crises, for not only the UK. The UK gets 40% of their natural gas from that location. 40%. They're talking like a 40% natural gas reduction from that hit. Just one. That came out. And Qatar released the information from that report today. And not only that, Russia also got a considerable amount. And I can't remember how much it was. I know that Qatar released a statement today on this. But it's going to be a catastrophic thing, and it would not surprise me. I don't know if they can make it through 1 year without doing restrictions, where they start rationing people. but definitely within the second and third year, because Qatar also released today that it's going to take a minimum of 2 years to get it even close, but 3 to 5 years to get it rebuilt. Can you imagine that? 3 to 5 years to undo what they did.
And that's only 2 of them. They said if they hit all 14, that 30% of the world population gonna die.
Well, here's what you got to understand is that there's that thing splits off. You know, like how a pipe it will tee off, and then you can, like a gas pipeline. If it goes into 2 homes and it tees off, gas can go on one side, gas can go on the other side. That's what this essentially did. And gas would go into Iran. Gas went into Qatar, our ally. That's why I guarantee you one of the reasons Trump said do not touch it, and Israel did it anyway. And basically, that hurt our ally substantially. That will have a financial impact to Qatar, a considerable one. And now they have to go in and redo it. Also, within the video that I sent you, it talks about Iran has also lost 10 million barrels of oil because of what we did last week. Remember acid rain that's probably still falling on that region? So now they have had a massive impact on their oil. We've destroyed that. Now we've started hitting their natural gas, and they said we hit 2. I don't know. I think that there's more damage to that area than what they're reporting on. And now basically you have there's other natural gas refineries along the Persian Gulf and oil refineries along the Persian Gulf. They're evacuating. They're evacuating because they know now Iran has pretty much nothing left. So the only thing that they have left now is it's just a free for all. So now they're evacuating their people, which means that they've shut down the refineries for natural gas and for oil. And they're evacuating their people to save the lives of their people.
I'm looking at this shit. They're saying that Vietnam is about to run out of gas. 40% price increases overnight, allegedly. Here it goes. Vietnam braces for fight clubs from April after China and Thailand banned jet fuel exports. Damn, it's getting bad in Vietnam.
Yeah. And keep an eye on North and South Korea as well. That's another region.
I'm looking at it right here. Fox News got a damn clip where they're merging the United States and the Israeli flag together on Fox News. They tripping over there.
Oh, I don't even want to see it. I'm glad I can't see it. I don't even want to see it.
It's on the screen
Leave it.
right now. Y'all see it,
I
chat?
can't.
Oh, well, I know you can't. But do y'all see it, chat? That shit is crazy.
Oh, we are so in trouble, man. May God have mercy on our souls. All while BB or whoever just said that not even Jesus can fill the Lord. Help us.
It sounded like he fell in line though when he said Trump first.
What was that, hon?
You kind of loud, Jerry. Hold on, but your mic is better. Let me just turn you down a little bit. Go ahead. He said that he fell in line. Trump fell in line when he said, Netanyahu fell in line when he said Trump is leading the show. And we're just,
Yeah, here's the thing
passing the
is
seat.
I don't think that that's him, because would BB have ever said that within the last year?
He did
The
say
last 2
that. That's the
years?
second time I've heard him say it.
Never.
No, that is the
When?
second. No, I've heard him say that before. Somebody's
Oh, really?
echoing. Somebody's echoing. Who is echoing? That shit is terrible. Yes, I've heard Netanyahu yield to Trump. This is the second time I've heard Netanyahu publicly yield to Trump.
Okay. What I'm saying is that since
It
the
was some
conflict,
months ago. It was some months ago that Netanyahu yielded to Trump. It might have been the first Iranian strikes.
okay, so it's when he needs something or he's trying to prove a point. Do you remember when we talked about this prior, and the only time that he ever
That's
seems
what it
to
was.
behave that,
Lala said it was when he came here a few months ago. That's what it was. It was when he
there it is.
came. He either was at Mar-a-Lago. I think he was at Mar-a-Lago or he was at the White House. They did do a sit down.
Do you remember when we were talking about the Talmud?
Yeah.
When we had talked about the Talmud and how they say they can lie, they can betray because we are pigs. They don't have to tell us the truth. They can do whatever they want because we are cows to the slaughter. We are nothing. That's what they follow.
All right, what's up next? What's up, OG Yosemite?
Samity, hi next.
What up, Plug? What's going on? Hey, shit, how you doing?
Uh,
What up,
I'm doing all
family? What's
right.
going on, fam? This is all I really can say to the effect of what's going on, Plug, is that we both know Big B want the world to think that Trump is in control of this. 'Cause this is his way of turning every ally against each other. Israel know they ain't got to fight in the war, so they ain't got somebody gonna stand with them. And Trump is taking the bait full throttle because of his bravado. He want to say, yeah, I'm the one controlling this.
Well,
And
there's
don't
there's
realize he's
reports
being
coming
double
out the
sided.
White House that Trump's finna break away from BB. Now, that's what the reports were coming out, and they're saying that BB, from watching the interview, I could infer that BB's probably trying to reel it back in, if that's him. Because they reports came out as this morning, because Trump went on a rant last night about them striking that natural gas after he told them not to.
So think of it this way: if
It
we
was like
have
this. So this
the
is what it was. The Bassett said that they had it on the table. They were going to unsanction the Russian and Iranian oil to give a 10 to 14 day supply to the world, and that was going to, get the ball rolling in a good way. And before that could be confirmed, Netanyahu and them bombed the natural gas place, so that couldn't even go on. Or it wouldn't matter if it went on.
yeah. Here's the thing: is if this is a theory, my theory, allegedly, okay, my theory. If the whole idea is to destabilize, first of all, the dollar, okay, and cause an economic crisis, which we have talked about already on your channel, okay, if that's the whole point, and they're using war to do it, okay, then they can't have, too much going out. If Bibi is doing that, then he has to pull the strings, okay, over here with Trump, even if Trump wants to pull away. All right. Here's the thing.
I don't think he
Whenever
has to.
BB seems to make too many seems if BB seems to make too many bad moves, like bombing that natural gas plant, okay, like doing that, and he's over destabilized too fast. Now you've got the UK, you've got France, you've got Spain, you've got Israel, you've got China, you've got Russia, you've got all of the Middle East, and then you've got the US, and that doesn't even include the rest of the world. You've got them completely destabilized to the point where now they won't even be able to keep their own people warm. They will start to starve out and die.
Yes, and I believe that's the
Now,
goal. And that's why, hold on, Shep,
yes.
because you made a lot of points. But what I think is Trump is, in a sense, controlling the show, and then Yahoo's riding passenger. But when he wants something done, he'll get it done. It's like, yeah, Trump, you can run the show, but if I want to blow up this natural gas shit, that's what we're gonna do because our end games are different. Now, when you say about all of the people passing away and starving and everything going crazy, I believe that's exactly the plan to usher in a new one world government ran in Israel from Jerusalem, straight up. That's what I
Yes, I
believe they're
agree.
trying to do. I believe they're right on par. I don't think that they're trying to shy away from chaos. I don't think they're trying to stabilize the economy. I think that this shit is as planned.
I have a theory to put past you. Let's say Israel did bring us into this war, okay? And once they push things too far, they don't want to be the fall guy. They want to look like the good guy. And so they've pulled us into it, which obviously you played all the videos to show that they pulled us into it. So now that they have gotten the crap storm that they wanted, now they're going to be like, oh, but Trump, here, you're the one in control. Trump, take the buck. Here, oh, here you go. You were in charge and you did so good.
I think
And
they're
then
just
guess
buying
who
time. I
is
don't
the
even think they care
person?
about that. I think they're just buying time
Oh,
until mission's accomplished.
but listen, who will care about it? The people, first of all, history will care, but it will be the people 1 year down the line, 2 year down the line, 3 years down the line, when their governments cannot provide for their people and their people are dying and their people want answers. And suddenly they're going to look to, well, it wasn't Israel,
I think
it
they
was the
had a
US.
solution. I think they had a solution. After max pains
Who?
comes, max casualty comes. The solution is here already. That's the reason the timeline is accelerated. I've kept the same rhetoric, the same stance over the last year, is because they have AI and robotics. And once it gets to a place, you gotta listen to the technocrats rhetoric. The universal high income, everything will be so abundant and mass that everything will be, you won't need to work because everything will be cheap and available. I believe that they have the
Oh,
solution.
no.
They want to burn it to the ground, and because they have the solution to offer, people will be so desperate that they'll take that solution. And that's where you get into the quote unquote 1,000 years of peace
Mark of the
and
beast.
all of that.
Oh, but you don't get into the 1,000 years of peace until you get Mark of the Beast. Then if you
That's
don't choose
already
the Mark
built
of the
out with the
Beast,
with the, with the
yeah, but
Neuralink and all
you're
of
not
that. That's
you're not
built out.
explaining that. You're not explaining that in what you're saying. You're saying 1,000 years of peace without the absolute destruction and tribulation that comes before that.
That's no, we already talked about that. I just said that they're gonna
Yeah.
burn this shit to the ground. A lot of people are gonna die, and then they'll offer a solution. What was that?
But the solution is evil. The solution is absolutely deplorable evil and the loss of your soul. Like, you gotta be specific about that. If you choose that mark of the beast and you submit to that, you lose your soul. Like, that is that is the thing. If you take that mark of the beast, then you have given up your soul. That neural leak is the end of your soul. And you just heard it from BB's mouth in the video you just played. There is no, BB is saying there is just, Jesus can't save you. There is evil. Evil will win over. What, are you crazy? That is your answer right there. Jesus is the only way, the only truth, and the only life. And anything beyond that is false.
All right.
I mean, if it's not in your face, I mean, if you can't see it, you have to. I pray, please, Lord God, open the eyes to see. And this goes for the church. This goes for the church. Jesus spoke to the church more than anyone, trying to get his own people to see it. And that is key right now.
All right. Anybody got anything else to add next? Jared? I think next might have fell asleep in here. His mic's still off. Oh, nah, Nick's got some shit going on. Yeah, Nick, we can't hear nothing. You
Oh,
staticky,
God.
Nick. Yeah, you staticky.
Yeah.
Chat B, hit
It
the
sounds
like
like you're
button, man.
like
We need
a
5 more likes, man, to get to 230. We need 5 more likes to get to 230, chat. Yeah.
Now, was there a fight in this video? Like, was there something that happened in this video you're playing, Plug?
Oh, we didn't get to it. Y'all said y'all couldn't hear it, so I had just stopped it. But they say
Oh, okay.
Chink got into it with the Zionists.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me.
I can't stand Chick, man. She's always on some garbage.
Listen, here, if I can tell you anything, he's not always wrong. He's not always wrong. I've had to step back. I've done a lot of stepping back to look. Like, to be honest, when I go and I went up and I spoke with those senators and stuff, like I don't always disagree with people that are on the left. I don't. Actually, I'm up there fighting with, like, some people are like, "Oh, you're a Democrat?" No. But I'm up there talking about things that are predominantly on the left right now. I'm up there doing that. But I've always voted conservative. So that's why I said I don't identify with a political party. You can't put me in that box because if something is right, then it's right. If something is wrong, then it's wrong. You just have to look at something and be like, oh, is this bad for our community? Is this going to poison everything in our community? Then it's wrong. And it doesn't matter if it's a conservative side or not. You stand up and you say it's wrong. If there is something that you need to protect life, you need to protect life. It doesn't matter if it's a conception, you protect life. You can't protect life all the way to the end and say war is bad, we got to go protect humans all over the earth, which we should do, and then not protect it at conception. You can't put me in a box. I don't fit there.
You know that Puerto Rico just passed a law that what do you call it? It's illegal to have an abortion in Puerto Rico.
Where?
In Puerto Rico,
Good.
the governor passed a law. It's illegal to have an abortion.
I mean, it's protecting life. We have to listen. Honestly, I think another thing that we're going to realize, and it may take some time, that the birth rates are so bad. I mean, great, we have financial issues, we got to figure it out, but the birth rates are at a critical juncture. And what they're doing, and I hope you'll hear me on this, what they're doing with these data centers and what they're about to unleash in our water supply is going to have catastrophic, and I hope you understand what I'm saying when I say catastrophic. It's going to have a catastrophic impact on not only children, I'm talking infants, children, women of childbearing age, and pregnant women. Okay? This is something that I didn't need to be told. I knew it as soon as I found out what was going to be injected back into the water supply because I worked in this field. Children especially are susceptible, and babies also, especially if you use formula because you mix it with water. So everything that they're ingesting is water. And your skin absorbs everything. So when you're bathing, your skin, a lot of people forget that's the largest organ in your body. Your skin absorbs everything. This is toxic water. Children cannot, their immune systems are not built up enough. You will see massive increases in the next 5 to 10 years in childhood cancers. You will see women having more miscarriages. You will see more ovarian tumors. You will see, you will just trust me. Fighting this is essential for the preservation of life. I cannot stress it enough. This is a nonpartisan issue. This is a zero partisan issue.
No, the declining rate of birth is not even to be what do you call it? There's no discussion there. You're 100% correct in the declining birth.
Hold on, y'all. They saying breaking Iran struck Mina Almeida oil refinery in Kuwait. Wow.
Knew it.
They said
I told you. Did I not just tell you it was coming?
He'll blow up whatever he wants.
An oil tanker reportedly paid Iran a $2 million fee for safe passage on Wednesday through the Strait of Hormuz. So now, not only are they blowing up Kuwait's oil refineries, they're charging a couple million to get through the strait.
So I told you that they evacuate. I sent you that video for a reason, Plug. I knew as soon as they hit the gas, they have nothing left. When I saw that they were evacuating all of their people, so it's the Persian Gulf is evacuated oil refineries and natural gas refineries. Iran no longer considers former allies allies. They're not allies anymore. So now they feel like, oh, okay, well, Israel bombed this. And even though we had a pipeline that was cohesive, and even though there's still a little bit, we have some cohesive like links on that pipeline, it doesn't matter anymore. We got bombed. I have no allies. So they have evacuated everyone along the Persian Gulf. So nothing is flowing and nothing. So it doesn't matter. It's done. And so they're going to decimate everything in the region. Mark my words. Mark my words. It's going to be bad because then they will cripple every government. They can cripple every government by doing that. And they know it.
All right, let's see.
And we're over here talking about how we're winning, and our president's like, well, we're winning. And Iran's like, I don't have the weapons you have, but all I got to do is drop some drones on some oil refineries, dude. We're in the muck, dude.
All
We're
right,
in the muck.
so Trump blames Israel. Israel holds off on attacking Iranian infrastructure, so Israel just launched some more attacks. And
I told you, Bibi's lying.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I said. They're not going to stop attacking. Did they stop
If that's
attacking
even
Gaza after the
him.
peace deal? They didn't stop attacking Gaza after the peace deal. They're like, oh, we have a peace treaty. We're so good. They kept bombing them. Why would we believe them?
Yeah, anything he say, I always cock out.
Trump said if Iran attacks Qatar again, that he's gonna blow up all of the world's largest gas fields.
I'm telling you, it is literally we are. We are. I told you, plug. We are. Like when I was trying to type earlier, and I was like, you guys need to open up your eyes that we are in it so much worse than any of us can even, I can't even imagine, and I'm imagining the worst. We are in it worse than you can imagine. Gas is probably going to be $6, $7 a gallon, and that's in the redneck regions. It is going to be so much worse than we can imagine. It's going to take these ships with our products and goods months to get here. And what used to take maybe 6 weeks because they used to be able to travel at full speed, they're going to have to cut that to a fourth in order to save on fuel because of how expensive this is going to be to carry freight. We cannot imagine, like, plan now for shortages at the grocery store. And I'm not kidding. Plan now.
So this is what it was. Israel said that they weren't gonna strike any oil or infrastructure. That's what Netanyahu said, and then he came out and he didn't strike any oil. I don't know if he hit infrastructure, but it says Israel pounded Tehran with airstrikes Friday morning local time as Iranians marked Nowruz or the Persian New Year. Activists reported hearing strikes around Iran's capital. The attacks came a day after Israel pledged to refrain from more strikes on key Iranian gas field, and Iran intensified attacks on oil and natural gas around facilities around the Gulf. So yeah, that's when they blew up the gas in Kuwait.
Remember too, in the
Oh
Bible it
shit, it
says
says
that
Israel Defense Force wrote on social media it had begun a wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime. So they're saying they're not targeting civilian infrastructure, but I guess
Do we
Iranian
even believe them?
terrorism.
Maybe them.
well, the Bible says that in the last days, you're not even gonna a full day's work won't even buy you a meal.
They saying
Yeah.
more heavy explosions. They said in Dubai, air defenses intercepted oncoming fire over the city, so they was trying to hit Dubai too. It says the Kuwaiti military Friday, local time, Iran launched a missile and drone strikes on the country. Kuwait armed forces said that explosions were heard. They were a result of air defense system intercepting the hostile attack. An earlier drone strike on Kuwait's state-owned Mina Almeida refinery sparked a fire but caused no injuries, and the state-run Kuna news agency reported. The Kuwaiti military previously reported it was targeted with 18 Iranian drones over a 24-hour period on Wednesday and Thursday, 13 of which were intercepted and destroyed. 2 of the drones struck the refinery, the military said. Crazy.
I'm sorry I had to pull out and pull back in. I didn't hear anything you said, so sorry if I sound stupid. Did they so they didn't attack any oil? The Israelis didn't respond by attacking any oil infrastructure?
No, yeah, that correct. You are correct. From what I'm
That's a
reading right now.
very good thing. If that continues, that's a very good thing. But here's the thing that I'm thinking, the tea leaves that I just picked up. My first
Mm-hmm.
thought was just like how Israel tries to make us stay in the war. I think
Mm-hmm.
as of right now, Iran's playing that same card too. Iran's like, nah, 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 nah. You ain't going nowhere because they're trying to make us never want to do this again.
Well, I mean, I think
I think that
well,
they're going for it.
it's looking like it was already going on, and when Tehran was hit with the missiles, that's when they responded as trying to hit Dubai and the oil refinery. So it's kind of like
This all
timeline.
happened
Then
tonight.
y'all, I got it right here. Hold on.
No, I'm saying that they hit Tehran tonight as well, and then Tehran responded tonight as well. After BB did his little speech, this all happened after BB did his little speech. This all happened recently, right? Because if
Okay,
that be the case, then that's what it sounds like to me.
so Thursday,
But then again,
Kuwait.
if Israel attacked,
So Israel hit, boom, Israel hit the oil refinery Trump was pissed about. Iran responds, hits the state-run oil refinery in Kuwait. Boom. BB says, hey, look, okay, Trump doesn't want us to hit this shit no more. But it's the Persian New Year. So on the Persian New Year, they hit the capital of Iran with a a lot of shit. They hit the capital pretty hard. Pounded Tehran with airstrikes Friday morning local time as Iranians mark now rules the Persian New Year. So yeah, it was gas, then it was the capital.
man, they some terrorists, bro. I wonder what they hit in the capital. That's crazy. So never mind. It's probably because if Israel's still hitting unprovoked, basically. Because if it's tit for tat, because we've done tit for tat with Iran, that's what I liked about Biden. That's what I liked about the 12-day war, is that it was a very tit for tat. And Iran told you, hey, I'm doing this because they did that. Here's when I'm doing it. Here's how I'm doing it. And the whole world was like, okay, fair. You know what I mean? But both of them now want it. I believe both Israel and Iran want it now because Iran's like, look, all in then, you know? And then Israel just been wanting it. And I think because the Epstein thing, I think some type of shit hit a fan. And now America is 10 toes. That's my tea leaves. That's how I'm reading it. It's like black and white to me on that one. I don't even think the religious part about it is what it is. I really think it's the Epstein thing. And I also think that we're leaving Saudi Arabia. We are no when we leave, when this thing ends, if it goes the way I think it's going to go, there will be no OPEC. And we will be delivering oil to China. We will be delivering oil to Europe. I believe that's going to be, if this is a 4D chess thing, if our president is going to at the end do something for America, that's how I can see it. If I'm looking at these tea leaves, like I keep saying, and I'm just like, okay, well, if I was the president of the United States in this particular situation, you just put me there right now, maybe, blow up all of the oil stuff and then leave, and all you idiots, and now I sell the oil. And that helps with the dollar anyway. Oh, I'm scared of BRICS. I'm not scared of BRICS no more. They can't even sell the oil. They have no oil to sell. So there is no BRICS.
I mean, I think they'll be able to get loans. They'll be able to, because they know that it's there. They'll just have to rebuild the infrastructure. So they'll be carried, because it's not like it's just totally,
Yeah, but what if we
unheard
run
of.
Israel? What if we do run
But
Israel? What if Israel is our
Oh
terror?
no, that wouldn't be.
man, be
Our
real.
Al Qaeda, our new Al Qaeda.
Dude,
How are we
we
gonna
don't
run
have the money
Israel?
to run
That's what I'm
Israel.
saying. How are we gonna run Israel when they're nuclear power?
We don't have to run them like that. I'm saying they don't like Persia, right? They don't like Saudi Arabia, let's pretend. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they do like Saudi Arabia. But nonetheless, have them just go out of war all the time. All the time out of war, all the time out of war. And then whenever they get outgunned, we come over there and help for a little bit. We do the little Biden dance. Either way, just like how we think China's going to look at us and be like, haha, you guys are wasting all of your resources, we can look at OPEC and be like, haha, you guys are wasting all of
That's
your
what I'm saying.
resources.
How long does this last?
And we can look
Because
at
if
BRICS
we're gonna
and say the
go,
same.
yeah, because if we're gonna be honest with you, like, Americans ain't gonna feel this shit. Gas is already at $4. Motherfuckers looking around like, why ain't JD Vance speaking? What's going on? He's trying to shut up because he don't want his damn nomination to slip away from him. So I don't know, man. I don't know how long this is, because the U.S. Energy Department already said don't expect gas prices to be pre-war levels until mid next year, and that was if the
Yeah, but
war
that's
was
good
gonna.
for GDP.
If
But
ever.
that was before these gas refineries were blown up.
Yeah.
That
And we
was
just happen to
before
be
those
building a gas
whole
refinery.
refineries were yes, but we're building it. What I'm saying is this: you're saying it's good for the dollar. Okay, that could be true, but Americans are still going to suffer. I'm talking about shit that we haven't seen. It's $85 to fill up a Toyota Camry right now. Some places, not a truck.
I agree with you. I don't condone what I'm saying. I do not condone what I'm saying. I am morally against what I'm saying. Because whenever I say the dollar and whenever I say American GDP, I'm talking about Standard Oil. I'm talking about the oligarchy. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the Epstein class. I'm not talking about us. Not America, not real America. I'm talking about the GDP. Like, high oil helps the GDP get high. That's just facts. That's math. And we took Venezuela's. Next thing you know, OPEC gets blown up. We took Venezuela's. ExxonMobil said nah because it's too expensive. Next thing you know, OPEC gets blown up. I'm just reading the tea leaves here, man.
I don't know, because our GDP sucked this year. We had like a 0.7% growth. They invested everything to AI. It didn't pay off at all. Thousands of
Mhm.
Americans lost their job. We had net
Mhm.
zero jobs. So yeah, we can say, oh, this AI it's worth it for security and defense and everything, but it's totally destroying the economy. We can
Nah,
say that
AI
it's
was a scam.
we're betting on infrastructure, and it's like the infrastructure that's being built out does not include us. Bezos just took out he's trying to get $100 billion to buy factories to replace the workers with robots and AI. He just took out he's trying to get $100 billion to buy manufacturing places, Chad. These are your warehouse jobs. He's already on it. One of the richest men in the world is that damn greedy that he's coming for the warehouse jobs too. You got Uber. What did Uber have? What was Uber's product, right? Uber's product, what
Mhm.
was it? You getting in the car, you know what
Yep.
I'm saying? You getting the drivers, right? People quit their jobs working 14 hours, 4 years, 5 years in, trying to maintain that 4.8 rating, right?
It's not going to matter.
Now he just came in with a $1.2 billion for robo
Mhm.
taxis. He's trying to give Rivet $1.2 billion to build them robo taxis. So your job, or the job as a Uber driver, was to get people to get in strangers' cars. Now that they got that done, and the next step is to get people to get in driverless cars. It's
Hey,
over
did
with.
y'all ever see that movie? Well, I don't know if y'all old enough. It's called Total Recall. I don't know if they remade it or it was on.
Mhm.
Like when you look into the future and you see what's
Yeah.
going on, it's almost exactly like that movie. And you see that people become just a commodity that's around, and it's only big people that are controlling things and controlling how those people flow, even controlling the air. It's kind of crazy.
Yes.
But I asked for the panel because I wanted to speak on BB and hit that speech. I know I'm late.
All
I
right,
had a
before you
honeydew
get to
list.
BB, let me say this. I believe that little boy, y'all remember the little 14-year-old, 13-year-old genius, the one that was um made the little $15 setup that was pulling the free energy and shit, and he said that the world ended in 2008. Do y'all remember that boy? I'm starting to believe him now.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
He said
I
CERN
remember.
did the hydrogen collider and it ended the world, and we're in a parallel world that was damn near the same. And he broke it down like how it's like a radio frequency. Man, I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah.
dude
What he
be.
said was that it was the molecule was so heavy that it moved it kind of like dropped like dripped down and it dripped
Mhm.
us into another dimension when CERN
Oh,
hit that portal bank.
yep. And ever
It,
since then, they keep firing it up and more portals keep opening, which is why we keep experiencing more and more, like, I guess, slips, if you want to say it, call them slips.
Right, because I seen somebody walking around the neighborhood the other day, and me and Moneyway was the only people that remember him dying. I was like, bro, didn't that nigga die? Like, how is he back from the gulag? And Money was like, that nigga sure did die. But everybody around us was like, what are y'all talking about?
Mhm.
But like, like you were saying before,
Is it correct, dog? Like,
this is all from the book, and
The
it's
veil
even
has lifted.
all the stuff is from the book and how they're talking about dimensions and different things. These are the ethers. These are the different things that have already been being spoke on, and the ability to cross them means that there's something that we should be worried about more coming this way than where we're slipping to. So I don't think that our reality has changed too much. I think that it's just coming to fruition in a point.
Mhm.
I agree with you, Tom Cat. We need to be worrying what's coming through, not what we're going what we're going through.
Yeah,
Because we
Well,
don't
I
see
this
mean,
through
shit
it.
looks like it's like we fish in a tank, man. And motherfuckers just tapping on the tank, and our world gets
Yeah.
well,
shook up.
And I really feel that way in another point, like, okay, so if when we learn about solar systems, we always learned that there was more solar systems. We always learned that we were just a small little solar system in a big universe. So each one of those are kind of their own fish tank, and they all had their own suns, which you could consider the oxygen, or you can consider a foreign filter or whatnot. So those different things, when I hear people speak about them now, it's like you're just speaking about them in a different voice. I mean, in 1900s, Sanger had the same thought. There was different thoughts, but the one thing about what's going on now is that we can compare it to through history is the prophecies that we are seeing come true. Like, so we're
mhm.
seeing prophecies come true. Trump, he in his first term, he did the 400 years. Okay, we watched the river dry up. We watched all these different things that the book said, and then we're watching these things go on now, but all of them have to happen. So some people believe the Persians are the people that are trampling over the land. Some people believe these people are not the people and they're trampling over the land. So there's still a point of us watching the land get trampled over. Uh, um, you know, with the Messiah situation that you were talking about and how he was speaking about so-called Jesus and stuff. It was to the point that they don't believe in the same Messiah that the Christians believe in. So they don't believe the first coming has happened yet. They don't believe the first coming of the Messiah has happened yet. So when he speaks on so-called Jesus, he speaks on him as just a regular man,
Right.
actually in some cases, a magician
Because
or a demon.
because he believes that they believe Jesus was a troublemaker and all of that. You know, we heard
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro talk about it, but the reason I'm not I understand what Netanyahu it cuts off. He believes after their Messiah is here, you know, it's a different narrative. But when you go to the Christians and the Christian Zionists, it's kind of like Netanyahu understands that the Christians think that the Messiah he speaks of is the Antichrist. So he's like, well, look, if y'all want Jesus to come back and you know there to be all of the prophecy fulfilled, you need us anyway. You need the Antichrist to come for Jesus to come. So we don't care if you call him the Antichrist or whatever. We don't care because we believe
Yeah.
this.
Well, I kind of feel like they know exactly who they are. They know their blessing
Mm-hmm.
to an end, and we're sitting up here still watching God and Magog do what they've been doing since the beginning, since they turned their back on the Most High. So he knows he's Polish. The Russians know who they are. They've all stole the relics. They all know these books. They all burnt up all this information, and they tried to hold it into a secret form. Now that these things are coming to fruition through the Most High's anointing. So now that there's things that are going on that they can't stop it, just like the book said, they're going to try to destroy the world when they know that their blessing is up. And that's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
going on right now. They're trying to destroy everything. So both of these entities, the U.S. and over there in the aspect of the people that with the powers that be, they understand that, okay, like, you know, say if you're finna lose and you're a sore loser and you know that you can't win, you'll kick the game, you'll kick the board over, you kick the Monopoly board over before the game ends because you know you're gonna lose. So they're kind of in that situation right now. And then everybody else that's on the sides, they're gonna have to pick a side, and it's gonna be good or evil pretty
Yeah.
much. And when we see what evil is, we all know it in our hearts that we're supposed to be here for life. We're supposed to be here for peace. We all of us have everything on this earth that we could have to survive. So why are we going through this period? Because we do not. We're doing something that book said in the beginning and even in the New Testament. We're not loving our neighbors. We're not. We see that we're picking fights with our neighbors. We're not loving our neighbors as nations and damn near as people. So we see ourselves drifting away from them 10 commandments. We see ourselves doing these things. So we should know when we're looking at it that these things are evil. Just like he said, oh, the point of aggression. So I'm going to get on that BB point. The point of aggression is if we don't do something now, that later on it's going to be worse for us. So what should you be doing now? Not one time did we hear BB talk about praying or asking the Most High.
Mm-mm.
None of it. Everything he said that he wanted to do was what a man would do. If you were sitting up here talking about from their point, and I'm gonna say religious because you know I'm not religious, but from the religious point, ain't these the things you're supposed to do? So why are you mentioning these things? You know, when that's not your point of it. It's not anything to do with that. So he said what he wanted to do when he picked that paper up and he said his plan. They want to put fiber optics. He said he wanted to move everything up the Mediterranean. He said that if anybody else controls these places, it's no growth for everybody else. Well, we got to understand that this is a nation. This is like a DNA nation. So they're saying only their people, but we know they're not the people. So
Mm-hmm.
everything that you guys are trying to do is an illustration of you showing that you're trying to connect with others when the first thing that you're supposed to be doing is isolating yourself and separating yourself from the rest of the world. So we see that they're not lining up with what prophecy says. Period. So on a biblical point, everything that he was saying in there was lies. Like Everything was lies, just like he said. I said it in the Hebrew. That's Yiddish. Y'all don't speak Hebrew.
Right. So with me, I look at it like, you remember how the Pharisees, wasn't it the Pharisees that was denying Jesus's miracles, right? Said it was witchcraft magic, and now you were
Okay.
speaking about the holy relics and them getting the things, and then that takes me back to the guy that sat on Timcast and was talking about the red heifer ashes. What did he say the red heifer ashes was doing? Curing the blind, making the cripple
Wow.
walk. And those are the same miracles. He was specific when he said it. Those are the same miracles that the Bible speaks of Jesus performing. And
Mm-hmm.
when I just sit here and break
Well,
it all
because
down, um, it's kind of it's just they were accusing
Satan can't
him.
create anything new. He can only mimic what God can do. He can only mimic it, but not in the same way. Which is why when they need relics to perform their sacrifices and they worship idols to do the things that God can do because he's holy and divine. So that's why they have to set when like Jesus was the sacrifice. Before Jesus, they had to do what? They had to sacrifice a perfect, white sheep, a white lamb, sorry, white lamb. And then Jesus was the lamb who died for our sins, perfect in every way, holy and perfect. So he became the sacrificial lamb. Now, the enemy is the polar opposite. He can only mimic what God did. So
Mm.
everything is the polar opposite.
Why does
God
God
Now,
gave
need?
us
now
God
this is
gave us
not to
what?
say nothing against that. So I mean, against that, that's people's beliefs and understandings too, and I have nothing against that. So you're talking about the difference between communion and Passover. Now we said, now this is just my. I'm just gonna give you a limerick on this. I'm just gonna tell you, my understanding of it. So, in the aspect of when it came to Passover, the Most High has never been wrong, and He's never said to do anything, and He was wrong about it. He said for you to do Passover forever and ever. Okay, so when it comes to the point of the communion being changed in Christianity to every month, from it being changed to from the Passover, which is coming up now, because tonight or yesterday it should be the equinox, so 14 days from now should be the Passover. It was something that he commanded us to do forever. Now, if we look back, we look into the Bible and we look into even the New Testament, Jesus always, well, so-called Jesus, the Hamashiach, he did Passover forever until he was gone. Even the day that they say that, when they were all at the table and he said, "My bread and my blood and my flesh," that was Passover. That was actually the same day, and all this happened when on those same Passover times. So there is a point where if you say that you believe in, what other people call God, and he said that, and you believe that he's right and perfect, if he said for you to do something forever, who changed that?
Oh,
I
I have no idea
don't
who
know.
would have
How
changed
would
that, but I
God
know that
change?
there have been
Right,
many changes. I mean,
right.
I know I have seen a 1500 Bible that had multiple books removed from it. So who knows?
So Passover, when the Israelites were, escaped from Egypt. We're talking about the Moses time, and he said, "For you to
No, I know the
sacrifice,
story.
we sacrificed this lamb, and it wasn't just a lamb. It was either a perfect lamb, it could be a perfect goat, or it could be a perfect bullock. And those three different things that were sacrifices. Now there used to be different sacrifices for certain things, but as they came out of Mizraim, out of Egypt, this was something that was commanded to do forever and ever. And it got changed in the New
I
Testament.
understand that, but was that just for the Israelis at that time? Those people, whoever they were, to
The
continue doing it, or
Israelites,
was that for the rest of the world? Because there
no, it
were
wasn't for
Chinese
the Israelites.
people and there were other type of European people at the same time period. I don't think that that was a worldly thing.
No,
I
it
don't think
wasn't
God
world.
needs a
It was
sacrifice.
for them. It was for them. Now, as they left and they crossed the river, he said, "We go into the river as a multiple. Basically, we go into this river as a multiple. As we cross the river, we come out as Israel. Now, when those people came out of Mizraim, there was more than just Israelites with them. There was all different types of a multitude. We go in as a multitude and we come out as Israel. So that was the
Mhm.
first time that as a total
My
group,
question, I
everyone
guess, is should the
pretty much
whole world do Passover, or should it
no.
just be Israel?
If you want to, if you're trying to cleave to the God of the Israelites, if you're trying to cleave to the same
Is the
God that
God
you
of the
say that you,
Israelites one God?
yes, he's the first and only
So
monotheist.
then, should the
Yeah,
whole world do Passover?
Yes, I
oh
feel
yeah.
that way. I feel that way.
Anyone, anyone,
I mean, I don't know
anyone
if they
who
do.
lives for Christ should honor the Passover.
Yeah. So I don't call like so when I say that
God
everybody
needs
should
a
do it, it's
sacrifice.
your choice. It's your choice to do it or not. It's your choice because you have to cleave to that. You have to say that you're going to proselyte. You're going to cleave to this. The big problem that I'm trying to show right now is the difference between Trump and Bibi is that once you start making these different declarations, which is basically Torah and New Testament, you see the differences there. So some people go start doing, their monthly, at church and stuff, and then there's people that do like me, which I adhere to Torah. I do Passover. So my Passover is coming up. So just like you said, he's the sheep. I actually procure a sheep that's perfect, and I actually every year I have to sacrifice in a sheep. And I'm gonna tell you something as a human being, it makes you different about how you handle yourself to actually for you to actually most people just go and eat food, you eat your McDonald's and whatever. You don't realize the sacrifice that it is made for you to eat and do the things that you do in the day unless you see what it is to see the life leave the sacrifice that an animal actually takes to actually do the butchering and actually do the sacrificial point
Man, I
yourself.
killed like 6
Hmm.
rats this dinner.
Well, see,
Yo,
and here's
so
the
I
thing
take
that
my
I have to
kid,
say
kill the
between
rats.
the
Nah, y'all want to
Torah.
hear something cool?
What?
I take my kid. All right, when I catch a rat, I make sure I kill the rat,
Oh,
and I make sure that my kids are involved. So whenever they ever, and they do not say it, and because of this, and when they do say it, and I'm talking about 3 years old, I knock it right out of their system at like 3 years old, and they won't say it. Like my 7-year-old, I ain't heard her saying, "Oh, that's not fair," because the first thing I say is, "Oh yeah, that rat was just trying to live. Remember that rat that I killed? That's not fair." And then they'd be like, "Oh."
That's a different
All
way
right,
to
so
think
to
about it.
okay.
Topcat's point, to answer
So
Topcat's
I was.
question, I was looking, so it would be Paul, and Titus wrote it down. So it was Romans 4, it was Romans 7:4 is what you was looking for.
Okay, thank you very much. I
So
mean,
Romans
I'm not.
7:4.
Top, I have a question for you.
So Romans seven
Mm-hmm.
four is where hold on. It's
Go ahead and read it out. Bro.
wherefore my brethren, ye are also become dead to the law by the body of Christ, that ye should be married to another, even to him who was raised from the dead, that we should bring forth fruit unto God.
I can't remember it. I had another verse on that
Yea are
too. Where
also become dead to the law by the body of Christ.
Yeah, but then God said, "I did not come here to break the law," or Jesus, my bad. But Jesus said, "I did not come here to break the law."
I
So
came to
you'd saying
fulfill
that
it.
Paul
He
Yeah,
is
came to
hearsay
fulfill it.
is
it's a difference
contradicting
between
Jesus, who
no,
is
it's a difference between
source.
breaking the law and being bound to the law.
And fulfilling it.
and fulfilling it.
Nah,
And this is what I'm saying. He
what?
said you can become dead to the
Oh
law
no.
just like your life has
So
been dead.
it's
This
so
way you can
so
become dead
so
to the Most High.
now we know that there are certain people or certain things that are not bound to the same laws that we are. Are they breaking the law? No, because they're not bound to those laws. We
Well,
see it with
that's only by
politicians, diplomats. I'm saying in a real world context in 2026, how I could rationalize it to next. We see this happen every day in our
That is
lives.
rationalizing.
yeah, the separation of church and state. And that also comes in with the changing of it. That's what I'm saying. So as we listen to this, like she said, we went from 88 books to 66 books when it was really in the beginning 166 books. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that they took out that
Hmm.
actually point definite situations. But that was a great verse to bring up. I had another one that, I ain't even gonna trip. I already been sipping on Jose, so I only speak on this. I'm not gonna go and open up that book right now. But it's some other things that tells you about the law, and it tells you how
Here
you
you
got
go.
separated
Another
from
one
God.
is Romans 10:4. For Christ, that's probably the one you was looking for. For Christ is
Is
the end
Paul
of
on
the
Romans
law.
2?
For Christ is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone that believeth. So those
Is
are
Paul the
two.
writer of Romans as well?
I mean, yeah, Paul wrote a lot of the
I don't trust
New
a damn
Testament.
thing Paul did. I don't even know if that
Okay.
guy's. I don't know anything about it. All I'm saying is everything about Paul is sus.
So
Yeah,
nothing in
but
Revelation?
Paul
Nothing.
didn't know Revelation.
All right. You might have a little bit rough go here.
Listen, we're
You
not
might
gonna
have a rough
judge
go.
people's views, man. We here for the debate. I
No,
ain't
I'm
trying to
not. I'm
change
just saying
nobody.
it's
We just here,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
because I
saying
hate when
it's
people
all
try to push their
happening.
ideas.
Nah, plug. She knows who I am. She's gonna just
No, I'm
Yeah,
just
no, I'm
saying
not
for me,
trying. I'm just
like
trying to help my
I get into
trying to help
these
my my
and
darling.
and the thing about it is that I don't if we're not Cashel, you wouldn't let anybody up here push their beliefs on you. You would take a strong stand in it. You would get really
Yeah,
upset and get that. So let's not
but
push
I
your
love
hold
Max
on.
and he knows it.
I know, but let's not push your beliefs off on anybody because that can start some shit here. I've been through those panels. We
Yeah,
can have the
I'm just saying I
discussion.
love him. He knows it.
and
Just
I always hold back because I have a whole bunch of views like what he just said. I actually had 2 days ago about 3 or 4 verses that actually show exactly what those verses are saying, and it shows it through Christ. And then we can go back to when they say the word was with him, and the word is the law, and the word is the body. There's so many different things to express different points of it. The point is that we all know is that the Most High doesn't go backward, and when He tells you to do something forever, His word is law, His word is truth, and His word is righteous. Now, if we start getting into those points, then what we just got through speaking about means a lot more than what was just being expressed to discern a situation. So if you are truth, you are righteous, and you are in that body, then you are going to follow the laws. So we can go backwards and forth on that thing, but I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to discuss this point for the point of what was being said in that speech and how somebody was manipulating both sides of the situation and then demonizing somebody else when we see what the real actions on this earth are happening. You cannot say that you're claiming righteousness, but you're not in a point of defense, you're in a point of offense. So whether you believe in the Torah or you believe in the New Testament or you believe in the Quran, when you see people go on the
Your
offensive
fault.
against people that haven't done anything, you have to, there's no way that you can call it righteous to go unalive people when you know
right.
that there's no situation that you should have to do. Where is your diplomacy? Where is your understanding? Saying death to the United States is a title. They know that there's people over here. He says they're going to blow up Los Angeles, where the most Iranians, other than in Iran, are in Los Angeles and California. So why would they blow up their own people? I was just coming to show you the point of the religious differences and how he's playing both sides. But both sides, if you go by what the book said, are looking for complete and utter destruction. They're not
Hmm.
looking for anything else because both sides know that it has to be tore up to be rebuilt. And that's what I was going to say to you too, Plug, when we
So
was
I
talking
was
about
going
the AI.
before we got off of that,
Go ahead.
I'm looking, man. So I was gonna go to Isaiah 53:5. So how do you feel about Isaiah 53:5? But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed.
And they're
That
talking about
sounds like it has to do with redemption, not following the law.
What I'm saying is that if as a Christian, we will reference that to, along with the Romans verse and along with the John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, whosoever believeth in him. So that's where we was talking about the sacrifice. Now, you are right that he said, do this forever and ever. But when we put in Isaiah 53:5, the way I would interpret it and the way that I've seen it interpreted, along with John 3:16, it was kind of like if you believe in God, I mean, if you believe in Jesus as your savior, that's where we getting into that.
Exactly, and that's what I was gonna say earlier. If we looking at that, that's why well, I said it the other night when I said it's gonna come down to the point as if you're gonna look at the red letters, or you're gonna look at the black letters, and which way are you gonna discern each one? What did the Hamashiach, which everybody else calls Jesus, what did he say, and what did man say? Because this is them converting it to the people that they're talking to and talking through letters, compared to what he said himself. I am here for my Father's business. If it ain't, don't look at me to be the king. You look to the Father. When you look at me, you look at the Father. So if the Father didn't say it, I don't back it up. And that's why in the Torah it says precept among precept. So you just gave me 3 precepts that still back up the first precept. So if he was the Word and the Word was with God, and the word was good and the word was righteous, if you're in that word, which would and Christians, they're not going to look at it this way, which is the body of Christ, you're in the word, then you're going to be going by the law, period. Nobody breaks the law. That's why he's saying Paul was different, because Paul, if he was really on what he was, why did he get in so many arguments with people that walk with the Hamashiach, but he never did. So all the things that were going on in the Old Testament, which he was a Pharisee, he knew all this. None of that adds up with Paul stuff. So I understand why he's feeling that way. But when we go back to the book, that's why I didn't want to get too much in it. You will see where the Most High says, I will confuse them. I will send them out. And that's where you get the Holy Spirit. And that's why I say Paul might be making a lot of people upset, but he might be doing exactly what the Most High told him to do, to put us in a position for prophecy. So it
Mm-hmm.
gets deep. That's what I'm saying. It gets deep.
Right.
So I'm not mad at Paul, but yeah, Paul deceived a lot of people and he did a whole bunch of different things. And he has pushed it forth a point where, like that's what they said, he's the apostle to the Gentiles. He wasn't teaching anybody that was really Israelites a whole bunch of stuff. But then we got to realize there were a bunch of proselytes. There was a bunch of people that came in, even the ones that dealt with the Hamashiach weren't the exact straight Israelites. These were people that were still embellishing a new religion that they jumped behind to be behind these people, which it was their culture. It wasn't a religion. So you have a whole bunch of mixes going in, and then the influx of the Romans and the Egyptians, and there was always converts from each side. So that's what we're saying. Once we get into it, it gets pretty deep, and I had to go into some apocrypha. I have to go into a whole bunch of different stuff. And those same verses, I have the same verses that back those up, precept on precept. I'm not here to convince anybody. I'm just trying to show how it's embellishing itself to this day. So if you believe in any of those books, if you believe in the New Testament, Old Testament, then you're going to understand prophecy. And if you look at what Netanyahu is doing right here, or we'll say BB, we're looking at what he's doing right now, and you compare it with prophecy, there are certain points of prophecy that haven't happened yet. So who are the people? Because they're trying to say that the people that were there are the people that are trampling over Jerusalem. But there's no way that it could be the people that are there, because it says a foreigner will come. Those people aren't foreigners. So only foreigner
But
there
uh,
is you.
but
You're the only foreigner here.
yes, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. So much so he had to change his name.
And I'm saying everybody knows this. All them Arabs and different groups, the Sikh, every single one of them, they know this. The Indians, the Chinese, all these people. If you're looking at the book, you know this. You know who the foreigner is. So that, and the Egyptian said it just plain as day. He said, "You left here," and this might sound wild. He said, "You left here black, and you came back white." That's what he said. You know what I'm saying? And who has been, if you were the people that enslaved these people and Moses ran away with you, and so they know who you are, because those Egyptians that came in there were foreigners. The Egyptians that we look at now are foreigners. They came with the Hyksos and all these different people. They came in and changed Egypt to where lower Egypt had to come back and get them back in line. And those were the same cousins. So we're talking about Hamites, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about the people coming from the Caucasus and these different areas. And then when you look at where the Israelites and the certain Hebrews were supposed to go when they got dispatched over 3 or 4 different times. People don't know the history, and the more that I said, they're gonna no, everybody. That's why I say I don't do it. No, 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 I don't have time to go and run through all this history with everybody. So just look at BB, look at Trump, and tell me why are they so invested in these lands instead of their own? And if how he brought up Hitler earlier, if Hitler was so terrible and we ran him out of there and took over, why didn't you stay?
You cut
Why
out,
did you
Top
still
Cat.
need to go? I was saying, if Hitler was so terrible and we whooped Hitler, why didn't they stay where they were at and rebuild? Why did they need to go anywhere else? Period. If we
Mm-hmm.
whooped, why
That
would
was
y'all
already
always?
commenced way before World War II.
Yeah, but the Zionist movement was, but that it wasn't there. They wanted to go to Ethiopia.
Well,
They even
because the
wanted.
deal
They
had
had
already
places
been
in South
made
No,
before the
America.
war
they
was
were
over.
already going to
If people,
Palestine
if people
recently.
knew the history, they would know that the deal was already made before the war was over, and that they knew that the countries, or by the way, like Arabian countries were involved in that deal. They would know that it was already established for the quote unquote Israelis to go to quote unquote Israel. Like that Israeli deal was done before the war was
But that's
completely
what I'm
over.
telling you. They were making it when they did the scramble for Africa. They
Yeah.
were cutting up Africa.
Yeah.
When the Zionist movement first came, Israel was
Yeah.
not the first pick. They picked Ethiopia first. They even picked South America. They picked some parts of China and different islands. They were going to move to a whole different point. The last choice of theirs was Palestine and Israel area. The reason that they went there after the things happened is because they already had family that went back there. So that's what the reason was. They did the Zionist movement didn't just pick that. So now even there, everything that we're talking about is still a point that they didn't pick that first. That's suspect as hell. If you said I need to go back to the land that's mine, how did you have more than any land than the land that you came from?
Mm-hmm.
This is already suspect because you are not the people. Just like if you go to Deuteronomy 28 and you go to any of these different things and you line up what they said the people that would be dispersed was, they will never know until they are woken where they are, until I wake them up. So you can't tell me that if you believe in what the Most High told you, that you went back, oh, I know my lineage traces all the way back to Israel. No, that was
Oh.
supposed to be right from the earth. Okay,
Yeah,
you're
but
not
they
supposed to
come
be
from the
new
line of
until you
Seth.
wake up.
Don't they come from the line of Seth?
Hmm? Oh,
Don't
which people?
well, like don't his people come from the line of Seth?
Well, some of them can. They can come from Seth. They can come from Japheth. They can even come from some parts of Ham and Shem, because over the years there's been a whole bunch of different men. But where you are, what's in your blood, and what you identify with, and that's what it comes down to. Especially once we get into the New Testament, are you going to humble yourself and give yourself up to the Most High? Period. Whether
There's
you
a lot of
believe
DNA
in
talk right now, bro.
oh, it's
Just
big. It's
saying
a big
China
deal.
existed at the same
But you
damn
have to
time.
understand the only reason that it's so key, the reason it's so key is because biblically, the Lord says that they are entitled to the land that was promised
So China
through,
existed, right? China,
right.
all these different things were supposed to exist, right? So China, so there's a reason why they say Afro-Asiatic. So China, those people are still going to go back to the San people of South Africa. They're still
Right.
going to go back to these certain people. And that's why I'm saying once it goes to DNA, yeah, that we can say that those people existed, but we already know from the Ottoman Islands, which are the Indians, and we already know from the Ottoman Islands, you know what I'm saying, all the way to the Philippines, where the true Filipinos are called Negritos. We know who these people are, and all of those people match the people that are even the Solomon Islands. All those people match what biblically we're talking about. The people with fire in their eyes, hair like wool, they had bodies
Mm-hmm.
like this, they were humble like people. None of them match those Nordic people, those Gallic people. None of them match any of those people. Now, I ain't saying over years and years these things haven't mixed together, but we know, and that's what I'm saying. People say that they believe in certain things. Now we get into it a little deeper. So let's talk about why the Chinese people are like they are, why these people are like they are. Let's look at what's over there. As we go farther back in DNA, the more we can mix with other things. So descendants, Neanderthals. It's sitting right there showing you why people look like they are and what they are. Go look at a descendant. They say that Asians have the thickest hair, period. That's why their hair is straight. They have the thickest, roundest hair, period. What has hair like that? A descendant. Okay, Neanderthals have certain things. They had green eyes, they had blue eyes, whatever. Go to Europe. What are we looking at? We have the evidence of these things mixing together. Where they mix the least at, we go to Africa. All those people look like the people of the book. All the way to the Persians, to everybody that's over there, they look like those. So all this denying that people have, and it's sitting in the DNA, but then people sit up there and lie.
Lying what?
Do you believe yourself? Can you believe your eyes? Do you believe your hands? Do you believe it? You know what I'm saying? Who you gonna believe?
I'm kind of
Well, I
confused.
think
I
that
think
there's a
what you're
reason that they
saying is
banned
that
DNA testing in Israel. They've banned that.
So that's what I'm saying. It's in your face, but there's a whole bunch of whitewashing. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about white people. I'm just saying whitewashing of the situation. And you gotta be able to decipher through it. Like even the book. Do y'all realize that it tells you in the book that everybody can't teach you this book? As much as everybody's running around saying, "Ooh, I'm blessed and I'm anointed," it tells you that there's a certain people that can tell you what this book means, and everybody else is guessing. They can't tell you this because they haven't been anointed to tell you it. And that's why you see the spirit totally different in these different churches. You go into some churches and certain people, and you can see that it's pouring out of them. And then you go into some people and you say, "This
what
is
about a
a
mulatto? What are you talking about? Are you saying black Israelites are the only Israelites and they are the only ones that know the true word of God?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
It
you
sounds
can
like
know
it.
the true word, but you can know the word or you won't. Can you express and give it to the next person? Because the next person, when you say the word, every time that you speak the word out that book, do you know that you will be looked down on the farthest from heaven if you give the wrong message? So everybody wouldn't be speaking on the Bible if they truly believe that if I told you the wrong thing, I'll be looked at as dirt, even in the heavens. Even if I made it to heaven, I will be looked at as the dirt. Everybody wouldn't be speaking on this Bible the same if they really read it. They just think that anybody can do anything because Paul and all them got you over there thinking that anything can happen. But no, it's not
What
that
does
way.
that have to do with skulls in Africa from thousands of years ago, and Neanderthals and South Asians?
No, he's just trying
What
to
do you mean?
he's just trying to go through the lineage of what's written in
No,
the word. He's just
what
Why
does
is the
that have to do
lineage
with it?
important? We cannot track
Oh,
the
the lineage
lineage.
is
We
very
need to stop
important. Otherwise, we would
trying to
never be able
track
to
the
track
lineage.
Christ.
And what did mulattoes have to do with that then? If you're talking about old skulls, what did mulattoes have to do with that?
Because if you were
That's the Spanish
implying
word.
black Israelites, then we all have to understand if
I
there's
didn't
pure
say
blood
black
versus not
neither.
pure blood and what's what,
I
then
didn't
what the
say
hell are we
black,
talking
nothing.
about?
Mr.
That was my point. I
Israelite.
don't know if I'm making that clear.
No,
But
you
then
made it
also for
perfect.
non-blacks at all,
Where?
what?
No, it's no such thing. There's no such thing as non-blacks. There's no such thing. This is your science. Track everything you just said. I just told you, Negritos, Ottoman Islands. When I'm talking about the Ottoman Islands, those are the darkest, curliest hair
Negritos.
people in the northern hemisphere. That's the true Indian blood. And when I say Indian, I'm talking about with the dot on your forehead. When you go to
So
the
then all the
islands,
other Indians are fake Indians, just
Man,
like
I
all
know
the
that they
black
got this
Americans in
one
America are fake
black
Americans.
dude. They got this one Indian and he dark skinned and he made that song. I'm a black nigga. I'm a black
mhm.
nigga.
A white
Listen,
Chinese person is black,
let's see the
Y'all don't
and
wrong
a
remember
message.
that
white
song? Do
European
y'all
is
know what
black.
I'm talking
Wait,
about?
wait a minute. This might be a pivotal moment in my life. Are you telling me I'm black?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
and
bro.
if you didn't
That's
know
what you
you,
sounding like, Top. I'm not.
listen,
I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. That's what you sound like.
listen what
Top,
I'm telling you.
top, tell
Have
me,
y'all
tell
done
me.
any research? Have y'all ever looked? There is and this is from your science. There is a two-brother theory out of Africa. Okay,
Yes.
both of them were black. We're talking about the San people and some other people. All this is when the world was different and they were supposed. They didn't even say we could swim. They still tried to make us stupid. Like we had to skip land all the way to Australia. And all the way through those islands, and all the way back, and all the way through China, and then the other one went up through Europe, and he's called Cheddar Man. Have y'all done any of this research? Everybody should
Listen,
know they're black. Everybody
Listen,
should know
I've
this.
done research, but I've never heard that I might be 2 steps from black. So you need to fill me
You're not
in.
even two
Listen,
steps. The
listen to
only
what
thing that's
Top Cat.
stopping you
Okay,
from
so
being
what
two.
Top Cat is saying is the origins. So we gotta, when we go from the origins, we gotta realize how
Origins of
far these.
humanity.
We gotta go back to how far these origins go back. So in a sense, if we want to get technical, yes, chill. But if we're gonna be real, we gotta understand that people and things adapt to environment. Things get, crossbred, and then they get put into these pockets to where that it's not a lot of mixing going on, and that's where you get into purebred. I'm pretty sure like all dogs came from a source of some
Yeah,
damn dogs.
yeah.
This is the
All
best
dogs
day of
came
my
from wood.
life.
So this
I
is what I'm
knew it.
telling you.
I
Yes,
heard you.
all people. Look, have y'all even noticed that the tallest and the most diverse different things are going to be white and black people? That's why they tell you it comes down to white and black. The tallest people in the world are going to be white and black. Everything that the most they're going to be, it's going to come down to white and black. Everything else is a mix, and it's the difference that came from it was the beast of the field. What else you mix with? That's why they're calling people lizard people. That's why they're calling them, because they didn't mix with something else, or they've been genetically altered. Which you go into Gilgamesh, he'll talk about it.
Mhm.
All these different books talk about
And
these
then we
different
gotta
things.
go
Once you
into
have the
we
hood,
gotta go into 2026. Like the guy said, he hasn't seen any alien craft. He hasn't seen any aliens, but he has seen a bunch of
Okay.
ancient human
No, man.
technology. He said ancient human technology. He's saying that these things that were made, they're human. So that's when we
They're
go
So
into the
now
Nephilim.
you're
law.
saying that there were two different types of people and everything else is mixed. So you got the
Yes,
white people
No.
and
even
you
with
got the black people. The
Neanderthals. What do
Asians
you
are a
think
mix between white
Neanderthals
and black
is?
people. What are
Listen,
the white people? What did they
white
come from?
people, this is what I'm trying to tell you. White people is the loss of something. Anything that's white,
We're
the
just
reason
lost
that
in
there's white
melanin.
listen, the reason that there's white fragility right now is because that is not a dominant gene. That is a gene that
Yeah.
has been processed and put there through a whole bunch of wars and what people call those fake words. I'm talking about conquering and everything to keep this gene alive. Without that happening, that gene doesn't even produce. That's
So
why
can I
in
tell you
Europe,
why white
listen
turn
to what I'm
white?
saying. In Europe, it's
Can I
tradition.
enlighten you a little bit of today's
No,
science about why
listen.
white is white?
You're not listening to me, man.
why
Listen to
you
what I'm
cut them
saying.
off,
In
Jared?
Europe,
You're
it's a
saying that white people are lizard people, or are you saying white people are the
Oh,
missing
that
they're
was
missing soul?
somebody cut them off. Who? I couldn't hear the last of what Top Cat said. Somebody cut them off.
Y'all not hearing what I'm saying. If you look at the traditions of people in Europe, because of their genetic disposition, you always hear about them going from other tribes, stealing other women from other tribes because they were having a low birth rate problem. Their DNA does not push out and produce like everything else. Now, you identify that with what the Bible says. It says, be fruitful and multiply. That means he made you that way. So why are these people getting less and less, and these people are increasing and increasing? The
Why do
book
you
is
think,
telling
Top?
you
Why do you
everything
think? Answer that question. Why do you think?
because of abominations. The
So
same
white
reason
people
why
are
there
abominations.
were gorillas in Russia. Why ain't there gorillas now? They killed everything. All you're gonna find out there is the things that you would consider scavengers right now: a bear, a wolf, something that can run to the top of the hills. The only leopards that they have to live at the
No,
top
no,
of the
keep on
damn
whining.
mountain.
You just said
Eagles.
white people's abominations. That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying they committed abominations. And they turned themselves away
Hey, you
from the
gotta
Most
watch
High, and they
Knicks, bro.
did
He'll try
everything.
to put some words in your mouth, won't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Nah,
trying.
nah, not at all, man. Not at all. Because that is literally what he said,
I
and
never
he's
say
been
they
saying
were
weird
an
things.
abomination.
Literally, I'm
I
trying
said
to
they
break it down,
committed
bro.
they committed abominations. If you look at this, you said go back to the beginning and look at certain things as they move forward. There were the same animals every single place. Why were they completely wiped out in some places? They're gonna tell, oh, so a meteor hit. No, that wasn't what happened. They killed them all. It says it right in there. It even
They
talks
did.
about
They did
Nebuchadnezzar
kill
being a
all the.
great
They
man.
did kill all the buffalo for the Indians too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, they did. That shit crazy.
They killed all the woolly mammoths all the way until they got here. They killed everything in the tundra. There's nothing there. Everywhere they go, it's destruction and war, and that's why I told
But
you.
this is what
Now
I'm
these
gonna
people
say.
are back down. It's
Somebody wanted
destruction
to
and war.
explain why white people are white. I think that was Jared. So I'm gonna give Jared the
Yeah,
floor.
nah,
Then
nah.
I
That was,
then I
that was
speak.
me.
Oh, okay. Well, next, hold on. Then I'll let you get to explain. What I'm gonna say is gonna go towards where we are in technology now. Like they're and then we gotta go to crossbreeding. We got people trying to bring back ancient wolves and shit. So I believe that there was a place we have to remember there were quote unquote Neanderthals around too. Those were not humans. They were close, but they weren't humans. So when he's talking about just having sex with shit, we know people, excuse my language, I'm on YouTube. We know that people are banging animals today. Bestiality's going on. Now, if they got to a point to where they could produce something, maybe, with what the word technology was. Now, from a different perspective, we got to go to the fallen angels as well.
Yep.
If y'all want to go into that, I wasn't just going to take the convo back to, that, but shit, fallen angels was a thing too.
Yes, this
Fallen
is not
angels
even a
made
guess. When you go to It's not a guess. When we go to the Neanderthals, they have the areas where they've been mixed. They mixed for over 70 years. They got them right in Europe. They got the Asians. The Asians and the Europeans are the highest in descendant and Neanderthal. Go look at what a descendant look like, and go look at what a Neanderthal look like. It's terrible to say that one is white and one is Asian. One has long, straight, black, thick hair, and the other one has curly, reddish, strawberry blonde hair with purples and green eyes. Come on,
Oh my God.
go look them
Y'all
up.
don't believe in evolution.
That's what evolution
If
was. That's what I'm telling you.
if y'all
Evolution
do
is
believe in
mixed.
evolution,
No,
then
no.
I'm just here to tell you that I think you're forgetting important parts of that theory.
The most high. It's not a
No,
theory. It's
I don't
in your
believe in
not.
evolution, but I do believe that
No.
motherfuckers was fucking whatever was walking around with a coochie on it. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. If
Okay.
they'll fuck, excuse my language, if they'll bang boys, they'll bang toys,
I
they'll
need a
bang
monologue.
animals, I think they was banging some Neanderthals too, man. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Fallen angels
Well,
and
I
all,
mean,
man.
well,
I think they was
I need
banging.
to respond to like August.
there is a
I'm gonna
certain
try
amount
to make it make
of
sense.
That's how we got the
Hold on,
mixed,
one
like
mic.
Can I at least start with why white people are white? Because
Go
of
ahead.
evolution?
Go
I
ahead.
want to hear this shit.
Okay. Humans, our oldest bones that we can find are from Africa. All of the humanoids seem to have come from Africa. Those bones are not fucking human bones. Those bones are primitive to Neanderthals, but we know that they are human. They are our ancestors because of evolution. Those all come from Africa. Those people went up north before they even became human. Okay. And then when they went up north, they didn't have vitamin D. So their skin did some weird shit so that they can absorb. Our skin burns more. It does burn more than black people. That is a fact, but black people still get a sunburn. Y'all still need, I'm not saying anything like that, but it's a vitamin D thing. White people's skin turned white after like a million years of being with less sun D. There's something about your melanin. It absorbs more or some shit about vitamin D. I don't really know.
I'm gonna
All right,
say
let me
this.
try to make
This is
it.
all right. Let me say this to
It
try to,
doesn't even matter. All I'm saying is that the people that came from Africa weren't humans. Then they went up north and became other things that weren't humans because of evolution. We're talking about millions of years. And then millions of years later, they came back down south or whatever. And then some type of humanoid fucked another type of humanoid. One of them was a
we're
Neanderthal.
gonna
The
say
other one was a
bang.
Homo, whatever the hell. And then a
hold on.
100,000 years later, then we get the Homo sapien. And
Hold
then
on,
we
you
get
guys
humans.
are
And we've already been
very
scattered for
outlandish.
millions of years everywhere.
Hey, we
Yeah,
can't
this
all
is
talk.
millions
Hold
of
on. We
years
can't
ago.
all talk
Everything's
at once.
fine.
We cannot all talk at once. Go ahead, Asha.
Just let me know when I
Hold
cut off.
on.
Let me
Go
know when
ahead,
I.
Asha.
How are you saying that these are different bones than human bones? Obviously, that's how evolution works. Obviously,
No.
the bones are not going to be the same as the bones that you have right now. That's what evolution is. Duh.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
All
but
So
right.
the
how are
point
you
is
gonna
that
say
the
like, oh, I don't believe in
Neanderthals weren't the
evolution?
abominations that were having sex with the bad people of the Canaanites or
Okay,
whatever the fuck y'all want to
that
say.
can't
That's
be.
not how that
How is
works.
that an abomination? How is that an abomination? Like,
It's
let's
not. I
say,
am not. I
like,
am arguing against that. I am on your side
Okay.
with this
So
evolution.
most of your DNA right now is Neanderthal DNA.
no, my shit
I'm
is
like
not Neanderthal DNA.
It's,
So let me tell you this though.
yeah.
This is why I'm gonna push back on next
60,
right here.
40 to 60%.
Let me push back
It
on
could
that. That's what
depend
they
on who
tell
you
you too.
are.
To be honest,
Right.
this is exactly why the evolution argument doesn't work. And I think that there was probably a group of quote unquote scientists sitting in a room trying to work it all out this is why it's quote unquote evolved throughout the years, even since I've been alive, it's changed. It's just it's not the biblical description of what we are is is the way it is. Like even when they go and they're like, "Oh, this bone is this many," yeah, it doesn't even fit. It doesn't even fit. There's no
Yeah,
millions of
I'm
years
not
old.
even gonna
No.
listen. Chill. I'm gonna take it a whole different way, cause I mean, we going back to the Bible. We believe it, but we gotta have some. We gotta be. We can't just say because the Bible says so in the debate. We gotta break down where the
Well,
Bible said it, how it
I
said it. So
I
for
was
me,
going
what
there,
I'm gonna
but
say
take
is
it.
this: is next is kind of if it's evolution, why the fuck is there still primates? Where the fuck is the Neanderthals? Why can't we repeat the process?
That is vertical. Yep.
No,
We
that's
are repeating the
an
process.
insane argument. That's an
We
insane
literally
argument
are.
because with that same argument, we can say that there are certain ants that were alive during the dinosaur age that are still alive or became
We have dinosaurs.
extinct in like the 1900s. Let me finish my sentence. There are certain species of different animals that the almost extinct species have evolved, and you can see that there are species that are more closer to where we are now that are alive, but that doesn't mean that the other ones are. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's say there are orangutans, but there's also capuchin monkeys, and then there's also gorillas, but then there's also humans. You could be like, well, there should be no gorillas if humans are alive. That doesn't make sense. That's not
I
how
have
it
a
works.
really concrete question. How have we not seen in just since we've had documented written history, or definitely since modern history, since modern medicine or whatever, any life come from non-life?
That was a good one.
Because nowhere in the dawn of time has like any life come from non-life, but we're supposed to have come from non-life.
Well, all life comes from
Pardon.
non-life.
No. Nowhere have we ever seen life come from non-life.
Well, you're talking about the Bible. In the
No, I'm
Bible,
not even talking about the Bible. I'm talking
You
about the Big
can't
Bang.
experience. The life
and
was the word.
I'm
It
I'm
didn't have
Christian.
life
I
though.
believe in the
That's the
Bible,
thing. I
but
don't.
I know. I'm not even talking about the Bible. I'm
The
talking
word
about
was the word.
wait, let me finish speaking. I'm talking about they're telling us because NASA literally translates into deceiver, by the way, if you didn't know. They are telling us we come from the Big Bang and we float around and we twist around and the constellations never change and we flippy turn. And we're telling you that don't worry while you're flippy turning, the Big Bang created life from non-life. And so
no,
nothing came
no
from
one
nothing
ever.
and create well, hang on, baby. Life came from non-life, and you and your ancestors billions of years ago came from non-life, a little spark and a nugget. And that nugget came from a nugget and a bigger nugget and a nugget and a nugget. And you evolved into nuggetness. And now you're a beautiful nugget that I love so much. How does life come from non-life?
But your wording always makes it sound like anybody that has any other differentiation of
It's
opinion
okay.
has to be an
No,
insane
I'm just
person.
it's just a question. How does
It's
life come
not
from
really a
non-life?
question
I
because you
know it's
say it in
not.
a way that makes it sound like whoever has like a differentiation in opinion is insane.
No,
Y'all just
what I'm trying to
really
get you
know
no,
That's her
here,
argument.
let's
That is her argument.
next. I'm
That's her
trying to help
argument.
my friend
Hey,
next. I'm trying to help my friend. It's because
no, because I'm
I
also a
I
Christian woman, but that
literally
doesn't
I
mean
went
that
through
everybody
40
has to be
damn baby,
One
I went through
mic,
okay,
one
no,
mic.
I'm done.
Damn.
Okay, listen,
There are
I went through
so
40
many
years. I went through
there
40
are
years of being lied to by the public school system, medical system, both degree programs, okay? So yeah, I get a little fired up at the fact that I have pulled myself out and realized that it's all a lie. So the fact that there's people that I
Okay.
love on this panel that haven't seen it yet, so I get a little passionate, doesn't mean I don't
Well,
love you.
you don't have to act like just because you're slightly older. I'm around the same age as you are. I've been in the Christian Catholic
Oh,
Church almost as long as you
okay.
have, and I still have a thought, that every time I express my opinion on this panel, you make it sound like you're insane to think that we arrived from a Big Bang. That's a crazy thought. I grew
No,
up in the
I
Catholic
lived
Church.
in it. I lived in it. What I'm saying is,
I
the
also
simple
did.
question the simple question was, how does life come from non-life? I'm trying to get you to think critically.
God.
Are you a
God is the
fucking
answer. We all
sorry,
know
sorry,
that.
Slut. Are
This is
you a
what I tell
scientist?
you.
Are you a
Oh, yes,
scientist?
I am. I have
Okay,
2
hold
You're a
on, hold
degrees.
on.
scientist.
Okay,
I
you're not a
am.
scientist,
I
a
am
In
a yes,
science.
scientist.
I have 2 degrees. I am.
In
I
science.
literally worked with babies. Life comes from life.
That's
How does
not
life come from
science.
A
non-life?
scientist.
Working with babies isn't science.
Non-life
Yes,
is
Yes.
it
Oh
non-life
my God. I
as
can't help
like
you. I can't help
It's
you.
not. You don't
Okay,
I
have to
can't
help
listen.
help
Let me.
me.
I
Okay,
can't
let
help
me
you.
get back on topic because
I
y'all we're
can't help
getting passionate. So let's bring it down. Let me get on
you.
topic. I'm
Can't
gonna
help you.
say this to next. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this to next. Um, there is no evidence proving evolution happened. It's actually the contrary. They're saying that only 2,000 fossils from even that time period have been there, and actually them trying to put it together contradicts it. It's just there's no direct here goes the actually. Even with the DNA sequence of data, we have no direct access to the process of evolution, so objective reconstruction of the vanished past can be achieved only by creative imaginations. Since there is no real scientific evidence that evolution occurred in the past, at present, or ever occurred in the past, it is reasonable to conclude that evolution, in fact, is not a fact of science, as many claim. In fact, it is not even science at all, but an arbitrary system built upon faith and universal naturalism. So they're saying that there's just not a direct link between those fossils. There
What
actually hasn't ever been a direct link to those fossils,
the
and they're saying that
missing link of
they're saying
man?
that they can't even evolve plants. Like even when they're trying to do it with the plant life, there's no evolution.
What the missing link was, man? Can I speak for a second,
Oh,
y'all?
I
Can I
can't
can I
hear
get it? Can
Top
I
Cat.
get it?
I don't know. I can't hear Top Cat.
I'm just trying to get in for a hot second, man. That's what the missing link was. It was showing you back then that the missing link was the problem with the evolutionary chart. Okay, they never found that missing link. That's what they're speaking on. That's what Plug just got through speaking on. But I'm gonna take y'all back to a biblical understanding. The Hamashiach, which y'all call Jesus, even said that you're supposed to change every day that you read. You're supposed to read and mirror. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The Most High Creator is evolution. He is I am that I am. He is what changes. How life is made is what changes. So he is evolution. He is every thought that we have. And so when we come to a point of saying that this can't be, I don't put the Most High in the box. So even if we evoluted, that was fine. So back to what Next was talking about. When he was talking about the different bones that were coming out of Africa, that's not what I was speaking on. What I was speaking on was the first 2 brothers, the first 2 anatomically modern humans that came out of there. I'm not talking about those other ones. And then you started talking about back migration. That back migration was of anatomically modern humans, the real man. And when you come to man or Adam man, the real first anatomic humans, that first human, and I'm gonna even put it on the feminine aspect, was a black woman. So
Oh,
yes, all of
okay.
y'all answers is black.
So I'm gonna let Next, before we get into another whole back to the black convo, I'm gonna let Next respond because they're saying that basically the only way the evolution theory is real is if it's unnatural. There will have to be gene splicing or and some abominations going on.
Anunnaki stuff, and it is proven that our DNA has been spliced a long time ago. That's back on what you were talking about,
Basically,
Plug.
they're saying
I
like
was just
cats and dogs can bang or whatever, but there's not gonna be a cat dog.
Can't reproduce. Right.
except for how far they go back. The farther they go back, the more that different things can mix. That's why right now the zebra fish is the closest to human DNA. That's the reason why you can inject a zebra fish and you can turn it from clear to brown, and you can inject a white person with melanin and you can turn their ass clear from brown until the melanin dies off because it can't survive in a system that doesn't support it.
All right, let Next respond. Next got the floor.
Yes, please. Thank you. Hey, so I don't know what you just read when you read that, but I also went on Google and I tried things. The Homo sapien and the Neanderthal, they both have an ancestor that is DNA certified. Supposedly ancestor. They have connections with DNA from an ancestor called a Homo heidelbergensis that came from Africa about 700,000 years before the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens, who both have sharing DNA with the Homo heidelbergensis.
Right. What I'm saying to that
What I am
next
saying
is that
is there is a DNA. Since we love DNA so much, since DNA is everything, in in Jewland, elephants and a manatee share DNA and they have common ancestors. An elephant and a manatee and this little like capybara looking fucking thing. They all
right.
have the
What
same
I'm not saying that
DNA
that
and they all
wasn't
come from the
but
same
next.
thing.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm
Talk about
saying that it
millions
could
of years.
happen. What I'm saying, it could happen, but it couldn't happen naturally. It's not happening naturally. I'm not debating that there's some
What?
shit going on, but it's not naturally. Otherwise, we would be seeing it today. Why can't
We
we do
do
it
see it
Okay,
now?
so
today. It just happens so
if it
Where?
wasn't
slow.
happening, if it wasn't happening naturally, then how could it have happened millions
The
We
of years
same
will
way
ago?
survive.
we're at that technology now where they're gene splicing, they're putting mouse DNA inside of other DNA because we're at that
You are
point.
from up
That's
north.
what
You
I'm
are better
saying.
in the cold.
That's what I'm saying. Yes,
And if you
that's
are
now
down
that's
south,
something else. That's not breeding. That's something else. That's adapting to
if you live
environment.
1,000 years in the mountains, your lungs are literally bigger.
Okay, but is that through
No,
breeding? Is
no,
that through breeding or
no,
is that through
no,
Yes,
adaptation? That's not through
no.
breeding.
both.
That's not through
How you
breeding.
just how are we gonna how
That's
is
right.
it breeding when you're talking
Because
about a
if you take
location
the person
change?
who was 500 years inside the mountains and then you breed him with
But that's
someone who was
not what you
500 years
said.
not in the mountains, you are
That's
going
not
to
what
have
you
less of
said.
big
I
lungs
think
than the person who has 1,000 years in
But
the
there's
mountains.
still
So it is
what
there's
breeding,
hey,
still
but it is
persons,
what
also
but you
because
said
of
if
where
you
you're
I
coming
think
from.
they're
move.
talking about their kin.
Look, man, that's
That's what I'm
exactly what I
saying.
said. I said mixing with the beasts of the field. Now, adaptation over time has been proven wrong. That's why I said you looked that up, but you didn't look up the Adam Islands. So how the hell
wait,
did
but
India? Listen what I'm
adaptation
saying.
adaptation over
Let him
time
Let me
sounds
finish.
like
learn.
Asha,
evolution.
You
quit
don't
cutting
listen.
him
You won't
off.
learn. You won't learn if you don't listen. Look up the Andaman Islands. Look up the Inuit people. How in the hell did they live in these cold ass areas where you're talking about this vitamin D deficiency and they were darker than anybody on the earth? That stuff has been proven wrong.
All right, now
That's what I'm
Asha,
telling you.
ask your
Then
question,
that's where the
Asha.
Jews came from. I don't know.
Hold on. We can't keep blaming them people for everything over here. We are still
No, I wasn't
live.
blaming them for nothing. I was
So
calling the original people that were black Jews, therefore the black people that came from up north. It was a stupid joke.
yeah,
Nonsense
go
comment.
Asha. Asha got cut off too. So Asha, ask your question.
It wasn't really a question. It was more like, how can you say that adaptation is real, but not say that evolution is not real? That doesn't make any sense. So in my mind, adaptation could be the same as evolution. If you think about it, it's just like over
What
time, like
I'm
over
saying
millions
is
and
too.
millions of years.
I'm saying a human can't go fuck a dog and create a human dog. I'm saying that a cat can't go bang a dog. Let me get my language together. A cat can't go bang a. That's the one I mean that
I agree,
I'm not.
plug. But
That's what I'm agree.
But
So when we're
that,
saying that the Neanderthals was banging monkeys and we come from, you know what I'm saying? I just don't subscribe to that, and I'm not trying to
well,
change
no,
y'all's mind.
that's not.
I'm just not subscribing to
That's
that.
not possible.
We're
Well,
talking about
that is not
can
evolution.
a
possible.
coyote
But like,
bang a
let's say
German
for
Now,
shepherd?
I'm saying it is
alright,
possible.
exactly.
I'm saying it is possible,
No,
Asha. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it is possible, not naturally. I'm saying that there is a point to where science will get to a place to where it can happen, but it can't happen naturally. Is what I'm getting at.
well, It can happen naturally, and I don't know the
Where?
specific like wording of it, but it's like
You show me where a
certain
cat
like
and a
let's
dog
like
create cat
like
dog.
let's
Y'all
hold
wanna
on.
hear what
So hold on. Let me finish my thought. So a cat and a dog cannot, and not every cat and every cat can. Like my house cat can't get with a lion and have a lion cat. However, a lion and a tiger can, and they have a liger. You know what I mean? And also like a house dog, like a German Shepherd, can with a wolf. And then they
Because
have,
they
I
are
don't know
of
what
the
they're called,
same
but
thing. They
my
are of the
dog
same thing.
but
That's what
it's
I'm
not, but
saying.
like a wolf and like a chihuahua can't. Like it's certain things that it can happen. It's not all of them. Like I can't go fuck a monkey and have a monkey baby.
Okay,
There's
but plug.
Why
different
not? Why not?
ways that it
If
can.
evolution is
I
real
don't
Plug,
and
that's
know.
not the
That's
we
what I'm
basis of
share
evolution,
saying.
ancestor,
plug.
why
That's not
not?
the basis of evolution at all.
Why not? If we come from monkeys,
Mixed
why
breeding
can't
is not
we?
the basis of
Why can't we
evolution.
have
That
it?
is actually what you guys were saying with the Nephilim.
Yes, it is. It's part of
It
evolution.
did.
Evolution
I'm
It
happens
saying
has
that
nothing
sometimes
to
it
do
can
with that. Oh
happen. I'm
no,
not
it
saying like
doesn't.
How many
In
different
no
cats?
part of
How many
evolution did a
different cats?
dog fuck a cat and make a cat dog. In
Okay,
that's
so
all
what I
laws of
said.
evolution,
so next,
a breed went
show me
somewhere and
something that
changed with
evolved.
their
Show me
environment due to
something that
time.
evolved that's still here. So you're saying we evolved from monkeys. We are monkeys. What else is
No,
here
I don't
now?
know that.
Okay,
That's a
no,
bigger
okay.
statement.
So what else
That's
is
a bigger
here?
statement.
What else is here that we can see
I'm
the
just
evolution?
against the Israel
But
chosen people and the
hold
white
on,
people
Okay,
as
I get
I'm
abomination.
that, but no,
Not
I
putting words in
want
your
to
mouth,
answer.
just
I
in the
want to answer.
general
I
thought
want to
one.
answer though.
of that.
I want to answer from next. Asha, you got it next. Hold on, Top Cat. I know he came at you. I'm gonna give you the floor. But if we're saying evolution happened, and we're not talking about crossbreeding, we're talking about natural evolution, and the evolution Darwin's chart say we came from monkeys. We still see monkeys here today. We see humans here today. Show me another example of something
Not
we
the same
still here
monkey.
see today. Show me an example of something we still see here today that we can see the evolution. We also see the ancestor.
We can't. First of all, it wouldn't be the same monkeys if that's true. Second of all, I don't
Now they
prescribe to
different
anything
monkeys.
that's super duper. You know what I mean? Nothing 100%. I'm wishy-washy on everything when I'm not there. So I don't think that we came from monkeys. I'm not going to stand on that. But I will say that Neanderthals and humans apparently could fuck, right? And then they could make little babies, right? And they were all humanoids. They were basically the same thing, but they were just a little
And
bit
I'm
different. Just
saying
like our
that they
DNA
were
right now is the
different.
same thing, but a little bit different.
And I'm saying they were different. I'm saying they were different completely. I'm saying that
They
if they
they
were
they're
mixed,
Then how do we have
it was
sex and then
not
have
natural.
babies?
It,
Let me know when y'all
I'm
want me to
saying that
speak,
it was
man.
humans, and I'm saying that it was those things. And at some point,
And
it
then we
was
had
some
babies.
gene splicing going on. No, I think I'm talking about the big head Yakub and all of that shit, man. Go ahead, y'all.
Y'all just let me know when y'all
Go ahead,
so
Top
y'all
No,
Cat.
listen.
You can go.
right before you take this top next, you got one little bit wrong in your question, and I wanted you to correct it. You keep saying the white people evolved. Dude, we're black. Stop messing it up.
Man,
Stop messing it up for us, dude. Stop it. No, bad baby. Buddy, stop messing
No,
it up.
honestly, Shells, I
Baby,
would
it's the best
prescribe
day of my
to
life.
that part
It's the
that
best day
we
of
are
my life.
all kind
Like,
of
wait,
sort of
wait.
one people.
Let me finish my cup. It's the best day of my life, okay? I've waited my whole life. Nugs would be so happy right now to hear these words. Now stop messing it up for us. Now get your question answered and be a good next over there. You hear me? All right, I love you. Now knock it off. All right, Top, take it.
what?
All right.
Listen,
That was,
you missed it, sis, but we're black.
she
We're
already
black.
know. She
We
been black.
black. I know.
Or the devil. I'm
Listen,
still
I
not
have
sure.
too. I just
Top's
didn't
about to
have
put that one down.
confirmation.
Are we
All
black or
right?
are we the devil?
Now,
Listen, no,
listen.
no,
Let me
no,
finish
no.
saying.
Listen, like, well, I'm sure
When
I'm the
you
devil to
like
someone, but they're
For real. Let
wrong.
Top speak. Top's got something to say.
Is he putting words in my mouth again, Plug? Or were you right? I didn't
yes,
call
but
nobody the
shit,
devil.
I'm just saying, man.
Yeah. No, I'm not that. Listen, I'm calling. Listen,
So
BB, I have
I'm just gonna
questions,
be honest.
but
I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But y'all know that The Muslims, y'all know how the Muslims believe white people got here. And that's why I said the big head Yakub and everybody just kind of got quiet. I don't know. But you know,
Goddamn
okay.
alien. What I'm gonna tell you about is a total different situation. And it's gonna go from evolution because I'm gonna tell you, I just don't say it, but I used to say it when I first got in here. I can go through science, I can go through DNA, and I can go through biblical. I go through all three of them because I have to reference this for myself. I'm not just somebody that just looks at when I'm saying what I'm saying, I've done the research. I'm just not going back through everything I have to go through to prove to you. I'm not trying to prove to you. I'm saying go look up what I'm saying yourself. Go look at when I say the Andaman Islands, go look up and find what Indian DNA is. Go look up and find what the true DNA of all these people is, and it's going to lead back to either some short or some tall ass black curly haired people. It don't matter if you're in Europe, China, nowhere you on this earth. When I first got on here, they laughed at me because I said I'm androgynous. They said, "Ooh, he said he's androgynous." No, quit fucking playing. I am a person of the earth. I am from here. I'm made from here. Everything that comes from here is made from the same things. So that when you said DNA, ooh, they have this much DNA. You have 90% of the same DNA of a banana. So yeah, we can go back and say we're all connected to a certain point because if we are carbon, that means that we have lived. Like Sharon was saying, we are carbon, which is what we collect, this oil and all this different stuff. We are carbon. Those only comes from things that have lived, nothing else. So all the carbon that we have on this earth is coming from something that was alive at some time. Okay, that's why I said I come back to science. So when we get to this white situation, yes, there is a point of us adapting. I already explained to y'all the point of evolution. Yes, things are going to change because in the book it says that the Hamashiach said it straight up. He said you're supposed to change every day that you look in the mirror to become better, to become more righteous. So we're going to become different. We're going to change in different points. Now, just going to a point of evolution, just in the point of slavery, do y'all know that the mind of the people that come from slavery, their minds have adapted and evoluted and changed to become more subservient, that they can look at the black brain and see that it's completely different than the other brains that weren't under that same subservient subjection. So
That
to
is
say that
true
you don't
psychologically.
and we don't
That is
change
true.
is ridiculous. The Bible is telling you exactly what it is. What you put yourself through and what you go through is going to change this. So when you say those bones coming from Africa, okay? So yes, those bones coming from Africa was not an anatomically a modern human being. Okay. So that same when those people leaving or those animal or beast of the field leaving on the other side, that's why they say they originated in East Africa. The bones that you're talking about are in West Africa, and I don't have a computer or nothing in front of me. This is all downloaded in this brain, bro, and all this shit is years and years old. I don't even discuss this shit, but those came from so-called West Africa. And those same things that supposedly migrated up and were doing what they were doing, those are the ones that they said didn't mix with the Neanderthals, didn't mix with the descendants, and they found those bones in different areas. The modern humans are the ones that came up there, and those were supposed to be the ones that mixed with the descendants and the Neanderthals. And then we go farther over. That's why you find the highest amount of Neanderthal and descendant DNA in modern humans are in China and Europe. All right, so these are the beasts of the field. So now when we go back to what Plug was talking about, when it says that the DNA splicing was going on, the DNA splicing was going on. They have actual, when they look at our DNA, they can see that our DNA was spliced at a certain time in history. This is fact. This is something you can go look up. Our DNA was spliced at a certain time in history to change us from those certain things to these certain things. So everything that everybody is saying is somewhat true. It's just that we're not putting it all together. We want to say that this thing can't happen because that happened. So when it comes to what they say we evoluted from, now I'm gonna get to this and I'm gonna stop after this and let somebody else be able to breathe on this microphone. But when it comes to who we didn't evolve from no monkeys, period. We evolved from primates, bonobos, chimpanzees. Okay, when you shave, I got one. Y'all don't want me to put this damn picture up. When you shave a chimpanzee or you shave a bonobo, what the fuck color you think it is? It's white. And they're in the middle of fucking sub-Saharan Africa. All right, so these are beasts of the field, you would call them. The only thing that
because
we
of
can
the
make is
air.
when we go to Neanderthals and we go to descendants, which descendants actually have more melanin than the actual Neanderthals. So now you see why some Asians and Southeast Asians are even darker. You getting what I'm saying? All this stuff explains itself right through the stuff that y'all talking about. You just
I
read
loved
what you want
everything you
to
were saying until you started comparing humans to monkeys.
No, I'm
And then
not.
we
I
started getting all Frieza and shit.
said fucking primates. Come on, next.
No, you literally said the bonobo was
Let me
white
just
and the
let
white
me just
people are
put it to you
white, so
this way.
therefore, and
Hey,
then you
next,
dropped
let
the
me
mic.
just put it to
Everything
you
else
this
before
way.
that was perfect.
Hey, next, let me just put it to you this way. Would you have been upset if let me just put it to you this way. Would you have been so upset if he said we shaved the monkey down and under there was the skin was black? Would you have been so butthurt?
Yeah,
No. So knock
because
it
of the
off.
implication. The implication
I
would have
don't
offended
care
me.
what the
Yeah.
implication
Yeah,
is.
but
You
the
can't have
skin
it
wouldn't
both
have been
ways.
black.
What?
It's the truth. I'm telling
Top,
you
hey,
the
Top,
truth.
we cannot hear you when other people talk for some reason right now.
Up. Goddamn, I was talking.
Thank you.
Y'all jumping in this
One
shit. I
moment.
was
Thank you,
explaining.
Captain America, for the support. Captain America comes through via super chat, man, with the $5 donation. Thank you, Captain America. Go ahead.
Hey, Top, listen, we can't hear you when other people are talking. And Shell was talking, and I understood that you were trying to talk, and we couldn't hear you. So I wasn't the one that needed to shut up, and I'm not telling Shell to shut up, but, you know, let's be
I'm not
nice.
into the feminine shit, dog. I'm not really not into it. I was fucking talking. Everybody else jumped in. I sit there and even listen to what the hell you had to say before you even heard what the hell I had to say. Because what I just said it before. What I'm talking about while you're sitting there jumping in, you can type on your damn computer and look that shit up and see if I'm telling the truth or not. I've always said that. When Top Cat get on here, I do my motherfucking research. Whatever I say, go look it up. Right now, I said look it up over the last 20 minutes. Look up the Andaman Islands. Look up the Negritos. Look up the Inuits. Look up anything. And ain't nobody got up here and fact check shit I'm saying. So when I'm talking, you should shut the fuck up or shut the
Okay,
buck up.
okay,
Let me
chill
do
out, chill out. All right, Dr. Smith, man. Sometimes it get like that over here, man. I do have a lot of patience on some days. Some days I just don't be with that shit. But tonight I'm having a good night, so it just is what it is, Dr. Smith. Go ahead.
I found out I was black. You having a good night. It's a good night.
Okay, go ahead though. Who had the floor? We're gonna have some
Girl,
The best
decorum.
damn
what?
night of my
Wait,
life.
who said that? Shell?
Yes, girl, it's been the best night of my life.
Oh my
I
God.
celebrated like it's 20 years old. You don't even know.
Okay,
I've been
we
waiting
got
my whole life.
let's see.
I'm just gonna sit
Go
back.
ahead,
I'm
Top Cat,
cool, man.
finish.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna sit back and chill because I don't even be on that shit. Now I throw hands. I ain't even giving a shit, bro. If y'all got to do all that, that's fine. I set my ass back here and let everybody talk. When I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm telling you to go look it up. And everybody's
Mhm.
into all that arguing. I'll be telling you, if you were sitting in my face, you wouldn't be doing all that shit. So I just shut my ass up and sit the hell back, bro. Y'all go ahead and talk. Through all the ignorance, I'll be trying to show you some shit to go look up. But instead, you ready to argue. Okay, it's a good debate, but at least go when I say go look it up, go check what I'm talking about. Don't just jump in here and say it and you ain't even looked up what I was talking about. Everything that I'm talking about is fact. I don't spit on nothing that you can't go right on. This is not fucking opinion. So I'll shut my ass up and y'all just go ahead and keep running through your fucking fantasy world.
Israel is chosen people. That's not your opinion.
These nuts.
What the hell?
All right, man. So listen, if we're gonna have this talk, man, Top Cat, you done talking because he did ask a question. Like, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for that. But if he's done talking, it is what it is. I will give
You
him a
feel that
chance to respond. I will give you a chance to respond though, because he asked you a question directly.
Israel right now, or it's not the chosen. How can you be the chosen people when you have no Semitic blood in you? Period.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. Okay, so look that shit up.
Whoever the Israel is chosen people, and they are better than everyone else, and everyone else is not even really human. They probably came from monkeys.
Be butthurt if you want because one of your ancestors might have humped a goat. I don't care. One of mine might have too. I got all kinds of blood running through me. But if you're so insecure about some shit that you didn't do, then what are you going to be insecure about in the future? You are what you are. You do what you do. I love and try to handle all people in the same respect, and try to look at people in a different aspect, that we should be more intelligent and understand the different situations that's going on in the world by now. If you can't do that, then fine. I'll shut my my monkey ass up and let everybody else think they are what they want to be. You're He-Man. Fuck it. Be He-Man. Fuck it.
So I think the answer was yes, that you do think that the Israel people are God's chosen people and better than all the other people who aren't really people. I believe you said yes to that. Thank you for your opinion.
You keep putting words in there. Even the Most High in the book, he said that I chose y'all not because I chose y'all, because I chose y'all. He said you were no better than the other ones. That's the same reason why people are supposed to go back into slavery, because they did too much to the people. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. You did way more. You were supposed to just take them somewhere and still treat them like human beings. And instead, you treated them like less than human beings and made them worse. And that's why you're going to get punished. And then I might get punished, or whoever might get punished for what they did, because it's a karma situation. But he never, when the Most High chose who he chose, and if you want to go look in the book, he chose him. He didn't say, I chose you because you were special. I chose you because you were mine, and I chose you. You just got chose out of all of them. You're no more special. You still do the wrong things. You're still bad. Who's been punished more than us?
So as a moderator here, I think what Next was alluding to was the state of Israel as we see it. Top Cat kind of cleared that up, like, no, that's not the people. Then he moved on to text, religious text. Everybody, if that's his religion or that's what he's speaking on, then he kind of laid it out like, hey, those were the chosen people. He's not saying that you were chosen for a different reason. Now, what Next is alluding to, Next, you got to go into different books. There are other books, like how Christianity has a lot of books. There are other books, like when you see Netanyahu walking around with the Talmud, like that's something different than the Torah.
Yeah.
So a lot of that is getting confused. And I think that that's kind of where you're at with it. A lot of it is, part of it, but the Talmud is getting confused with the Torah in these days right now because of the nation state.
And on
That's
that,
the
I'm just
difference.
saying, I don't think I'm better than nobody. Man, I got Irish, Welsh, Indian, all kinds of different stuff in my blood. I could claim any one of them. That's not what it is. Look at what you're looking at. Okay, it's not no talking about that. I don't think I'm better than you, Next, better than anybody on this panel. I just am what I am. I can't change that. So it is what it is. You keep putting a point of there's a definition that I'm better than them because you're listening to proselytes. You're listening to these same people. Who else says that? All of Britain says they're better than everybody. Ooh, we are the British, and I have British silver. When you go to China, ooh, we are this and that. I am of none of that. I humble myself under the Most High. Everybody's my brother. Now, if you choose to go a different way, you are my brother until we reach the Most High, and you have to go one way and I have to go another. I have a way that I'm supposed to treat my neighbor, and that's what I do. I don't think I'm better than nobody. So that's the problem. People keep, like Plug said it earlier, people keep putting their own definition on it. I ain't said nothing like that, and most people don't. Yes, these people be out in the street saying that. Every Israelite is not the same, just like every Christian ain't the same, just like every Catholic ain't the same. Everyone has their own denomination. I'm not religious at all. This is my culture. It's not nothing to do with religion. Everything I do is my culture. This is what we do because of who we are. Everybody else, if you choose to join, you're doing these things and you're doing them as a ceremonial situation. This is
Okay.
just what we do. This is how
My
we
bad,
live.
Top Cat. Let me
Period.
respond to a chat. So Semitic is different than Semitic people. It does go into the languages, but Doctor wanted to answer. Semitic people refer to an ethnic, cultural, or racial group associated with various peoples in the Middle East and Horn of Africa. This includes the Akkadians, Assyrians and Babylonians, Arabs, Armenians, Canaanites, including Israelites and Phoenicians and the Habesha peoples. The term is often used in the context to those who speak Semitic languages. including Hebrew, Arabic, and others. So those definitions get confused a lot as well. Go ahead.
That would go to the point of Afro-Asiatic. Those are the languages that we're talking about. Afro-Asiatic. That's what it goes down to. And that's not discriminating against anybody. Germanic languages, Romance languages, not discriminating against none of them. That's just what it is. That's the reality of the situation. And if you saw me right now, you would say I'm African. But every African that's in there, all their languages are Afro-Asiatic. They're going to try to say that it's the Horn of Africa. Well, when we go down to Memphis and we start going down past sub-Saharan Africa, why are they still speaking Afro-Asiatic languages? Because those are those same people. We just went through the whole point of the two brothers coming out of Africa and going, and they'll tell you through DNA that it's a backwards migration. We go through the E1B1A, the E1B1B. We go through all the genetics. I've done all this research over this, man. I didn't just come into this shit like it is. I had to do the study and I had to understand it. I got books older than anybody on this damn panel 500 times. I didn't learn this on no damn internet or no chat GBT. I got the damn books. So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to let everybody speak, but come on, man. Let's be real. You want to just put your thing forward. You just want to speak on something. But if you're going to speak on it, have some reputation behind it. Have something, some suitable fucking research behind it. Not just what you read on one sentence that they gave you. Everything that I've heard tonight is the shit that I heard in school. Who the hell went to higher learning to actually learn who even said what you're talking about if they're reputable enough to even say it? Who was there? What maps you look at? Who knows about Negro land? Who knows about these different places? Who knows about the Asante people? Who knows about all these different things that are going on over in those lands? Who knows what's going on in Sudan right now that they're trying to erase the same things that we're talking about? They're trying to erase the real people from there and put Arabs there like they did over the whole Horn of Africa. Who knows about the Bantu expansion? The Bantus came from the Horn of Africa. Now they're calling them sub-Saharan Africans. Who knows about that? Who knows about the expulsion of the black Israelites from Spain to West Africa, and they were the first ones put on the slave ships to come to America? Who knows about any of this? No, I'm not hearing none of that, but I'm hearing the same shit I heard in school. George Washington, man, come on.
Mm-hmm. No, for real.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that. I've lost the thesis. I don't know what the thesis of this is. I don't want to partake in this anymore.
I feel you. People have been
Well,
lost since
Top,
the
I
beginning.
I
I'm
did.
trying to bring y'all onto it. You've been lost since the beginning. Every time I'm giving you hints of places to go research, and so that you can find
Why
your
do
way
I
to
need
what
to
you're talking
research a particular people? Does that
about. What are you
prove
talking about?
something? What does
I
that
just
prove?
told
No,
you to
no. What does that
research
prove?
the first people. I just told you to research the first people. Why do you need to research the first anatomically correct humans? Why? You brung it back there. I was talking about something else. You said, "Oh, here's the bones." I took you all the way back to the bones. You wanted to talk about the bones in the first Americas? We can go back
Okay,
to
well, you
Louisa.
mixed that with
You want to talk
Sudan.
about
Hey, you mixed that with
it?
Sudan, so I didn't know that you were talking about past versus now. With that being said,
No, I'm
because
talking
you're
about
being
past.
the way that you're being, which is passionate, yeah, yeah. What was those people? I will go look at it right now just for my own. I'm not even going to report back. I just want to look.
Yeah, please to go. I don't because next time we talk, then it'll be a conversation where we're
What is
actually
the name
talking.
of the first anatomically correct humans?
Yes, you're gonna find them, and then what's gonna be crazy is you're gonna find the oldest DNA closest to that bones was found in the Americas in a black man.
How do you know that they were black, and how do you know that those DNAs actual Homo sapiens, which would be the correct humans as of right now, if I'm not mistaken, or like
Yes,
are they
because we
ancestors of the Homo
the
sapiens?
DNA is going to be of the anatomically modern human being, which is why they say that the Adam gene is black in woman and man. There's no other person on this earth that can create another anatomically modern human being than a black man or a black woman. Everything comes from us. Why? Black, Asian, Caucasian, Russian. It
My
don't matter
man,
what
it's not that everything comes from black. Everything comes from Africa. You're mixing it up.
oh, you
Yes,
got
they
it
were black
wrong,
there
bro. It
because that
comes
was what they
from
looked like
black.
because of their
Let me tell you something.
situation then caused their skin to be black.
Let me
And then
tell
they evolved because their
you.
bodies naturally went with wherever they were.
And Miss Henderson taught you that in school, right? Yeah. So you didn't get the higher education on it. Remember when she said the Big Bang Theory?
Okay, fine. The white people were demons. That's what really happened. Well, what is the alternative?
Let me put this together
This is
for you.
now we're right back to the same spot. What's the
Let me
alternative? What
put
are
it
you
together.
implying?
Let me put it together for you. Because you're still searching for a goal to be elevated. It doesn't matter what you are.
No, no,
So
I'm not. I agree that we all came from Africa, and I agree that the first humans were most likely black.
listen, when the Big Bang Theory happened, all right, when they say the
I
Big
think I
Bang
just
Theory,
disagree with you on why people are white.
why? Because you're going to tell me that because of the oxygen. I just told you to go look up the
No,
Adam
that
and
would be
Ives.
lung
I just
size.
told you to look up the Inuit people. How are they the oldest people there, and they're still
Inuit.
blacker than any white person that came there? I didn't gave you. That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody listening to what I'm saying. I didn't gave it to you. Go look up the darkest people in the coldest areas of the world, and they're black. They're dark as hell. You go look up an Eskimo. He's dark as hell. So that theory does not fucking go out. It doesn't test
Yes, it
out.
does. The Eskimo Native Americans were there
There's no
not
Eskimo
as
Native American.
long as the skeletons of Africa. That's how we all know that we came from Africa. The Africans went over
No,
there, but
it's
they
not
went
the
up.
one. They're still dark. A real Eskimo is dark as hell, bro. He's not fucking light
Oh, that's
skinned.
the Inuit. That's the Inuit.
Now you
Eskimo.
understand?
Man, they mix race, bro. They mix as hell. They little red bones. What you talking about?
You're killing me, bro.
I can't. Listen, Top, I
I'm
just
trying
want
to
you
tell
to
you.
know that I have heard you. I love you, and I have taken notes. All right, babe.
Please take the notes, man. I'm trying to get y'all in the right
I
direction. I'm
I
trying to
got
lead
you.
y'all
I
to
got
the
you, hon.
science. I done led you to the Bible. I done led you to science. I'm leading you to the stuff so you can research it. If I'm wrong, come challenge me and make me change it. I listen, but right now
All
I'm
right,
listening to somebody else.
for the clothes, where did white people come from?
Where do white people come from? They come from black people.
And why are we white?
And why are you white? Well, the first thing would be degenerative genes and leprosy.
Thank you
What?
very much for your opinions.
That's not an
No, no.
opinion.
Topcat,
It's not an
Topcat, yo,
opinion. It's not an
Topcat.
opinion.
Somebody in the chat asked a really long. He said,
What the fuck? Wait,
reinstate your
what?
explanation about who original Judaism were as opposed to Nazi. This was the conversation of sidetrack.
Okay, go
How did
ahead.
it
Go
get?
ahead, go ahead
How
and
did
read
it
the
get
question.
sidetracked? Tell us how it got
Read the
sidetracked,
question.
because I've been here this whole time.
Jay, read the question off, and I'll try to answer it.
No, I'm just reading what Joe had posted. He had posted a really long. He said, "Top Cat,
I got it.
please
Hold on.
reinstate your
I got it, Jerry, because
explanation."
your mic is terrible. Hold on. He said, Top Cat, please restate your explanation of who original Judeans were as opposed to Ashkenazi. This was a conversation that got sidetracked into a subset of original people being cursed.
Okay, now that's a good understanding. So when we come to the understanding of Jews, that was a Roman word that was used for the people that came from the kingdom of Judah. Now we know from the 12 tribes that there was Judah, Benjamites, which and Levites. So you had the Kohen, you had the Levites, and you had the Benjamites that all inhabited the kingdom of Judah. Okay, so these would be Judites, not Judaism. They were all Israelites. Judaism only comes in as a religion. These people, this was their culture if they were Israelites. Only the people that were proselytes that sojourned with the real Israelites would have a religion because they come from a different point where they're actually attaching themselves to a whole different culture. So that's the difference between being an Israelite and being a Jew. You don't hear me saying that I'm a Jew. Maybe you might hear me say it in once in a while, like we're the true. Well, no, I'm an Israelite. Jews are a completely different name, a fake name put on these people by Romans. So that's the difference between Judaism. And Judaism is going to go into the Talmud. It's going to go into the Mishnah. It's going to go into these different things where these rabbis, the same as you would say, how people kind of, I would put Jesus on a little bit different level because they all go to him. But then you go to Muhammad and you go to all these different rabbis that have their own interpretations that come through the Talmud of what being an Israelite is. Not the true Israelites, not the first ones that go by the word, that live by the Torah, period. So there is a distinguishing, like I said, in between each one of these dominations, just like once you go into Catholicism, they have the church fathers, they have the Clementine doctrine, they have the Pauline doctrine, they have all these different things that you've never heard of because there was wars and different things fought by Constantine and these different people to stop you from being able to have your own opinion on all the writings. But all the writings are the writings of men. If you go by the Torah, you're going to come back to the red letter or you're going to come back to the Most High's word, period. Because that's the God that we all supposed to be loving if we're under the Abrahamic laws, if we're under the Abrahamic religions. It's still that same one God. It's all about everybody trying to do what I was saying with next, like, please don't do that. All of us trying to say, you're better, you're better. No, I'm chosen to do this. You're chosen to do that. You're chosen to do that. It doesn't make none of us better. We're all coming under the same judgment. It makes no difference.
Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, my head, I gotta take this live down.
Did I do it? I'm sorry, Plug.
No, we
I
all
hope
did
I
it. We all did it. It's cool. I did too much on here myself. Hell, go ahead though. We chilling
yeah,
though.
but I'm just saying. I'm just
Was
saying
it
it don't.
because I
It
said
don't
I
have
was
nothing.
black?
Everybody's black. It's what our ancestors did. We didn't mix in and whatever. So once you didn't mix in, I'm gonna give y'all another limerick. Once you didn't mixed in, and you know you didn't maybe messed up your situation with the Most High. What
Mm-hmm.
would be the next thing that you did to the next person to you? Wouldn't you mix them in too? Wouldn't you try to make them put them in the same? When somebody does bad, don't they try to make you lie too and do the same thing? So why, when these people came here, the first thing they did was try to mix us, make you a mulatto, which the caste system, make you something else because you being purely of what you are, you can distinctly find who you are. So the only way that I can just like get you away from who you are is to mix you out. They tried that in
Are you
Australia.
saying that the white
Well,
people who enslaved black people and thought that they were better than black people and actually made laws saying that black people could not read, ride horses, or even talk to white people? You're
Mhm.
saying that those guys purposefully had black men have sex or black women have sex with white people to procreate
No,
mixed
not
race
even
kids.
that. You gotta understand that they were speaking different languages. They were from different tribes, even
Oh, you're
inside of
talking
the
about black on
black.
black. Okay.
Even if I'm saying, even inside of the black diaspora, they were different peoples.
So
Yes,
you're talking
all
about breaking the culture. That's what you meant. Okay, my bad. See that type of stuff. You meant
so
breaking the
so
culture, right?
basically, you're saying you started off with really dark, a dark coffee, and then they started adding too much creamer.
you comedy.
Now, are you
No.
talking about blood or culture? Are you talking about breaking the culture of the
Mhm.
Yoruba and the Igbo
I'm
people?
I'm starting
Because
about
yes,
I'm
that did
talking
happen.
listen, it's really early in the morning, but late at night, so I'm gonna try to break this down for you. So basically you started out with delicious dark
Man, y'all
chocolate, and then they started adding
nice.
too much creamer and they done messed it all up, and now we got too many of us. And we messed up the delicious dark coffee.
Here we go.
Not at all. When you go into Africa, you're gonna see that they have every single shade, every single
I
nose.
know.
They have everything, every single shade, every single nose, every single. This is the most diverse genetically placed in the earth. Everything that's on the rest of the earth is in Africa in some place. That doesn't make us all the same.
No.
All kinfolk ain't kinfolk. Now, to go to the white aspect of it, it talks about that in the book. It says you put your hand in and it was dark, or it was copper colored, or it was red colored. And then when he said that he put a curse on you, you pulled it out, it was white. And then you put it back in and pulled it out, and then it was black again. Okay, it's telling you the different situations of what was going on. And it tells you about these people that the Most High put down on us in the first place. The Most High didn't come down here and throw no damn thunderbolt. He's not Zeus. He said, if y'all keep tripping, I'm gonna let these people from over these mountains come over here and tear your ass up. I've been keeping them back for years. They're terrible people. Those are the people that committed the abominations. And if I
Top
let
You
when
know,
top
I've seen
when I
that. I've
interrupted,
seen what you're talking about.
I asked a question though because you said that that's why they tried to make the people weaker with the white because to mix the weak race with the blacks because I think you were insinuating they were like scared of them so they had to make them weaker. You meant taking the Yoruban people who spoke the Yoruban language and the Igbo people who spoke the Igbo language to force them both to speak Catholic language, or
yeah,
right? That's what you meant, or did you mean mix them with white people?
Portuguese, all these different things, but those weren't the same people. Some of them were the same people. If you go look
Are
back
you
at how
talking about
No,
DNA
what
or
are
are
we?
you talking
We're
about
talking
culture?
about bloodline. When you got to go all the way back to the
Yeah.
So
12
we're talking about
tribes,
DNA.
you got to go back to the 12 tribes. Just because you're the same skin tone or you're
Judah.
even in the same neighborhood doesn't mean your
I thought we were
origins
talking
are
about
the
slavery.
same. Yes, even during slavery, they were coming from Africa. No matter
I want
how
a yes
far
or no
you
question.
go.
Do you think that they were mixing them to make them
yeah,
weaker with white
No,
people?
they were
this was the
yes to make
biggest
them. Yes, and hold on, they were mixing them to make them weaker all around. Top Cat's talking about lineage, bloodline. Yes, even if you can, even if you're the same color, you can still have different bloodline. Those bloodlines were mixing. Some of those were royal bloodlines, all kind of bloodlines mixing. Also, you have language mixing. Now you can't communicate. You know, it's all kind of mixing going on for all different various reasons. And then the white folks was mixing in as well. I mean, shit, they just, whether they just wanted to get some or they felt obligated or it was, it just was what it was. So it was all going on.
We're not letting
from.
Top answer the question though.
Now listen to what I'm saying. Even before we even talk about uh, excuse me, the Americas. Do you know that England, Britain, one of those European countries, they sent boats down filled with white women to mix with African women on the western seaboard of Africa? They sent boats down there just for these women, these undesirable women, or the women that they wanted to get rid of, or the women that they wanted to mix and go and try to mix out. So and this is in our modern era. We're talking about, in the Tudors era and even later. For years and years, they sent white with whole boats before slavery and after slavery of white
You talking
women
about
down.
Americans or you talking about Europeans?
No, I'm talking
Oh, I
about
found
Europeans.
out too. I
So
found
the
out too.
same
The Tudors.
Hold on, not to cut you off, Top Cat, but I did find out too. On the holiday, what was that? St. Patrick's Day. That Ireland had black people first. Niggas was in Ireland first. Well, black Africans.
Yeah, black people are synonymous with the Danonites or the Danites. Okay, everything that we talking about, bro, I got it. My brain is so packed with information. I just be enjoying myself with everybody and having a good time and whatnot. I don't be digging into my psyche to bring up all the stuff that I have. I've researched for years and years and years and years to know that why I make the points that I make. So we'll go to the Danites, and then that'll go all the way back, I believe, to the Igbo that say that they were, connected to the Danites when they got dispersed after they messed up the kingdom. And that's what they say. Some people went up and some people went down. So why did Putin bring out all these certain things that he brung out? You get what I'm saying? Why did he did a couple years back? He just brung out all these different things, these relics and stuff, and showed them that like this is what the real pictures look like. There are certain things that are proving what there is. So when they try to say what Black Irish is now, that's not what Black Irish is. That's what I'm saying. My grandfather, even though it's wild as hell because I'm completely opposite, he was a Mason from the the Scottish distinct of it. A Black Scottish, and he runs the Mason Hall. This is what I'm telling you. It's deeper than anything that we can think. Half these people that came over here on these slave ships, when you look at to see the Portuguese or the Spanish conquistador that was on top of that slave ship, you keep looking at it and thinking that that's some other dude. That was a damn black man on the front of that ship, enslaving his own people too. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. So when it comes to the white people and the different
Oh, you
stuff,
talking about the
somebody asked
Moors?
something.
You talking about the Moors?
Yeah, your cousins are cousins. Okay, we all are cousins. We all know each other. That's why I was telling people about the Gauls and the Roman situation. You look at
I ain't
Persia,
gonna
you
lie,
look
I
at
do be
300.
looking at them 5%ers a little crazy, man. I do be looking at them niggas a little crazy.
It's no, I mean, we all have different distinctions. What's crazy is we're all mixed up. Now, what is coming out? What is the Most High bringing out of you when you understand who you are? I don't have nothing to say about anybody. You know, I could claim any part of right now. I can sit up here and say I'm white. I'm 16% completely something else. My wife is 30 some percent. That's the average. I'm less. Have anybody even look at their quantum? Yeah, I don't really believe in it all the same way. But if we're gonna go by it, this is what mine says. I'm not scared to talk about nothing. That's what I'm saying. I just shut my. I've been learning to shut up because I used to get on here like I am tonight, completely tripping all the time, and I ain't trying to mess up plug stuff. He's 100%, so I shut my butt up. But when it comes to this, I be hearing people say a lot of ignorant stuff because they want to just look at the front page of what this Chat GPT say or whatever the hell Wikipedia pulls up, and you don't want to go look at the book. You don't want to go look at all the information. I didn't have all that. I had to go look at every single book. And when I'm telling you, every time there's an argument against what it is, go look at the science and you'll find out that it's some bullshit. I know about the Yagan people in South America from the Southern Passage that came all the way from Micronesia and all those different areas way before them. South America and all that, all the way up to Peru, was populated with what y'all would call black people. But when you go there and all the way to the Colorado River, why are you finding relics all the way from Egypt? This is fact. You can look it up right now. Why are these things there? It wasn't conquistadors that put it. These things are in caves and stuff that still show the biblical aspect of things. It's still showing the same story. They still got a whole gold. They got 20 and 30 gold plates that are 4 feet tall that they're finding in Peru. What is going
You
on?
you said South American natives were black, or do you
They
just mean anybody that isn't white is black? That's what you mean, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Does anybody right now, anytime somebody says black, they think sub-Saharan black. What is sub-Saharan? There was a green Sahara. That Sahara
What?
was called the
No,
green
when I say
Sahara.
black, I mean the color of the skin, bro.
Yeah, I don't even consider myself black. I mean, I don't know what the hell people call. This is what the classification I got. I live in Southern California. I know I got 4 or 5 Mexican dudes on my street that are 2 times as dark as I am. And then when they go to and they walk around their family, they call them Negro too. You get what
Yep.
I'm saying? There is a point of where we have to understand that yes, all kinfolk ain't skin. I mean, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. But there is an aspect that there is a relevance for you having that. You get what I'm saying? So you say Jacob and Esau, you have all these different 12 tribes, and then you have the Canaanites, which goes from white all the way to black. Then you have the Indians, they're Hindus or whatever, they're darker than us too. Are they really Israelites? Some of them are. When you go to the Veda people and you go to the South, why did they even create a caste system? Who were they trying to exclude?
Because of
Okay.
racism.
Yes. Why? But because this is a lot of payback, bro. Yeah, I remember who Nebuchadnezzar and all these different people was. They were black folks. When they go into the South American and they go into the actual people that come from Iran, I'm sorry, these damn things is going off over here.
Hey,
When
yo,
they
fuck
go
the police.
and you go into the
I'm pretty
red-haired,
sure they got business right now. It's like what was it? 1 o'clock? Where you at? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got business. So
yeah,
shout out to the
122.
police
Yeah,
or
but
fuck
I
'em.
mean, you go into the red-haired, freckle-faced people that come from all the way over there, and they go all the way to South America, and their DNA it goes around. So they're mixed in with all the different Islander people out there, and you'll find this Iran DNA. You'll see that they have stories telling them way back in the day, once they came from the Middle East, they got pushed out the Middle East, and they followed their ancestors' routes all the way from there to South America. This is only, I think it's something called Something in the Cupboard. It's an old documentary that says Something in the Cupboard, and they have all this DNA from the redhead giants and all these different people that go through these islands. Those were Iranians. Why were they redhead giants? Let's go back, plug. I'll just be keeping my mouth shut. Let's go back to them Nephilim. Let's go back to those the stories in the Western California and Western Nevada and stuff. When they talk about these redhead giants, the Indians talk about these redhead giants that used to come down and eat people whole. Let's go back. All this stuff adds up completely to what the book says, bro.
Completely with no holes. Absolutely.
The holes is only your calculation. The holes is only how you calculate, how we think about it.
I don't know. My personal opinion is I think that DNA is overplayed. I think people worrying about their history is healthy for historical purposes of education and learning so we don't make dumb mistakes. But like understand that all of our history, or at least my opinion, all of our history is made by man. All of it. Anything written is made by man. The tongue is fire. Bullshit
What
happens, got people being racist against each other because of the fire of the tongue. After generations and generations, DNA isn't as important as land and where you at the current time. I think that that's more important. I think land has just as much juju as DNA. I personally believe so. Like I consider myself Puerto Rican and I consider myself more connected to Tainos than I do Europeans,
But why
even
not?
though I'm probably more like 60% European
Why not?
because
So how do you know if there's a difference? What is the difference between Taiano and Caribs? So once we get down, I told you I do this shit. I'm all in this history. What's the difference between the Taianos and Caribs?
I don't know.
I do.
Are the Caribs over on the other bigger islands to the west?
No, they're right next to you. They've been next to each other and mixing with each other down there in those different islands for years. The difference
I
is
believe you.
the one has a distinct DNA and the other one does. One is darker than the other and has curlier hair, and the other one has a more of a I would say an Amerindian type look to them, and that would be the Tayano. Even though they're just as dark, they might have more of that descendant or different point because they might have more East Asian or what would I call them? A
Once
young.
again, I'm not worried about who their descendants are. That part don't really matter to me.
You gotta worry about it.
I don't
We
gotta
gotta.
worry about it. I don't got well, none of us should be worried about our DNA and where that came from. That all that spawns is racism. That's
I
all
hear
that
what
spawns.
you're saying.
I'm
I hear
more
what.
worried about the state of Puerto Rico. And you know, like my kids got the little rat tail for, shout out to the
You
Tainos.
Puerto Rico? You in Puerto Rico right now?
Nah, I'm not in Puerto Rico right now.
But you said it's about where you are and not where you at. Why are you worried about Puerto Rico
Yeah.
then if you're worried about
I'm
lineage?
in
Because
Puerto
I've been in
Rico.
Puerto Rico. My grandmother's from
I'm
Puerto
in
Rico. My
Puerto
mother's from Puerto
Rico.
Rico. You want to talk about lineage?
That's what
I
I'm
think
saying. So that's what I'm
where
talking about.
Pete
So why are you not?
lay is
Why is
more
it?
important than 1,000 years ago. What color was somebody's hair at a particular time? Like
What's the difference between that and 40 years ago?
very because the 40 years ago was still living.
What do you
I
mean?
okay.
You
Here's the other perspective. So in Santeria or in a lot of different voodoos, in Coco, the movie Coco, it explains it a lot very better. It's like the dolls, the voodoo dolls. They're your dead relatives, and you hope that the dead relative will go into the voodoo doll. But if not, whatever. It doesn't really matter. That's not my point that I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to make is you leave a voodoo doll or you leave a picture at a shrine that you pray to because you pray to your kind of like your ancestors, and your ancestors belong with particular gods and whatever, and then you pray to the god. But I'm not even trying to get to that point. But you pray to your ancestors, and then if your ancestors get forgotten, that's when they actually die. So the dead ones don't fucking matter because I can't remember them. They're dead for real. They're dead. They're dead twice. They died twice on this earth, this current earth that we're living in this current time that we're living in. They died twice. No one can remember them. My grandmother, I can remember them. Her great grandchildren can remember them. On this earth, she's only died once in the
So
Santeria perspective.
okay,
And
that's
that's
under.
why 40 years makes a difference.
So you honor
Because
Santeria.
everything that happened 1,000 years ago, I piss on it. I don't care.
Yeah, but you honor Santeria, and Santeria is over 1,000 years old.
Okay, what does that have to do with DNA? That's a
That's
culture.
what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. So how does
And
Santeria
Santeria
stop?
is not 1,000 years old. Santeria is only like 200 years old.
Oh, cancer. Oh, because it was an offshoot of voodoo or hoodoo.
Voodoo is voodoo is an offshoot of Catholic meets Yoruba stuff, which might have been originally Catholic because they still got the same. It's you already know what I'm talking about. Then it goes back to the Ethiopian shits and the Trinity. It goes back to shit like that.
Time before. These are interpretations of voodoo. If you go over there and there's hoodoo and voodoo, once you go into the interpretations of them, they're a lot older than that. Those were the ones that were transformed by the people that came over there. The same as when we talking about the Crusades. But hoodoo and voodoo and those spiritualities, which link up with even actually Egyptian thoughts and different things, those things were around a long time before that when it comes to the African continent. Now, once we get over here and those things get mixed up and we start getting into Santeria, now we're getting into the mix up of what was going on in Spain during the Crusades and those people dealing with these different Moors and stuff that were there that actually had some of these different things incorporated with it. So you're still saying another mix together to make a whole nother type of religion or code or belief system. But what voodoo itself, not with Santeria mixed into it, its culture has been around for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It goes past Shaka Zulu. It goes
Yeah,
right there.
or the idea of things have. Yes.
The idea, the practice. The practice.
Having a shrine for your ancestors have gone back since the beginning of the time. Yes.
Yes, that's called honoring. That's what we do in
Yes.
Torah. You're still supposed to honor, but when we start talking about where souls
When we
go,
talking about flagging Bloods and Crips and all that, you can say the sixes and the fives been there for since the millennia, but the Bloods and the Crips only been here for 50 years. You know what I
no,
mean? Yes, it's
that's
there's,
completely
there's some
different.
type of
Honoring your relatives, that's one of the things that they say comes into the point of civilization. The first thing they say when you become a civilized culture is actually burying your relatives. That's why when you make a mummy, it means so much in history. That's why Egyptians and stuff are looked at so highly. But the first mummies and stuff that were made or done weren't in Egypt. They were actually in Sudan with the people that are getting massacred right now that nobody cares about. Those were the first people that invented the point of honoring their
and
relatives through.
also my family got property in Puerto Rico. I've been to Puerto Rico in the last 2 years. By the way, why Puerto? I'm from Orlando.
No, I'm not. I'm just when I question it, I don't have a problem with why you do it. I'm just saying it to compare it to what you're speaking about. To say that not to care about something farther back. So how's that supposed to
DNA,
work?
yeah, I don't, caring about DNA 1,000 years ago, and you are proving this to me, and I hate to attack you, but in my opinion, the way I'm seeing it is, I'm like, yep, that's proof right there. Worrying about DNA, actual DNA, and mixing that with time that passes past your grandparents and past what you, that all that does is create racism. All that does is create Bojango, the white guy, and how that man be talking. You sound a little bit like that man, Leo DiCaprio. Sound a little bit like him right now. You've been
Wait a
like,
minute. Okay, wait,
I hate to
that's
attack
a
you
weird,
because
that's
I love
weird.
debating you, but that's why I've been
That's
attacking you a
weird.
little bit. It's because
That's
that's
a
what
weird
I'm
way to be
reading. That's
thinking.
what I'm getting off of it.
Wait, hey, next, which part of Orlando are you from?
1900. You'd be 126 years old right now. I'm supposed to throw my grandfather away? Now go to his
Wait,
dad.
hold on. I got one like small question. Which part of Orlando are you from next?
1847. I'm supposed to throw him away? By how you're talking about, that's so far back. I'm supposed to throw away half my relatives.
No, because they ain't died twice. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
Hey,
saying. I'm saying 1,000 years ago.
What do you mean? It doesn't.
Hey, go ahead. Y'all don't hear Asha? Go ahead, Asha.
hold
Go ahead,
on.
Asha.
I just had a small question because I just been listening this whole time. Which part of Orlando are you from next?
Samurai, man, or Oak Ridge, whichever one you want. But Samurai, no, I am Conway.
Okay.
Where are you
Okay.
from?
So
Well, I haven't been.
And since I'm Samurai, I'm Poinciana too, obviously.
Yeah, you
Hey,
sound like
hey,
like a stick up
hey, Nick.
your whatever about like where you're from, blah 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 blah. I grew up out there. I grew up in like like Lake Park.
Hey, next. Can you hear me?
That makes anything.
Yosemite.
This is this
Yeah.
is like no, but this is like a long time ago. But like yeah, that's where I grew up. It probably does not exist anymore. I haven't been out there in like 10, 15 years. But
Nah, it probably does.
yeah.
There's a lake park in every city.
The conversation like a motherfucker
Yeah.
on. Come
Hold
on,
up,
man.
Todd.
No,
Hold
the
up, Todd, because I'm
conversation is
finna
like
chime in
there's
on.
parts of Orlando that are
Before you
you
finish,
kind of like
I'm
have
just
like
gonna
a
tap
certain
in on something
stick up
that
your butt about like how people see other people in other parts of the country is really difficult to like understand. If you haven't like left Florida ever, then you're like looking at it in a certain perspective. You know what I mean? And it makes it seem like you have like you're just not like understanding like where Top Cat is coming from, if in my personal opinion.
Man, she just called me a cracker, y'all. She just called
hold
me
up,
a cracker,
I'm
y'all.
look,
not.
next.
What the fuck? No. Oh, sorry, Blunt. No, I didn't.
Nah, I'm just playing with you, girl.
No.
I see what you're saying, and I agree with you. By the way, fuck
Next,
Pasco County.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, I know the
And,
one
and
time I went to Seminole County.
Hold on. I really want to see what Samany's trying to tell me though.
It's
Hold
all
on,
right.
let me
Y'all over
finish
here
real
catching
fast.
up and shit like we are not on live still. Damn. Go ahead, Yosemite.
okay, this is a question that I want to kind of pose to next, and maybe this will help solidify what Top is basically trying to say. Now, next, you say your people are originally from San Juan, Puerto Rico, right?
No, if you're gonna go back 1,000 years, if that's what we're gonna do, no.
Okay. Well, this is what I was going to hint at. If you ever go back over to San Juan, Puerto Rico, I advise you to go to Little San Juan. There's a museum in that cobblestone of Little San Juan that shows the first slave ships. They got a whole museum that is built on what you and Top Cat are actually talking about right now. And you know what slave trade I'm talking about, Top. Some of the very first ships sailed through Little San Juan. They got a whole museum dedicated to this exact premise. So
Yeah, it's in Old San
sometimes,
Juan and Old San Juan.
But
yeah, in
church.
Old San Juan. Yeah,
Yeah, it's in
absolutely.
Old San Juan. I live in Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
where?
Guayama.
Oh, cool.
So you
Nah,
know what
my
I'm talking
grandmother's
about
from
then, Jared.
Calle. I'm not from Puerto Rico. My mother's from Caguas, but I live in Villa de Caguas, all that shit. I love that shit. Is Guayama anything like Caguas, or is that like something up in the hills somewhere?
The south east of the
Yeah,
island.
exactly.
You're
Super
center.
south.
You're dead center. I'm completely south.
Yeah. I understand that. Now, are you south like damn, what's that? Maya West South, or are you
No,
south like on the east side?
Southeast.
That's a different world. I don't know nothing about it. I just know that when I visit there, it feels different. You know, you seen Caguas, right? You know how it is over
Feels
there.
like the U.S. here. Yeah, where I live feels like the U.S.
Is there
Basically.
in Puerto Rico?
Is there what?
Is there racism in Puerto Rico?
Not really,
No, it's
because
No,
so fucking
it's not.
refreshing,
you
bro.
gotta
It's
I
understand,
mean,
not.
there
like
is
there's a.
institution
I
like
mean, yeah,
historical,
there
but
is, but not really, because like a completely person that you would see it in America, you would think would be a black person. He's a Puerto Rican.
exactly.
Here,
And a white
he'll be
person
Puerto Rican.
with red hair and freckles is
Yep,
fucking Puerto Rican. Yeah.
exactly. Or blonde, blue eyes. You think they're American, and not they won't
All right, hold on,
Puerto
y'all.
Rican.
And
One
then if you're
second, y'all.
Dominican, we think you're
All right,
Puerto
hold on,
Rican.
next. All right, YouTube, man, we finna get up out of here. Everybody double tap the screen on your way out. I appreciate y'all for rocking with us. I am finna take this live down. So shit. It is what it is. But if you wanna enjoy this conversation, join the Discord. It's on the post on my wall. If you click that link on the post with the last post on my wall, it'll bring you right into the Discord. You'll see us in the voice chat. See